Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, The Unlucky Wilson. Health Minister Karl Landsteiner wearily reported back to Ferdinand, "Your Majesty, this is the latest number of patients we have counted. So far, the total number of patients infected with influenza virus in Bulgaria has exceeded 10,000, and the current death toll is 4,852. Entering December, the number of flu patients has been greatly reduced, and many people have returned to normal, but for the sake of safety, the patients who have been cured are still in the observation stage and have not returned to society." Ferdinand nodded. "This number is already quite good, for other countries in the world. This is simply a miracle." Concerned, he said, "Thank you for your troubles. Go and rest first. Everyone can take a breath this winter. This season is not conducive to the spread of the virus, and there will be tough battles to be fought in the spring of next year." Karl Landsteiner replied feebly, "Yes, obviously, the recent epidemic prevention work has made him too busy." After the epidemic spread to Bulgaria in June, the nationwide martial law began, and the officials of the Ministry of Health no longer had time to take vacations. The most leisurely department on weekdays jumped to become the busiest presence in Bulgaria. As a minister, it is natural to lead by example, and Karl Landsteiner also has a good experience of the feeling of being in control. It was good at the beginning, but it was tragic later. Note: Bulgarian ministries and ministries are also of different grades. For example, the Ministry of Finance, the 6th Military Department, the Navy Department, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Industry and other real power departments are one level higher, and the minister can be called a minister. And the Ministry of Water Resources, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture and other departments, the grade should be half a level lower. The minister is the minister of so-and-so. This is also a common unspoken rule. Looking at the exhausted Minister of Health, Ferdinand was also helpless. Everyone had no experience in the first epidemic prevention, and many things required their high-level decision-making. This kind of thing can't be done for you. Only professionals from the Ministry of Health can make decisions, while other departments of the cabinet government can only assist from the sidelines. If there is a problem or let them make a decision, the Ministry of Health will naturally be busy. By the way, most of the officials in the Ministry of Health are semi-bureaucratic models, which does not mean that half of them are bureaucrats. In fact, all officials of the Ministry of Health can work part-time as medical staff or drug prescribers. In addition to temporary positions in the Ministry of Health, many of them have other jobs, and they are all in the medical field. This is also caused by the unique national conditions. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, there was a shortage of medical staff. If the Ministry of Health did not need professionals, then this department would be abolished. Therefore, at that time, everyone chose the art of temporary employment very realistically. Then, in the hands of Ferdinand, it was promoted again. There is a shortage of medical staff in the whole country, and he can't grab the limited medical resources of the people. Anyway, there are not many things in the Ministry of Health, and it has continued to this day. Of course, it is not unchanged. He also added a Food Safety Administration under the Ministry of Health, which is responsible for inspecting food safety across the country. It's just that compared to the strictness of food safety, the control of medicines is not so strict. It is only to crack down on counterfeit medicines and counterfeit medicines. In this era, the side effects of medicines are already big, and there is no way to control them. Just because it's useful, don't investigate the side effects, otherwise there will be no drugs on the market, and the price of drugs with little or no side effects is really not close to the people. At least the middle class can't afford them. Thinking about how the major warring countries dared to include drugs in their logistical supplies during the World War, you can see how high everyone's standards are in this era. Compared with Bulgaria, which has completely controlled the epidemic, other countries are miserable. Europe and the United States are better, and everyone's medical technology is not bad, basically limiting the mortality rate. Even so, the death toll of everyone is still quite large. As of 1918, the preliminary statistics of the death toll in various countries: United States, 512,000, United Kingdom, 200,000 people, only including England and Wales, with a total of 326,000 in the British Isles. France, 293,000, Germany, 388,000, Italy, 378,000, Spain, 168,000, Belgium, 43,000, Portugal, 41,000, Netherlands, 35,000, Denmark, 28,000, Sweden, 42,000, Switzerland, 32,000, Norway, 18,000, Russia, 560,000, Austria-Hungary, 312,000. The above figures are all guessed by Bulgaria itself. The accuracy is estimated to be 70 to 80%. The specific death toll may not be clear to the officials of various countries. After all, deaths from influenza are mixed with deaths from other diseases. Who can tell the difference? And because of political interests, everyone must keep the death toll down, so the official death toll announced by various countries is much lower. If you count the number of deaths in the colonies, this number is very scary. The ever-bright Commonwealth is the owner of 2,000, plus, and it may even be the owner of 3,000, plus. The death toll of the big family in India is very impressive. Anyway, everyone, there are no specific death statistics. Even if there is an epidemic in most areas, no one will deal with it. The colonial government tacitly chose to sit and watch the death of the indigenous people. Anyway, they did not know how to prevent the epidemic. They thought it was punishment from the gods. Naturally more. Elsewhere, Ferdinand doesn't know. Anyway, the colony population of Bulgaria dropped by nearly 20% in 1918, and at least more than 5 million people died in this flu. This is all caused by ignorance. When there is an epidemic, I don't know how to seek medical treatment and ask for medicine. Instead, I go to worship God. After a large number of patients die, I don't know how to dispose of the corpses as soon as possible, and they dance around the corpses. Woolen cloth. Due to the large number of deaths in the colony, in order not to cause a larger-scale plague, the colonial government had to clean up the bodies. At this time, the superiority of delegating the aircraft to the company is manifested. For safety reasons, we finally decided to send the aircraft unanimously, as long as the crew members drop incendiary bottles from the sky to the ground. I don't know if it will cause accidental injury if the Molotov cocktail is directly surrendered to a village with too many deaths. Anyway, now everyone is afraid to go to the field to investigate, and the fire is completely burned. The consequences are also very obvious. After the epidemic is over, there will be no more indigenous villages in the plains. They don't even know that the fire that fell from the sky was caused by the colonial garrison. Many people thought it was the punishment of the gods and dared not live in the original place. When Ferdinand knew the result, the fire had already been let go. Since he was born in autumn, he didn't know how many forests also disappeared in the fire. Spendthrift. Then there is no more. These are all fires from the sky, and they have nothing to do with Bulgaria. Naturally, everyone does not have to take responsibility for this. When everyone was celebrating the rest of their lives, the Bulgarian Ministry of Health issued a disease warning again, claiming that biologically speaking, spring is the peak period for virus breeding, and the epidemic prevention work in 1919 cannot be ignored. This time, the influence is much greater. No one dares to believe it. Governments all over the world have learned how to behave. Following the principle that no fault is merit, countries have continued to maintain a high degree of vigilance. Although the virus has already lurked in them, it is impossible to prevent it. However, the lethality of the epidemic in the spring is less, so politicians have announced that human beings are once again overcome the disease once. Everyone is propagating invariably that the efforts of their own government in this epidemic prevention work have finally eliminated the American flu after everyone's unremitting efforts. Well, no Spaniards are taking the blame this time. Historically, because the Spanish media first started reporting, and then they were put on their heads, and Spain internally called it the French flu. Now there is no need for everyone to argue. The European media has tacitly chose to return the property to the original owner, Since it was the first to have an epidemic in the United States, then it is naturally the American flu. Even when the cause of the virus was traced, some people claimed that a chemical factory leaked in Kansas before the outbreak of the flu. The cause of the flu is likely to be caused by the chemical factory, and then the trouble for Americans will be big. European countries, including Bulgaria, organized a group to protest to the Washington government, demanding that they hand over the murderer and compensate the countries for their losses. The protests of this era are not simple diplomatic protests. The League of Nations directly convened a Human Security Conference to discuss the issue of the formation of a combined fleet. All countries have the intention of going to war against the Americans. Well, these are all appearances. After such a big thing happened, the governments of various countries did not do well in the initial epidemic prevention work, and they were criticized by domestic public opinion. Now some people say that this flu was made by Americans. Is this still worth it? Does it really matter? For politicians, as long as they can divert the public's attention. After all, compared with severely punishing the culprits, the government's work mistakes can only be regarded as minor. The sudden blow made the Wilson government almost collapse. Now not only the U.S. government is being asked to explain internationally, but the people in the U.S. have also taken to the streets, demanding that the U.S. government severely punish the murderer. They all believed it. Anyway, the yellow mud fell out of the crotch and was either shit or shit, and it couldn't be washed properly. The reason is that before the outbreak of the flu, a chemical plant leaked in Kansas, which also caused the death of nearly 100 people in the area. Soldiers from the state barracks are in charge of the blocked scene. This is even more incomprehensible. Don't expect scientists to come up with useful explanations. Ordinary people don't understand that much. The chemical factory just leaked and then got the flu. Although it took more than 2 months, you said it doesn't matter who you lied to? If it doesn't matter, why did the epidemic emerge from the military camp in Kansas in the first place? Isn't it because they were the first to be exposed to the virus? What's more, they are still suspecting that the Americans are researching gas bombs, and they accidentally leaked, which caused this consequence. Then Wilson is Alexander. If you can't explain the ins and outs, the United States will be doomed. The angry American people just want their government to fall, but the angry people of the world may make the United States history. Wilson asked depressedly, how is Rice's situation? Has the origin of the flu virus been traced? Rice's face sank, and he said in embarrassment, no, we have already held the chemical factories near Kansas to account, and they all claimed that they had nothing to do with them. And the Texas factory that leaked the chemical leakage in late 1917 also claimed that leak was just an accident. The most troublesome thing is that several high-level executives of the Texas plant have all had an accident, and the person who was on duty after the accident happened to die in the accident. The current situation is very unfavorable for us. On the surface, this is more like a silence. We have been unable to confirm what happened inside the chemical plant at that time. If the outside world insists that we are studying chemical weapons because of an accident that caused this pandemic, we have no way to come up with valid evidence to prove our innocence. Wilson's face sank to the bottom. There is no doubt that this is a conspiracy, who did not know at first, but just happened to encounter this flu, and it turned into a conspiracy of various countries against the United States of America. Tens of millions of people have died all over the world. As long as the United States cannot prove its innocence, then their troubles will be big. Don't think that if they are alone in the Americas, they will have fewer enemies. In order to dominate the Americas, they have almost become the enemy of Europe. In particular, the British Empire will not let them go. The current flu is the best excuse. If you can't take action as soon as possible to let John Bull connect the European countries, it will be too late. Have our scientists come forward to refute the rumor? Wilson asked. Rice said with a wry smile. Major medical institutions and scientific research centers in China have all explained that they believe that the source of the flu is birds, but this statement is untenable in the scientific community. Kansas is not the largest bird habitat in the world, and even the number of birds is not very large. Scientific research institutions in European countries have all said that the leakage of chemical plants is the core factor causing the flu, and they also listed a lot of evidence. The Institute of Biology of the University of Bulgaria pointed out that the virus of this flu is different from the past, and it is different from the virus that has been found in nature. It is very likely that it was artificially ripened. Their conjecture is almost caused by the leakage of our chemical plant, and it has also been recognized by the mainstream scientific community in Europe. The School of Bioengineering of Cambridge University has also publicly stated, at present, they have not found any similar viruses in nature. Basically, it can be ruled out that the virus is congenital. Wilson rubbed his forehead and said, "I believe this explanation." Damn capitalists, don't they have a reasonable explanation? Rice smiled wryly and said, "It's a pity, Mr. President." Just this morning, Mr. Ginsburg, the owner of the Texas chemical plant, had a gas explosion in his home, killing all 36 people in his family, including his servants. Wilson was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He would bet that if the news spread, it would definitely cause a big uproar in the outside world. Anyone who still believes that the flu has nothing to do with chemical plants is an idiot. Ginsburg is not a small person. He is at least one of the top 30 big capitalists in the United States, and he is also a member of the largest consortium in Kansas. Wilson doesn't even need to track down the murderer. He can't find anything at all. Even if he investigates, it's still a matter of a few scapegoats. He can guess the culprit behind the scenes. As for why you want to silence it, isn't it simple? Now, as long as anyone who has anything to do with the Texas chemical plant wants to leave the relationship, let alone the shareholders behind the scenes, they must be silenced. Don't look at their arrogance in the United States, but they don't have much status in the world. In the face of pressure from countries around the world, can the U.S. government keep them? If it is the U.S. government of the world police, maybe it can do it. If the current U.S. government dares to resist, believe it or not, the European coalition forces will come. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 452, The Road to the Overlord. It's not that Ferdinand can do it alone. Bulgaria does not have such a strong force, except for the initial leak of the chemical plant, which has a little relationship with him. Bulgaria is in a diving state throughout the whole process, raising the flag behind John Bull. Of course, it is also necessary to come out from time to time to bring the rhythm. After all, there is no one to guide, and it will not be directed at the Americans so quickly. Now everyone is not sure whether the flu epidemic has passed, so the threat to Americans is only verbal. As for whether to take actual action, it depends on the specific situation. But this time the Americans have been miserable. John Bull's approach this time has won the full support of Bulgaria and France. European countries know to join as long as they are not stupid. There is no need for the British to pay any price. The two countries must bring their own dry food to take the lead. Since the source topic of the pandemic has been pointed to the United States, everyone knows that a golden opportunity has come, and it's not for nothing. National support. Is the Prime Minister ready? Ferdinand asked. Constantine said confidently, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Now the Americans can't tell, so the evidence points to the Texas chemical plant, but now all the insiders are dead." To say that the Americans did not. Who believes in the development of biological and chemical weapons? We have reached an agreement with the French government to jointly propose to freeze all the assets of the Americans on the League of Nations, and the British also expressed their support for our proposal. The freezing of assets is only the first step. Americans do not invest much in Bulgaria. The most important thing is that once the freezing of assets of the United States is announced, the debt owed to them will not be repaid. Bringing the French together to make a proposal is naturally worth sharing the hatred. Who makes the two countries owe money to the Americans now? If they don't come forward, who will come forward? Ferdinand gave the hammer a hammer. Well, at this League of Nations meeting, we must expose the facts of the U.S. government's crimes against humanity and seek justice for the more than 5 million innocent people who died in Bulgaria. It is very difficult to obtain Bulgarian citizenship while a person is alive. People have died and now they have become citizens of Bulgaria. It can only be said that interests are the best propellant. If it is said that more than 5,000 people have died, maybe the U.S. government will directly admit the compensation. According to the price standard of this era, it is a big deal of $10,000 per person and $50 million. In addition to other compensation, a maximum of 5,000 yuan will be added. $10,000. The U.S. government estimates that most of them will choose to go private with Bulgaria in the end. Now that 5 million people have died, the Wilson government estimates that they dare not acknowledge the death. This is really unbearable. And causing the death of 5,000 people and causing the death of 5 million people are not the same concept. This crime against humanity alone is enough to make the U.S. government never clean it up. This is just a Bulgaria. Britain and France are not easy to mess with in this era. It is estimated that their casualties are also astronomical. If you add the death toll of other countries, even if there is not 100 million, it is estimated that it is almost there. What does the U.S. government pay for? Hundreds of U.S. governments have to go bankrupt too. If they can't afford it, they will freeze all their assets. Whether they should continue to take measures in the future depends on whether the Wilson government's diplomatic means are sharp enough this time. Constantine said solemnly, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, if the U.S. government cannot give the Bulgarian people a satisfactory answer, we have decided not to let it go." On May 12, 1919, the League of Nations held its second League meeting in London. At the beginning of the meeting, British Prime Minister Lloyd George criticized the U.S. government's attempt to use the virus to wipe out all countries in the world and dominate the world, and called on all countries to unite, rise up against this evil enemy. Speech content: Today is a sad day. We are all gathered here because we have 100 million fellow human beings who are forever away from us. May God bless them to rest in heaven. The deceased has passed away, but the matter is not over yet. The culprit responsible for the death of 100 million of our compatriots is still at large. We have the responsibility and obligation to send them to hell and give an account to all the deceased compatriots. The mastermind behind this is the U.S. government. They use the cover of chemical factories to conduct virus research in it. The purpose is very clear. It is to eliminate human beings from all over the world and achieve the purpose of ruling the world. But justice will eventually triumph over evil. Americans leaked the virus ahead of time because of an accident. This is God reminding us, don't forget that there is a kingdom of devils across the ocean, and they always use. No matter how many people he died, it is now 100 million. If not enough people died, how could he be able to highlight the evil of the Americans? Afterwards, various countries expressed that they must fight the evil forces of the United States to the end, and restore the world to a bright future. All major authorities in Europe have produced evidence to point the cause of this American flu to the Texas chemical plant. Professor Klinsmann of the University of Bulgaria said sadly and indignantly, with regard to the influenza virus, our Bulgarian Institute of Biological Research has already published some conclusions, and now I will reiterate it here. In the name of God, I swear that the following words are our real scientific research results, and I also welcome corrections from colleagues in the scientific community. The Faculty of Biological Sciences of the University of Bulgaria can be said to be the first institution concerned with the influenza virus, and the cause was completely exceptional. In June 1918, the flu spread to Bulgaria. We also stumbled upon the unusualness of this flu. At an exchange meeting, our students heard the conversations of several doctors, which aroused our attention, and this was the reason for the nationwide martial law in Bulgaria. We all know that the common influenza virus is mostly aimed at the old and the weak, the sick and the disabled, and their resistance is weaker. So most of the deaths are the old and the weak. But this time the American flu is different. They target young adults, and the highest mortality rate is in the age group of 20 to 40 years old. The doctor's unconscious talk made our students take this news as a joke, brought it back, and then caught our attention. At the beginning, we thought who carried out a biochemical attack on Bulgaria. The mortality rate of the first wave of the flu outbreak was indeed not high. But among the 1,000 patients who died at first, there were 942 young adults. We made the wrong judgment, thinking that someone poisoned Bulgaria, and then there was a nationwide martial law, because we didn't know where the enemy was. So at any time we were like headless flies. Then we found out that something was wrong. Similar situations happened in many places all over the world, so this was not an action against our family alone. At that time, there were even interstellar scientists who speculated that aliens invaded the Earth. To this end, we also contacted the United Kingdom and France, and prepared to join hands to defend the Earth. But everyone gave up soon, because the enemy had arrived on the Earth, and the level of technology was simply beyond our ability to match, and they did not need to engage in these little tricks. In July, after some research, everyone suddenly found that the culprit responsible for the death of young adults was a new virus under the influenza virus, which we named N1.N1. This is a brand new virus. It can replicate and recombine, and then evolve into a new virus. We have never found such a strange virus in nature. Almost every time it replicates, recombination occurs, rather than through adulteration. After tens of thousands of replications, recombination mutation occurs. This is the terrible thing about it. The constant mutation means that we can't develop targeted medicines. We extracted the virus and conducted research, and found that the N1 virus is still a semi-finished product, and it seems to be incomplete. It is still in the stage of continuous evolution, which shocked us. So he issued a warning to the world, hoping that more people can participate in the research of N1 virus. Later, everyone found that it is not so scary. If it is not because of the constant changes, we can still easily develop therapeutic drugs. As the mystery continues to be revealed, we have made a bold assumption that the N1 virus did not come from nature, but was developed by the outside world. Then all these unusual characteristics make sense. These are artificially acquired. Set up. These are all true and false and true. In theory, it can be speculated that the virus of the American flu was made by humans. As for how it was made, of course, it was made in an accident. Scientific research mostly comes from accident. Even the Bulgarian scientists are now being tricked in. At most, Ferdinand just gave them a hint in his heart, and then everyone decisively walked into a dead end. Of course, there will be no loopholes in Klinsmann's speech. After speaking, Klinsmann stepped off the podium, and Oxford University biologist Professor Brownie stepped onto the podium and said, "I agree with Professor Klinsmann's point of view just now, and our Oxford University Institute of Biology can guarantee that, among the viruses that have been discovered in the world today, there is no virus similar to the N1 virus. We can boldly guess that such high-speed transmission, rapid recombination and mutation viruses do not exist in nature. If they do exist, they may have evolved life after countless years of mutation and recombination. Even their power is enough to wipe out most species on Earth. This kind of virus with strong latency, strong transmission ability, and can recombine and evolve at any time, I don't think they will perish. Of course, the N1 virus is different. It is just a semi-finished product. Its evolution method is very strange. There is no standard life, in theory, as long as no new N1 virus is released again. The N1 virus has been circulating for more than a year, and their lives are about to come to an end. We have passed this wave of epidemic. Then Pasteur, a professor at the University of Paris, made a speech. Unfortunately, our conclusions are consistent with the previous two. Countless evidences show that the N1 virus is an acquired virus. We can even assert that with the current human scientific research technology, in theory, we can create the N1 virus as long as we go through a lot of experiments. At the same time, it is also limited by technology. We can't carry it as we want. It must be preserved through living organisms. It is best to carry it in the human body. Therefore, we can break the birthplace of the N1 virus in the United States. Authoritative organizations have all insisted that this is a man-made virus. If it has nothing to do with the leak of the Texas chemical plant, it means that someone put the virus into the American military camp. Americans cannot escape this statement. It also proves that the virus was made in the United States. The reason is the carrying problem. It must be a virus that is carried by organisms and can pass through the air. That is to travel all the way. The British intelligence agency also produced evidence that the Texas chemical plant had cooperated with the U.S. military on many occasions. In the end, Everyone unanimously came to the conclusion that the flu virus originated from the Texas chemical plant, and this virus is the biochemical weapon that the U.S. government is secretly researching. Control weapons of mass destruction in different environments. Now it is only because of an accident that their research has not been completed, and the semi-finished virus has been leaked out ahead of time, causing this pandemic. This can also explain why the United States suffered the same losses, but their losses were not as great as other countries, and the losses of Asian countries were greater than that of European countries. Semi-finished product. It's normal to make a mistake and hurt one's own people, but isn't the enemy dying more? Europeans die less than Asians. This is the result of American research. They are all European immigrants. Everyone has the same physiological functions, but Asians are different, so the consequences of targeting Asian races are even more serious. Specifically, you can refer to the Black Death in the Middle Ages. European countries suffered heavy losses, while Asia was under control. Political dignitaries in Britain, France, and the Three Kingdoms are okay. They all know that this is basically nonsense. When did the American technology become so advanced? They only thought it was a coincidence that the N1 virus was accidentally born due to a leak from a chemical plant. But there are more people who don't know it. From the point of view of ordinary people, this is the truth. This time, 2 or 3 million people died in Europe, while tens of millions died in Asia. It would be strange if it wasn't a targeted virus. The first to be frightened was the Japanese delegation. They actually believed what they said. The second-year middle school teenagers believed that the technological level of the white people was much higher than theirs. Killing virus. Tara Ezengi spoke at the League of Nations with a livid face. Everyone. The Americans are unscrupulous in conducting anti-human research. Can we just sit back and ignore it? The virus is still ravaging the world. We all know how much damage the Americans have caused to mankind this time. 100 million people in the world just disappeared. Can we continue to tolerate it? Do we really have to wait until the day when their evil research is successful before we take action? Then it's all too late. Now I propose that the League of Nations authorize everyone to take military action against the U.S. government to destroy this evil government against humanity. The final result of the vote was actually passed, and it was passed unanimously, with no abstentions. The League of Nations has authorized the use of force against the Americans, but how to fight it will be troublesome. Are European countries not ready for war? The World War has just ended, except for Japan, which is eager to fight. Other major powers are not ready for war. In the end, everyone's intention is to see the reaction of the Americans. If they realize their mistakes, they agree to hand over the murderer and compensate for the loss. Forget it. If you can't give everyone a satisfactory answer, it's not a bad idea to start a war. Anyway, if the whole world unites, victory is inevitable, and the American continent is enough for everyone to divide it up. Even if the proposal to take military action can be passed, we know how disgusted the governments of various countries are towards the Americans this time. This action against the Americans is strictly confidential, and European countries do not actually know the truth. Except for a limited number of people such as Ferdinand, not even the Bulgarian cabinet knows about it. Therefore, even if everyone participated in the action against the Americans, they also believed that this pandemic was caused by the leakage of the Texas chemical plant, so it is justifiable for everyone to trouble the Americans, even if they did not engage in biological and chemical weapons. But the leakage of chemical plants caused a global flu. We have killed so many people. It is not wrong to ask you for compensation, right? More than that, the family members of the deceased in the United States are starting to sue the Texas chemical plant. They all agree with this conclusion. What else can the Wilson government do? As for the speculation that birds cause influenza, it is a pity that no authoritative organization in the world has recognized it. Even domestic scientific research institutions in the United States can only think that this is a possibility. Until the mystery of why the flu broke out in the United States in the first place cannot be solved. Therefore, the current conclusion of the scientific community is, Americans created the N1 virus, which caused the American flu. The only thing that is controversial is whether the N1 virus was deliberately created by the US government. This is also very important. If it was deliberately created by the US government, then it's unreasonable. Everyone just copied the guy and fucked him. This is killing everyone. Absolutely intolerable. If it wasn't made intentionally by the US government, but was born unintentionally due to the leak of a chemical plant, then it would have to be discussed. As long as the US government is willing to spend its blood, it is estimated that it can survive this disaster. The road to world hegemony. Let it die. You are destined to be the public enemy of the world. Even the hatred of Germany in World War II cannot be compared with the Americans today. Nowadays, people all over the world want to kill them, not to keep a low profile, and still want to dominate the world. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 453, Reasonable and Legal Default. As soon as the League of Nations meeting was over, the diplomatic note reached Washington, and the Wilson administration would not end its days. This is really bullying. The League of Nations did not take the United States of America seriously at all, and first demanded the U.S. government to hand over the murderer. But the sky-high indemnity that followed was really killing people. Wilson suddenly discovered that the Germans' indemnity was really not much, at least compared with the sky-high compensation offered by the League of Nations. The former was less than 1% of the latter's. After the analysis of the think tank, it finally came to the conclusion that the purpose of all countries in the world this time is to destroy the United States of America, and this destruction is not necessarily military, but also economic means. From this amount of indemnity, it can be seen that the sum of 0 and 0 is a huge sum of £5 trillion. How could the U.S. government pay, even if it is a bargain? Just paying 1% of the indemnity can drag down the U.S. government, even if it is a 1% indemnity. That is the output value of the American people for decades. After selling the United States, it is impossible to pay the indemnity, but the League of Nations still proposed it. Of course, in addition to the indemnity, there is also an astronomical fine for crimes against humanity. In short, the U.S. government wants to pass the difficulty this time. It seems that the amount is huge. If it is evenly distributed in front of each deceased, this number will be the same. It is nothing more than a slightly higher standard. What the Wilson government cannot accept is that the death of the natives also requires them to pay equal compensation. NEMA, according to their previous estimates, the U.S. government will at most pay the pensions of the 3 million people who died in Europe. The big deal is that he will go to European countries to apologize and walk around. The reality tells him that he thinks so well. Everyone's morals are not good. When they were alive, the natives were worthless, but now that they are dead, they are legal citizens of others, and the Americans must be responsible! Wilson asked, what do the capitalists say? What explanation do the Kansas consortiums have? They provoked the goods. Is it time to give an explanation? Rice said with a wry smile. There's no worthwhile answer. Everyone's answer is the same, and they don't know. The capitalists have made a tacit agreement with the Texas chemical plant. Even the companies that have had business dealings with the Texas chemical plant have recently changed their bosses. The major consortiums have expressed their anger at this incident, and they are also very helpless about this incident. Some people are even worried about the outbreak of war and are preparing to transfer property. Wilson chose to remain silent. Under normal circumstances, the consortium would of course not do this kind of outrageous thing, but judging from the current situation, it gave him the feeling that someone behind seemed to be doing something for the Texas chemical plant for real. And the flu virus is just an accidental product. Whether it is an accident or not, now the U.S. government must turn it into an accident so that it can continue to negotiate with the League of Nations. To do this, the relevant personnel involved must stand up and explain the cause and effect clearly, instead of all those in the know are dead like now. Wilson asked, when will the accident investigation team from the League of Nations arrive in the United States? Rice thought for a while and replied, after half a month. A total of 38 countries have sent representatives to participate. The results of their accident identification this time will determine whether the League of Nations will use force against the United States of America. Wilson rubbed his forehead. "The biggest crisis since the founding of the United States of America is coming. The public enemy of the world is definitely not that easy to do. Singled out the things in the world, or leave it to others to do it. With the ethnic composition of the United States, once the pandemic is confirmed, it was created by man-made forces. For this reason, countries declare war on the U.S. government. Don't expect the patriotic integrity of the general public to be high. The possibility of them taking the initiative to join the army to defend their homeland and defend the country is very likely that they have not yet formed a revolutionary party to launch an uprising. Therefore, war is absolutely not to be fought, and even if it is to be fought, it cannot be fought with this question, otherwise they will have no troops and the people will stand against the government." Ferdinand smiled and looked at the results of the League of Nations meeting, which was smoother than he had expected in advance. All the evidence pointed to the Americans. Of course, the governments of various countries will be anti-American. Now European countries, as long as they do not oppose the United States, are national thieves. International public opinion has been guided. The families of the deceased are clamoring for revenge on the Americans. How can politicians speak for the Americans? Bulgaria's biggest enemy in the future is now embattled on all sides, and the Americans don't expect to be able to reverse the case, at least within 100 years. The current level of technology will not be able to overturn the conclusion made by the League of Nations. As for 100 years later, it's been so long, it's useless to try to reverse the case, right? Is it expected that the participating countries will collectively admit their mistakes and rehabilitate the Americans, bearing the hat of crimes against humanity, as the culprit responsible for the deaths of 100 million people around the world? The Wilson government, no matter how powerful it is, has no chance to exert it. And from now on, the U.S. government has lost the right to attack foreign countries. As long as they dare to take military action abroad, everyone will think of the American flu and ethnic cleansing. Ferdinand said calmly, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that we will not repay all the loans of the Americans, and will also confiscate all the assets of the Americans in Bulgaria for post-disaster reconstruction work." Ferdinand is in a very good mood now. After one operation, he doesn't have to pay back the money he owes the Americans, and he can confiscate all their insured assets. Also, Bulgaria could confiscate their insured assets, but the U.S. government dared not take any action. The Wilson government has realized that the American flu and the leak of the Dexter chemical plant have been tied together. At this time, they are in a loss. As long as the governments of various countries do not send troops to them, then everything is negotiable. Before this decision was announced, the insured assets of the Americans had actually been seized, but they had not yet been declared confiscated, and were temporarily frozen. Now the League of Nations has come to the conclusion that it is reasonable and legal to confiscate their property. Foreign Minister Medvedev replied, "Yes, but Your Majesty, do we want to take part in military operations against the U.S. government?" The final investigation conclusion of the League of Nations has not yet come out. But this does not prevent everyone from organizing a coalition and giving the Americans a hard time. Ferdinand frowned. He hesitated. Is it really that easy to win the laborers' expedition to the American continent? If the Americans survived this disaster, they broke the jar, and appeared as the public enemy of the world, what should they do? It depends on the attitude of the British. As long as they dare to send the main force of the Royal Navy, we will participate with all our strength. If the British are half-hearted, then we will go through the motions. In the end, Ferdinand chose to participate, mainly because the temptation was too great. If the military operation is successful, the United States can be dismembered, and everyone can support an independent country of their own nation. Although there are not many Bulgarians in the United States, there are still quite a few Slavs. It is also possible to integrate and establish a country. By the way, the tentacles of Bulgaria can be penetrated into the American continent. It doesn't matter if it fails. The big deal is that the Navy has suffered heavy losses. Most of Bulgaria's territory is connected together. The importance of the Navy is not that great. Even if the entire army is wiped out, in 2 or 3 years at most, Ferdinand can build a Bulgarian navy again. There is nothing to be afraid of. This is mainly the sequelae of the aircraft. If it weren't for the birth of the Air Force, It is estimated that now everyone has no nonsense and just called the door. It is impossible for the U.S. Navy to win the combined fleet formed by various countries, let alone the U.S. Army. Even the Bulgarian militias can look down on them. However, the United Kingdom still has Canada and the Americas, and the Americans still have Mexico to the south. Countries can still transport their troops there, unless the Americans have the ability to unify the American continent before they launch an attack. It's not that Ferdinand looks down on them, but to unify the American continent with the strength of the U.S. Army. No one can do it in 10 or 8 years. To block the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean, it is estimated that the size of the U.S. Navy cannot be tripled. Once the coalition forces have completed the landing anywhere, they will have nothing to do with them. When Bulgaria announced its refusal to repay the U.S. debt, the governments of various countries naturally followed suit, made decisions in the shortest time, and joined the army of defaulters. Everyone has a well-founded default, and the governments of various countries will use this money for post-disaster reconstruction to make up for the losses caused by the American flu. The most direct consequence is that the industries that Americans have operated overseas for hundreds of years have been confiscated collectively by governments of various countries in just over a week. For a time, the American consortium suffered heavy losses. Many weak consortiums even fell into debt crisis, especially the financial institutions engaged in international loans. This time, they all lost their money. There is no doubt that the biggest prophet this time is John Bull, who told them to have more colonies. The American investment above is naturally more. The unscrupulous John Bull should have sent the Navy to intercept American merchant ships, and if he caught them, he would immediately declare them confiscated. The United States, which had replaced Britain as the world's largest shipping power after the World War, was beaten back to its prototype overnight. And since June 1919, all foreign trade in the United States has been interrupted, and business is really impossible to do, and there are all robbers outside, who seized American products and confiscated them, and traded for nothing. The Wilson government can only watch all this happen quietly, not to mention the major powers, and even the puppets supported by the U.S. government have not hesitated to fight back. For example, the Cuban government has confiscated all U.S. assets, dropped all U.S. debt. Take action? How to act? Declare war on the world? It is estimated that it is in line with other people's intentions, and governments of various countries are still hesitating whether to do something to them. If the U.S. government takes the initiative to take military action, then no one needs to think about it. The dissatisfaction of the American people with the Wilson government has reached the highest level in history, and the capitalist consortium has also endured the government to the limit. However, the status of the Wilson government has become more consolidated. The opposition parties have no intention of impeaching the president. This time, he proposed to take the blame and resign. There is no way. It is useless for anyone to come to power now. This mess is enough to make any politician collapse, and interests bribe and divide and disintegrate the alliance of various countries. The Wilson government has been doing it all the time, but they didn't expect their opponents to be so ruthless. They directly confiscated all their overseas properties and relinquished all their American debts. What is the U.S. government going to buy now? People don't need you to reduce or forgive debts, and everyone directly robbed them and bought a hair. It is obviously not so easy to achieve division and disintegration. Everyone has shared the spoils together, and the hostility to the United States has naturally increased a bit. If the snake does not die, what will happen in the future? Large countries may not be afraid of the infamous United States, but small countries are afraid, especially in the Americas. Where is it? At your doorstep. In theory, as long as the four countries of Britain, France, and Japan are bought, this crisis will be over. In fact, the biggest problem is that the four countries are difficult to buy. The opportunity is right in front of you. Why should you let it go? What bargaining chip can the U.S. government come up with to satisfy everyone? At least the British Empire must be satisfied. They are the leaders of this incident. Just as everyone was discussing what to do with the Americans, the Admiralty made a proposal to Ferdinand to occupy Liberia as a colony of Bulgarian exiles. Everyone knows that this is an American colony in Africa, but it does not directly rule and supports a puppet regime. Now, while the Americans have no time to take care of it. There is no military problem, and the U.S. Navy simply does not dare to leave the port, otherwise it will not want to go back. They can confiscate their merchant ships, and everyone can confiscate their warships. The Japanese Navy was already preparing to attack the Philippines, and Bulgaria was also involved in dividing the spoils. Don't think about the big islands, that's what the Japanese have in their pockets. As the price of supporting their military operations, the small ports still have something to gain. There are more than 7,000 islands in the Philippine archipelago, and the Japanese government doesn't mind the Bulgarian government getting it. Stand your ground. Of course, the most important thing is that Bulgaria's strength in Asia is too weak to threaten them. It is still very worthwhile to exchange one or two small islands for the support of a foreign power. But what does Bulgaria want Liberia for? The resources seem to be there, but they cannot be developed in the short term. Do you really want to add a penal colony like the Admiralty? Ferdinand asked with concern. How many troops will be dispatched to take Liberia? Navy Minister Petrov thought for a while and said, 1 coastal defense battleship, 2 cruisers, plus a Marine Corps. We can solve the local American colonial government. Ferdinand rubbed his forehead. Is this a country? The battle of destroying the country was so serious, and in the end it was discovered that it was actually a child playing the house, and a team could solve the problem. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ferdinand asked suspiciously. It seems that the colonial government has the authority to mobilize a regiment of troops, right? Need you, the Minister of the Admiralty, come to me in person. According to the management regulations of the Bulgarian colony, the colonial government can mobilize an army of less than 3,000 people within the colony, and the attack on Liberia is just within the scope. Nominally, Liberia is still an independent country in Africa, and its international status is that of indigenous tribes. To attack indigenous tribes, there is no need to declare war, so the colonial government can decide for itself, Petrov said with some embarrassment. The colonial governments in Africa are opposed to this military operation. They believe that Liberia is worthless, and it is not worth the effort to spend a lot of time for a criminal exile. Rather than exile people, it is better to send them to plantations. Ferdinand nodded. Liberia really has no development value in the short term, but if the cost is low, he still doesn't mind taking it into his hands. In the future, it can also be used as a refugee camp in Bulgaria. The government can introduce a law to send all the refugees that are not needed in the country. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 454. The turbulent 1919 passed in a flash. The theme of this year was, epidemic, 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 and then the conjecture about the causes and consequences of the American flu. The Wilson government did not sit still. If overseas assets are lost, they will be lost, and international debts will be lost. Anyway, those things are impossible to come back. The most important thing is to guide public opinion. As long as this pandemic is diverted from the U.S. government, it will be a victory. So various speculations began to circulate among the people, such as: 1. Accident theory. The leak of the Texas chemical plant just caught up with the flu, and an unexpected combination of viruses caused the flu. This explanation is a professional answer given by the American Academy of Sciences. 2. A conspiracy theory. A certain careerist conducted secret research in a Texas chemical plant and accidentally had an accident, causing the virus to leak. The most widely circulated opinion among the people. 3. Coincidence theory plus conspiracy theory. Flu virus and chemical plant leak just happened to crash, and then were used by European anti-American forces, publicly promoted by the U.S. government. 4. Framing theory. The flu virus is man-made, but the manufacturer is not the U.S. government, but an enemy of the U.S. government. It was deliberately released in the United States in order to create chaos in the United States. The global American flu. 5. Science fiction. The prelude to the alien invasion of the Earth. 6. Ancient virus theory. The N1 virus is a virus lurking in fossils, and the fossils were treated as ordinary stones by American soldiers and used to build barracks. As time passed, Someone accidentally opened the fossils and released the disease. 7. The devil theory. The devil who escaped from Ankara, lurked in the United States, and then created this virus, trying to use the virus to wipe out human beings and unify the earth. Have to say, the Wilson government is really fighting, and in order to reduce the pressure, various versions of the rumors are circulating around the world, attracting the public's attention. The effect is not bad, at least much better than the previous accusations against the U.S. government by the whole people. In order to clear the suspicion, the U.S. government even disclosed all the expenses, even the shady espionage funds. Wilson doesn't care anymore. No matter how influential other things are, the big deal is being scolded. No matter how much trouble it is, it's not half as big as this time. The investigation team of the League of Nations also did not go well in obtaining evidence in the United States. First of all, they all died. Second, the N1 virus is different from others. Its transmission can be carried out through the air, and its vitality is not very strong. The longest incubation period, that is a few months. At the beginning of the virus outbreak, no one could find any valuable information. Of course, the U.S. government has prepared a scapegoat and took the initiative to take the responsibility for the leak of the Texas chemical plant. Unfortunately, the League of Nations did not recognize it. As time has passed, there is no way to investigate the responsibility of the accident. The most typical example is the original chemical plant, which is now in ruins and cannot explain the problem. For Ferdinand, no result is the best result. In the United States of this era, the country's centripetal force is not strong. The longer this time drags on, the greater the mental pressure of the American people. Coupled with the severance of overseas trade, most of the factories in the United States are reducing production capacity, and even some companies specializing in exports have already faced difficulties and are on the verge of bankruptcy. If it weren't for the support of domestic consortia, the bankruptcy wave in the United States has exploded, and even so, everyone's life would not be easy. In order to stabilize the situation, the Wilson government was forced to close the stock exchange. But this closure will always open one day. Once it is opened again, it will be when the U.S. stock market collapses. A large number of companies have suffered heavy losses overseas and are now insolvent. It can be said that the longer the delay, the more serious the internal crisis of the United States, and even collapse on its own. This is exactly what the British and French countries hope. If the Americans can be killed without a single shot, who would be willing to do it except Japan? What about cross-sea expeditions? Just when everyone thought the flu was going to pass, the flu broke out again in the winter of 1919, scaring everyone into panic, thinking that the flu virus had evolved again. Ferdinand was also taken aback. Fortunately, the flu did not start in Eastern Europe, leaving Bulgaria with time to react. The port that had just resumed navigation was closed, and the country returned to a state of martial law again. Well, the protagonist is not omnipotent. At least the time of the last wave of the epidemic, he made a mistake, thinking that it will only explode in spring. This is Baidu's fault, who made the information on the internet disappear in 1919. If it is not remembered that there were 3 waves, it is estimated that the Bulgarian government will announce the end of the epidemic. Fortunately, the mortality rate of the last wave of the epidemic is not high. Of course, this is only relative to the second wave. After a circle around the world, nearly 10 million people died because of it. It was not until the end of the spring of 1992 that mankind got out of the shadow of the American flu, but things are definitely not over. On May 1, 1992, the Royal Academy of Sciences of the United Kingdom made an announcement, announcing that after smallpox and the Black Death, the third devastating virus facing the human world, the N1 virus, has declined and will no longer cause large-scale damage to humans. Harm. Reasons. 1. Influenza virus also has a life cycle. After the lifespan of the original virus is over, the toxicity of the new virus has weakened in the circulation, and the spread is greatly reduced. 2. After being infected with influenza virus and cured, antibodies have been produced in the human body, and the threat has been reduced. The British explanation ostensibly announced the end of the flu epidemic, but the proposal of the original virus led the public skull to the United States. If anyone says that the virus is naturally occurring this time, it is estimated that the public can tear him apart! With mounting evidence linking the Texas chemical leak to the American flu, the Wilson administration has made a surprising move this time around. The spokesperson of the U.S. Foreign Office held a public press conference, announcing the U.S. government deeply regrets the American flu that has just passed. Regarding the investigation into the cause of the virus, the U.S. government has actively cooperated with the work of the League of Nations investigation team. So far, all the evidence points to the leak of the Texas chemical plant. Due to unexpected factors, all parties involved have died, and the case has reached a deadlock. The U.S. government has never conducted any biochemical research in the Texas chemical plant. Every expenditure of our government has been disclosed to the public, including the flow of bank funds. You are welcome to check. As a responsible big country, we will continue to cooperate with the work of the investigation team and investigate those responsible in depth. We deeply apologize to the victims. This is because our government has not done its job properly and has not been able to comprehensively supervise chemical plants. This disaster. In the face of this disaster, everyone is a victim. The virus does not recognize people. The United States of America has also paid a heavy price. In this pandemic, our death toll is the largest among major countries. The number of deaths that have been counted has exceeded 3.8 million, and most of them are young adults. The average life expectancy in the United States has dropped by 12 years for 2 consecutive years. The U.S. government hereby expresses its inescapable responsibility as the site of the accident, and we will discuss the issue of pensions with the families of the deceased. And here we solemnly promise that the U.S. government has decided not to let go of any responsible person in this accident. We have dismissed all relevant government officials as soon as the accident occurred and sent it to the court. Supervision absolutely must give a satisfactory account to the families of the deceased! It's the Wilson government's choice to avoid the important ones. Now that the Texas chemical plant has been hacked, it can't be hacked anymore. Everyone thinks that the flu has something to do with the leak of the chemical plant, so let's just admit it. Anyway, even Wilson himself believes that the flu virus this time is related to the leak of the chemical factory. It is related to the leak of the chemical plant, which can only show that the capitalists have neglected safety in order to make money, so let them take the blame, as long as it is proved that the government has not participated in the research of biological and chemical weapons. At the same time, he put the U.S. government in the position of the victims. Ferdinand is sure that the big flu in the history of the United States did not kill so many people, so there is something tricky here. People must have died. As for whether they died from the flu, this is hard to say. It is a dark guess, and it does not rule out the bitter tricks that Americans deliberately devised. How can you be one of the victims without a few dead people? The Wilson government knows that the American consortium is even less stupid. In order to escape, it is completely feasible to sacrifice the lives of some poor people. In the United States, there are a large number of non-citizens, and some of them are not distressed at all. The specific operation, since the hospital can save people, it can also kill people. The consortium behind the scenes can create a secret massacre if they want. Ferdinand frowned. When the death toll in the United States exceeded that of Europe, things changed a bit. People's hearts are so delicate, they don't see others better than themselves. But when they see others worse than themselves, many people's sympathy comes up again. If the U.S. government does not intervene, the U.S. government will only have to pay a heavy price, and the crisis will be over, and it will be difficult to find an opportunity to deal with them. Foreign Minister Medvedev asked, "Your Majesty, the Americans have just sent us a diplomatic note to discuss the issue of pensions with the families of the deceased. Do we want to refuse?" Ferdinand said without hesitation, "Give me a rejection and tell the Americans that we reject all bilateral exchanges until we can prove the innocence of the U.S. government." "Yes," Medvedev replied. "Pension? Pamper a ghost. Just how much money is there for the thousands of people who died in Bulgaria? And who knows who the family members of the gang that died in the colony are? If they let them go so easily, would they have to return the confiscated property? Do you have to continue to pay the loan you missed? Instead, Ferdinand would rather fight the Americans. At least he has many allies now. The Japanese are activists, and the British also want to fight the Americans. After a pause, Ferdinand made a decision. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs directly confronted the London government and told the UK to fight if they wanted to. We Bulgaria fully support it. If we continue to ink, we will not play! Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 455. The Tragic Weimar Republic. The Hohenzollern family in Germany has received good news recently. First, Bulgaria supports the former Romanian royal family to succeed the King of East Prussia, and then the British support Wilhelm II to succeed the King of the Rhine Kingdom. Whether it is William II or the late King Carol I of Romania, both belong to the German Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family, and another major direct branch of the Hohenzollern family, the Hegemony family, has been died out in 1869. Due to the pandemic, the establishment of the Rhine Kingdom and East Prussia has been delayed, and of course, the Hohenzollern family has been unsure about the candidate for the throne. The European kings of this era all want face. Their heads can be cut off and blood can be shed, but face cannot be lost. This is the status quo of the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family, as the loser William II and Ferdinand I of Romania both declared their rejection of the crown. This is also true in history. On the one hand, Wilhelm II wanted to restore, but on the other hand, he was unwilling to give up face. In the end, he missed the best time for restoration and let Hitler come to power. William II is okay. He still has a son. Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family. Ferdinand is in trouble. His son is not worried. The famous Carol II in history, now already infamous. The name I don't love the country and the beauty surpassed the romantic King Edward VIII. Even before the demise of Romania, the crown prince was busy talking about love. Of course, that's all it takes to talk about love. If it is from the beginning to the end, it may be a romantic story. It is not unacceptable for the openness of Europe at that time. For example, learn from His Majesty Ferdinand of the Habsburgs of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They did not break the secular restrictions, and they embraced the beauty of the country. It's a pity that Carol II, the playboy, can't do it. Because he loves too much. He likes the new and hates the old, and naturally there will be no supporters. Such a king, it is estimated that the people of East Prussia will not like it, and the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family will no longer be able to withstand the toss. If there is another prodigal, the surplus they have accumulated in Germany for hundreds of years will be squandered. Empty. Then everyone began to worry. Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen Ferdinand didn't want the throne to fall into the hands of other branches, and the son was not good enough to make him the King of East Prussia, maybe in a few years. Expelled. Bulgaria only promised to put them on the throne, but did not promise to help them keep the throne. Once they lose the throne again, their line will have no chance again. Not only that, there are still many people in the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family who are eyeing the East Prussian throne. This is the foundation of the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family. It has been in business for hundreds of years. As long as you succeed to the throne, you can quickly control the power with the support of the Baoang faction. The benefits here are not small. Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family, Ferdinand asked in embarrassment. Stewardessa, what do you think I should do now? Little Carol is ignorant. Many people in the family have expressed interest in the throne of East Prussia. Those nephews of mine are going to step on my door recently. Butleressa frowned. Should he consider this question? Originally, the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family Ferdinand had many cronies, but as Romania was incorporated into Bulgaria, these supporters lost hope and left him one by one. Of course, this is also a good thing for him. Otherwise it would be a burden for the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family Ferdinand who have been exiled to raise such a person. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be better for you to serve as the King of East Prussia in person. Little Carol is not a success. You can still wait for your grandson, Elsa suggested. Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family Ferdinand smiled bitterly and said, those bastards, do you think they will have hope? I'm not a wise master, and I don't have the ability to lift them up. After finishing speaking, He turned his eyes to the direction of Romania, as if he was nostalgic for his old life. When I was the crown prince of Romania, I was so happy under my father's wings, but everything has changed since he took the throne. After his father's sudden death, before he could sort out the country, he was forced to be involved in the World War, and then he was defeated all the way and began his exile career. After hesitating for a while, the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family Ferdinand changed his mind again. The foundation of the family cannot be lost. Due to the relationship between the World War, the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family has been severely damaged. This kind of heavy damage is not only because they lost their crown, but also a lot of wealth and contacts, which were also destroyed in the war. If they want to recover, it is impossible to do it without 180 years of operation. Who will succeed the King of East Prussia? Ferdinand, who is far away, and Sophia doesn't care, anyway, as long as it belongs to the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family. Even if it is an idiot or an idiot, it doesn't matter to him. Anyway, as long as he completes the agreement and establishes prestige in the European royal family, it is impossible for Ferdinand to reproduce the power of Queen Victoria's European grandmother, and he has no daughter to marry. But it is still possible for Ferdinand to achieve the prestige of Edward VII's European uncle. In fact, his prestige in the royal family is not far from Edward VII. To establish prestige in the European royal family, it is difficult to say that it is not difficult or difficult. In short, as long as you are the defender of the royal power, and you have also helped others to keep the throne, it is enough to gain the majority of people's respect. To put it bluntly, this is a combination of relatives and interests, but it is more complicated than ordinary relatives. But it is still an alliance of interests in essence, and blood is just a bond. If Bulgaria is not to be rejected by the mainstream European society, they must have a good reputation, but the reputation is a false thing. It is just blowing it out directly, and it is no different from the business blowing of later generations. If it weren't for Ferdinand's hard work, it is estimated that Bulgaria's current reputation would not be much better than that of Malbar, or it might even be hacked into the Ottoman Empire. It's comfortable to do whatever you want, and you won't even lose a piece of meat. But don't mix it up in diplomacy. For details, you can refer to Maung's bumpy European hegemony road, and the Germans' heads up all over the world. The minister of the palace, Karl, went to Ferdinand with 2 invitations and said, "Your Majesty, this is an invitation sent by the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family. The coronation ceremonies of the kings of the Rhine Kingdom on June 28, 1920 and July 28, 1920!" Ferdinand didn't even look at it. He made a decision: let's inform little Ferdinand, let's lead the team to participate. European royal families are usually rare, except for weddings, funerals, and marriages. Only the enthronement ceremony can get everyone together. Ferdinand naturally wants to let Ferdinand go out to sea, and by the way, you can make some friends. On the battlefield, you fight to the death, but in private, everyone is still relatives and friends, and there are only a few who have truly formed a deadly feud. The circle of the royal family is only so big. When looking at history, basically all the major families have fought. If you want to hold revenge, the royal marriage will not need to be carried out. All the gods have been enemies! Time flies, and in 1920 the 3 kingdoms agreed by the Allies were established successively, namely the Kingdom of East Prussia, the Kingdom of the Rhine, and the Kingdom of Poland. If you add the existing kingdoms of Bavaria, Saxony, Württemberg, and Prussia, there are 7 kingdoms, 6 grand duchies, 5 duchies, 7 princely kingdoms, and 3 free Hanseatic cities, Hamburg, Bremen, Lübeck, in which the Kingdom of Prussia has become a republic with a direct central cut, and other regions are still a combination of coexistence of kings, nobles, and parliaments. The Weimar Republic was established under such extremely bad political conditions. It belongs to the territory that the central government can directly rule, and it only accounts for less than 40% of the country's territorial area. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the Allies gave up the liquidation of the nobles. In order to divide Germany, The French decisively helped these states stabilize the situation. Then it created the current special situation of coexistence of 28 states. If it is only a multi-state coexistence, it is not impossible to solve it. The problem is that the Germans now lack an emperor who can coordinate the overall situation. President, what the hell is that? Can it be bigger than a king? The people of the major states have no feeling for the president of this empire, and they can't control them anyway. What is even more tragic is that the rights of these kingdoms and principalities have increased greatly again. For example, they have the right to independently form an army, have the right to conclude treaties with foreign countries, and have independent financial accounting. It can be said that the French have done a very good job this time, as long as the situation remains stable. After decades, Germany will once again become a mess. Don't expect the British to help the Germans again. They just need Germany to counteract the expansion of the French, not a strong Germany. Fragmented Germany, its national strength is still strong. At least they can contain the French. They usually make trouble for themselves. Once the enemy invades, they will still be a whole. This is exactly the scene that London and Sofia most hoped to appear. A new chapter in history was turned again, but the Weimar Republic came anyway, and after the end of the World War, German Chancellor Max von Baden handed over power to SPD chairman Friedrich Ebert. However, Baden's behavior did not meet the needs of interest groups. Therefore, the next day, a revolutionary government called the Parliament of the People's Representatives was established, consisting of 3 representatives each from the Social Democratic Party and the Independent Social Democratic Party, led by Albert and Hugo Haas respectively. Although the new government was recognized by the Workers' and Soldiers' Parliament in Berlin, it was opposed by the Spartak League led by Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. In Mr. Abbott's National Assembly for Parliament from 16 to 18 December, his Social Democrats won the majority of seats. As a result, Albert was able to convene the National Assembly immediately, with a view to drafting a constitution and establishing a perfect parliamentary system, thus weakening the support for the establishment of a socialist republic. From November 1917 to March 1918, Germany was virtually dictatorially ruled by the Parliament of the People's Representatives. During these 6 months, the new government has been surprisingly positive, issuing numerous decrees. Most of its activities are limited to a few areas, including the 8-hour workday, home labor reform, agricultural labor reform, civil servants' union rights, local social benefits, at the national and federal state levels, national health insurance, reinstatement of laid-off workers, fight forced dismissal and join the appeal system, regulation of salary agreements, and universal suffrage for people over 20 of all classes at the local and national level. Well, these unrealistic decrees, just take a look at it. In fact, in Germany, which is facing economic collapse after the war, there is no possibility of implementing these conditions. In order to give his nascent government control of the overall situation, Albert entered into an agreement with the Supreme Army Command, formerly headed by Erich Ludendorff, now headed by Wilhelm Grenner. The Albert-Glerner Agreement stipulated that the government would not attempt to reform the military as long as the military committed to protecting the government. On the one hand, the agreement symbolized the military's formal recognition of the new government and reassured the middle class. However, the leftist government was seen as betraying workers' rights. A very strange scene appeared. The German Revolution actually allowed the army to regain power again, and the parliament and political parties became the thugs of the military. Of course, the fly in the ointment is that the army's control over the local states has declined. For example, the southern German region was initially controlled by the Bulgarian army. After the withdrawal, the defense was directly handed over to the major southern states. And according to the Treaty of Versailles, the German army has also been cut apart. For example, the Kingdom of Bavaria has the right to form an army of 10,000. Naturally, people will not let the German military intervene. The current situation is that the major states control half of the country's army, while the central government controls the other half of the army, and the balance of power between the two sides has been established under the manipulation of the Entente. A large number of war losses and reparations have destroyed the German economy. and the Social Democrats have no experience in governing, and often introduce policies that look wonderful but are actually impossible to achieve. Threats from extremists on the left and on the right. The Republic was in crisis from the very beginning. The left accused the SPD of betraying the interests of the workers by preventing the communist revolution. The right opposed democracy and insisted on returning Germany to its former monarchy. Moreover, in order to destroy the Republic, especially the right wing including the military force, even claimed that it betrayed Germany and made the country lose in the First World War. These are just the beginning. Social security in Germany is rapidly deteriorating. Whether it is the state or the central government, they are troubled by the deteriorating economy, but they are unable to solve it. The Weimar Republic, which went into history, advocated the idea of reunifying Germany, which was resisted by major states, and the new economic policy implemented by it was resisted by domestic interest groups. Their tragic road is being staged. However, the eyes of the whole world are now focused on the Americans. The three countries of Great Britain, France and Bulgaria have no plans to participate in Germany's internal affairs. Otherwise the situation in Germany will be even more chaotic. Looking at the collected German intelligence, Ferdinand's face was very ugly. The chaotic German situation is indeed a good thing for Bulgaria, which is convenient for recruiting talents. At the same time, there is a new life in the chaos, and the situation that is not broken or established is applicable all over the world. Once the German people are tired of this kind of infighting, then reunification will become inevitable. Where will the world situation go? Dinan is also confused! Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 456. Everyone is in action. In the Prime Minister's residence at 10 Downing Street in London, Lloyd George is holding a secret meeting. The content can be said to be a cliché. Do you want to take down the biggest competitor of the United States in one fell swoop? The main war faction and the main peace faction have been arguing for more than a year. From the king and the prime minister down to the ordinary citizens, they are all discussing this issue. Just like the Americans hate the British don't have any good feelings for the Americans. The ordinary people who were originally anti-war did not jump out this time. Perhaps in their impression, the United States is only a small country in the Americas, not worth mentioning, and it is impossible to stop the European countries from uniting. In addition, the casualties caused by the flu to the British are more than the World War. Countless families of the deceased become a staunch main fighting faction. In any case, the flu was brought by the Americans, and there is nothing wrong with asking the Americans to settle accounts. There are so many countries coming together to repair the outbreak, and everyone is happy to see it. Ordinary people can think like this, but politicians can't. Do you really think Americans are unprepared? Just look at the slipway in the United States in the last 24 hours. They are busy making dumplings. Local governments are also strengthening militia training. Military-industrial enterprises are operating at full capacity again. While the Wilson government is pretending to be a grandson and pretending to be pitiful to win sympathy, it is also stepping up its preparations and preparing to resist attacks from various countries by force. Ferdinand's showdown to the British is precisely because of this. The longer the time drags on, the more prepared the Americans will be, and the more difficult this war will be. Perhaps the United States is still very weak, but the war potential of the world's largest industrial power is definitely not low. If the first wave cannot reach the United States, the subsequent battles will be difficult to fight. The main reason for the internal disputes in the British government is the issue of interests. The British Empire's power has now reached its peak, and even if it kills the United States, it will not be able to eat it. The same problem exists in France and Bulgaria. Everyone is busy digesting the benefits of the World War and restoring the domestic economy. Lloyd George said, "Our previous judgment was wrong. The appetite of the Bulgarians is better than we thought, and their hostility to the Americans is greater than we expected. The Bulgarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs just made it clear to us that if we want to do something to the Americans, we should act immediately, otherwise they will not participate. Their reasons may well be known to everyone. If the delay continues, when the Americans are ready for war, It will be another protracted war. So how do we answer them now? You must know that in our previous plan, if the main force against the Americans is us and the Japanese, other countries will make up the sum. We are worried that the loss will be too great, and we will not be able to make up our minds. But now it is different, and there is another big country. Can goes all out. After Bulgaria joins, we can even bring in the French. The four major powers will attack the United States at the same time, and we will be invincible militarily. Now everyone can express their opinions, right? The Minister of State asked coldly. What about the military spending? First there is a world war, and then there is a pandemic. The economy of the British Empire has been tossed to the brink of death. If the war continues, I am afraid the consequences will not be so simple. Churchill retorted, if it is against the Americans, the problem of military spending is easy to solve. Some consortiums are willing to provide loans to us, and there is strong anti-American sentiment among the people. It is also easy to issue a war bond. And as long as the Americans are defeated, these expenses can be borne by them. The duration of this war will not be too long. All countries will act together. As long as the American Navy is defeated, Washington will have to submit to us. Whether or not to fight against the United States, the British capitalists are also divided into two factions, and the bankers are undoubtedly the ones who advocate the destruction of the Americans. The Americans took advantage of the opportunity of the World War, not only to get rid of their financial control, but also to annex a lot of their interests in the United States. As losers, they naturally want to regain the lost interests. Anyway, the capitalists who started the war were the capitalists engaged in overseas trade. Britain and the United States have been each other's largest trading partners for a long time. Now the Cold War between the two sides has caused them heavy losses. Of course, capitalists usually do not have clear boundaries, and it is very normal to engage in multiple industries at the same time, so now the strength of the main battle faction has actually taken the lead. Lloyd George is also a member of the main battle faction. The reason is very realistic. He needs the support of the domestic consortium in order to take the British Empire out of economic undervaluation as soon as possible! The cabinet could not be unified, and Lloyd George interrupted the quarrel, saying, "Okay, if everyone can't agree, let's throw this issue to Congress and let our MPs decide for us." Everyone chose silence and let the members decide. Then war is inevitable, and there are hundreds of thousands of families of the dead in London alone. They are undoubtedly staunch revengists. How is it possible that the Wilson administration's bitter tactics will gain public approval? European media are not blind either. In order to collect the death toll of 3.8 million, the U.S. government has almost superimposed the death toll of the country in the past 2 years. And there are cases of being killed. Simply put, people are still alive, and you are already dead in the household registration. A large number of fraudulent incidents have been exposed one after another, and the credibility of the Wilson government has also been ruined. Ferdinand's contribution is of course indispensable here. Even if it is going to make a trick, the U.S. government can't really use more than 3 million young people to make up the number. Only a few 100,000 people have died in history, and this time and space has suddenly increased so much. No ghosts? Of course, the Wilson government has no choice. Even if they want to cause a large casualty, the time will not allow it. During the peak of the second wave of deaths, your death toll was only a little, and the last wave suddenly increased tenfold. Is it difficult not to wear clothes? Even in order to stabilize people's hearts, the U.S. government's initial announcement of the number of casualties was lower than the actual number. After all, the U.S. government was only targeted after the second wave of influenza broke out, and they could not prepare for fraud in advance. The bitter meat scheme was exposed as soon as it was fermented, and those who had been deceived by sympathy would naturally no longer have any goodwill towards them. Of course, if everyone wants to do something to them, it is useless even if the casualties of the United States are too great. The right to speak in Europe is still in the hands of Britain, France, and the three countries. As long as you guide public opinion, you can still achieve your goal. The worst thing about parliamentary decision-making is that there is no confidentiality and efficiency. When it was submitted to the British Parliament for discussion, Almost the whole world knew the British plan. Therefore, before the resolution of the London Parliament, British Foreign Minister Grey and Bulgarian Foreign Minister Medvedev had secretly arrived in Paris. Of course, the purpose was to pull the French on board, and to divide the spoils in advance. For this operation, the attitude of the French has always been perfunctory. In addition to their heavy losses in the World War, there is another reason for the benefit. Killing the Americans is the biggest opponent for the British, and any country that intervenes to challenge the pound system is their mortal enemy. For the Japanese, the two powers in the Pacific are too crowded. Besides, the conflict between the United States and Japan has a long history. How could they refuse to be able to kill the biggest competitor in the Pacific? For Bulgaria, on the surface, there is not much interest now, but what about the future? Britain and France, who have given up their martial arts skills and devoted themselves to plain finance, can become very good friends, but the United States, the world's largest industrial power, is destined to be rivals. They even killed the Americans. When the oil age came, Bulgaria was the center of the world, and the economic trend of the world was under Ferdinand's control. Not to mention being the unique overlord in the world, being the most important member of the overlord, how can you get out of it? The French do not want to participate in the cooperation. It does not matter, the direct interests are in place and everything is negotiable. So this is the reason why the British and Bulgarian foreign ministers visited Paris this time. After the greeting, the French President Poincaré, who was the host, said, "I already know the purpose of the two of you coming this time, but for the French Republic, what are the benefits of participating in this operation?" British Foreign Secretary Grey replied with a smile, "The Americas are the Americas of the world. There should be a share of your country, such as your country's North American Louisiana region. Don't you want to take it back?" Note: the North American Louisiana region is between the Mississippi River and the Rocky Mountains, from Canada in the north to the Gulf of Mexico in the south, equivalent to 13 states in the Midwest of the United States. In 1800, Napoleon, who had just come to power in France, won the Louisiana region of North America from Spain by virtue of his powerful military strength. The presence of a powerful France was very unsettling for the newly independent United States, as Napoleon would most likely plot Canada to the north, and then allow Native American Indians to harass the U.S. border. In 1802, the then U.S. President Jefferson took advantage of the Anglo-French War to take advantage of the robbery, negotiated with France, and with the threat of war, bought 2.6 million square kilometers of land from the French at a very low price of $15 million, ending the honeymoon period between the two countries. This piece of history has always been a pain in the hearts of the French people. They brought their own dry food and contributed money to help the Americans win the War of Independence. They were robbed by the Americans in a blink of an eye. Poengal's face is very ugly. This history has always been a pain in the hearts of French people. Almost all French politicians are avoiding this history. Before Poengal could answer, Medvedev added another knife. "Mr. Poengal, you should be clear about the nature of the Americans. There is nothing in their eyes except interests, and now they are the world's #1 industry. Great country. In terms of war potential, their strength is stronger than the Germans. If they continue to develop, I am afraid that in the future we will all have to look at the color of the Americans. If we miss this opportunity, even if the Americans want to unify the American continent, we will not be able to stop it. Once the Americans unify the American continent, the era that belongs to our Europe will end. Even if our three countries join forces, they will not be able to resist a unified America. Their war potential will be greater than that of a unified Europe. If they want, they can even turn us into history." Grey was shocked, and seemed to understand why Bulgaria was so active this time. He was completely frightened by the development of the Americans, and of course he was frightened too. Looking back at the history of American expansion, the possibility of this happening is still very high. Now the total industrial volume of the Americans is /U03E Britain plus France plus Bulgaria plus Austria-Hungary plus Russia plus Japan, even the countries in the world that are barely considered foreign powers altogether. They are not as good as the United States. Of course, Japan and Russia can be ignored. The total industrial volume of Japan is less than 1.5% of the total global industrial volume. Russia is busy fighting a civil war, and does not care about industrial development at all. Even so, it is very terrifying. If they don't fight again, after they turn their industrial strength into war strength, it will be hard to say who can say in this world in the future. Bengale's face is even more terrifying. Interests plus American threat theory. If the French government refuses this action again, it is estimated that the British and Bulgarian countries will not take them to play together. He is sure that even if France declares its neutrality, the British Poles will still promote the war. Without France, there are other countries as substitutes, such as Austria-Hungary, but the influence will be much smaller. The reason why the British, French, and Bulgarian countries often join forces now is to give the outside world the illusion that these three countries are allies, and they use the tiger skin of the alliance to deter other countries. The effect is also very good. It is much stronger than the British-French alliance in history. Whether it is Japan, the United States, or other countries, when facing the Three Kingdom alliance, everyone is unconsciously weaker. Therefore, the Three Kingdoms alliance, France is absolutely not able to withdraw. A single France has no strength to maintain its current international influence. Because of the common interests, even the British have gained the most from it, and the two countries have ideas in mind, but everyone still has to maintain the existence of this alliance. Bengale is also a politician after all. How could he not hear this hint? I saw him righteously said, the U.S. government's perverse actions have seriously endangered world peace and stability. As a responsible major country, the French Republic has an obligation to make a contribution to maintaining world peace and stability. I suggest that the League of Nations come forward to form a coalition force to stop the U.S. government's behavior of ignoring human survival and wantonly conducting biochemical virus research, and arrest the mastermind of this anti-human terrorist attack. Worthy of being a politician, in a short period of time, he turned passive into active, put a series of hats on the U.S. government, and directly characterized this American flu as an anti-human terrorist attack! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 457, The Fallen Kingdom. In the Transcaucasus region of the Russian Empire, in a small town called Zarka, all the senior officials of the United Kingdom of the Three Tribes, Greeks, Armenians, Slavs, gathered together to discuss important matters concerning the future destiny of the kingdom. The United Kingdom of Triclans sounds like this country was put together on a temporary basis. Under the genocide policy of the Ottoman Empire, everyone gathered together to keep warm and survive. Since its establishment, there have been many internal contradictions. Fortunately, President Victor Keith's prestige is very high, and he has led the kingdom's army to defeat the Ottomans many times. Although he still failed in the end, it is the gap in strength and does not affect his prestige. Especially after being forced to make a strategic shift, Victor Keith basically controlled the kingdom's force, but it was useless. On the Russian territory, they had to be men with their tails between their tails. Originally after the World War, they planned to participate in the Paris Peace Conference as an independent country, but unfortunately their independence was not recognized by all countries, and they even lived in the Russian Empire without their own country. This is embarrassing. Naturally, the General Assembly will not accept their request. If they accept their status as an independent country, how will their country be counted? The original place where the country was founded is now a Bulgarian territory. The key is that in order to escape, everyone ran fast. Now that there are even people from the United Kingdom of the Three Kingdoms, how can they swear their sovereignty? International law has not stipulated that as long as they have lived in that place is their territory, right? According to the logic that if you have lived, you have sovereignty, then the world order will not collapse immediately, and the struggle for sovereignty between countries will never be clear. Now that everyone has left, according to the prevailing international practice, this is considered a racial migration, and the original land belongs to the ethnic group who lives now. Even if it was a genocide and forced migration, it was caused by the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire has now collapsed. Naturally, it is impossible for Bulgaria, which replaced the Ottoman Empire, to be responsible for this. Legally, the United Kingdom of the Tri-Clan has now lost its local sovereignty, so it is not easy for them to go back now. And the days of living in Russia were not easy. Hairy bears are not for charity. Naturally, they are used as livestock for these extra people. Although they accepted the United Kingdom of the three tribes, they were accepted to compete with Bulgaria for the territory of the Ottoman Empire. When the Russian Civil War broke out, little Nicholas I, who controlled the Caucasus region, naturally would not go to grab any territory with Bulgaria, and the signboard of the United Kingdom of the Three Nations was useless now. Without the support of the Russians, they naturally have no strength to regain lost ground, and watch the Bulgarian army occupy their homeland. Victor Keith frowned and said in a low voice, "The Russians have now forced us to the cliff, and the Tsarist government has asked us to dissolve the United Kingdom of the Three Nations and join the Russian Empire, or we will leave the Russian Empire. Now is the time to make a choice. Either leave the Russian Empire and find another final point, or dissolve the kingdom. Let's see." In order to keep the United Kingdom of the Three Races, Victor Keith also tried his best to deal with the Russians and fight against the major factions in the country. He was exhausted. At this point, Victor Keith doesn't care anymore. The Ottoman Empire is over. The genocide no longer exists. No matter what these people choose, he can put it down. He has fulfilled his responsibilities as a president. As for how much he has feelings for this newly established country, that's all. Anyway, he is not a real Armenian, and it has little to do with him whether the independent state is established or not. From a spy to the president of a country, this is already a legend. If he wants to lead the country to prosperity, I am sorry that this has passed his ability. As soon as Victor Keith's words fell, the conference room exploded. Some people wanted to join the Russian Empire, some people wanted to establish an independent state, and they started arguing again. The impatient Victor Keith said angrily, "Be quiet. It's time like this. Do you still need to quarrel? The establishment of the United Kingdom of our three tribes is to resist the slaughter of the Ottomans. Now the Ottoman Empire is over and the crisis has been lifted. I called you here today to discuss the future of the kingdom. If the quarrel continues, it might be better to just split up the family. You can make a choice now. If you want to leave the kingdom and join the Russian Empire, you can leave now. If you want to leave the Russian Empire and find another way, we can continue to discuss the future path. Of course, we can choose to leave by ourselves. I will not force anyone. People make decisions. But now, it's really not the time to quarrel. If everyone doesn't make a choice quickly, I'm afraid there won't even be a chance to make a choice. The total population of the United Kingdom of our three ethnic groups is now 1.86 million. They can also make their own decisions. I will not interfere. Everyone can decide. Victor Keith's words undoubtedly stung everyone's sensitive time, and they all knew that the president was really angry. Let them decide for themselves. Even the hardcore pro-Russian factions know that if they can pull 1.86 million people from the entire kingdom to join the Russian Empire, maybe they can become nobles of this country. Anyway, if only in their personal capacity join, who knows who they are. Except for Victor Keith, the president, who is registered at the top of the Tsarist government, it is estimated that other people are too lazy to know. Victor Keith's popularity is largely blown out. For example, he led the Constantinople uprising that shocked the world, shaking the foundation of the Ottoman Empire in Europe. He also led the Armenian uprising, rebelled against the slaughter of the Ottoman Empire, established the United Kingdom of the Tri-Clan, and commanded the army to defeat the Turkish army many times. As the core figures of these events, everyone should naturally pay attention to Victor Keith, and forget about their supporting roles. The Russian high level is still busy with the civil war, and there is no time to know them. Mr. President, where can we go without the Russian Empire? Victor Keith said coldly, I don't know. Like you, I am also very confused, but I think now we should be able to communicate with the Sofia government and discuss it to see if we can give us a piece of independent statehood. Land. Democratic Party leader Soren Volker said excitedly, can't we be where we used to live? It's our homeland. Why should we discuss it with the Bulgarians? Victor Keith glared at him and said coldly, if someone's brain is flooded, please go out and calm down before coming in. I don't want to listen to these unrealistic bullshit. If you have the ability to lead everyone back to their homeland and establish an independent country, I will give you the seat of president immediately. If you can't do it, don't mention these unrealistic delusions. Soren Volker also realized that he had made a blunder, really thought that Bulgarian guns would not kill people. Now those places have become the territory of others, and the local residents have been replaced by Bulgarians. At this time, when you go back to grab the territory, aren't you courting death? Chancellor of the Exchequer Ralph laughed and said, Mr. Soren, the fighting power of Bulgarian military nobles is famous all over the world. As far as the strength of the kingdom is concerned, they do not need to send regular troops. The local nobles are happy to turn us into serfs. Knowing that they are currently short of labor, you should not accept their benefits and want to sell us. Soren Walker gritted his teeth angrily, and was speechless for a while. That's right, his reaction was a little too extreme, and he accidentally said an angry remark. As for making such a fuss? Of course, he didn't know yet. Everyone had already labeled them as idiots. After all, if you dare to make such a blatant proposal to take back the country from Bulgaria, you are undoubtedly asking for a dead end. There are many people who have this idea, but why hasn't everyone brought it up? It's not caused by the difference in strength between the two sides. If they really fight, wouldn't they just send serfs to those nobles? Then everyone really has no hope at all. Now they have turned their face with Bulgaria, and there will be no one to help them when they die. In international law, this is an act of invasion. The Republican leader, Prologus, did not have a chance to compete with Soren Volker, but asked with concern, Mr. President, do you think it is possible for Bulgaria to agree? You must know that our former residence is already their colony in de jure terms, and has been recognized by the international community at the Paris Peace Conference, and because we actually live in the Russian Empire, we are considered to be a nation within the Russian Empire. It has absolutely nothing to do with those places. There is no way. Society is such a reality. At the Paris Peace Conference, no one mentioned the issue of the United Kingdom of the Three Tribes, and they were directly regarded as a member of the Russian Empire. This is also a European practice. There are too many ethnic migrations in history to trace sovereignty. There must be a legal basis, and this basis Bulgaria was seized from the Ottoman Empire. If the United Kingdom of the Three Tribes remains in place, they also have actual ownership of the land, and are naturally qualified to compete with Bulgaria for this sovereignty. But now they are in the Russian Empire and are a part of Russia, and the Tsarist government has no objection. Victor Keith thought for a while and said, I don't know. The most optimistic estimate is that we will pay a certain price and obtain a piece of land from the Bulgarians to establish an independent state. The worst estimate is that they refuse to give us land. Then we'll have to find another way to get a piece of land in another area and build our country. Everyone's faces were gloomy. It is not easy to obtain a piece of land to build a country. For details, you can refer to the Jews, how much they paid for the independence and establishment of the country, and it is still nothing. Of course, not all people are so determined. Except for the Armenians, other Slavs and Greeks have been shaken, and they still have options. The Slavs could choose between Bulgaria and the Russian Empire. Everyone had the same language and race, and it was not a problem to accept them. The Greeks also have a Greek kingdom. King George I is old-fashioned, and he is still recruiting troops in the Asmara area to achieve the great rejuvenation of the Greek nation. Only the Armenians do not have a country. Of course, as long as they are willing to give up their independence and build a country and hold high the theory of national origin, they can also join Bulgaria. Everyone is a close relative, and their ancestors have all merged once, so there is no pressure on blood. From the standpoint of Victor Keith, he most hoped that this situation would happen, and then he could return to Bulgaria with great beauty and live a retirement life. So the fact that the United Kingdom of the Three Races has come to this point is largely caused by him deliberately. The purpose is to get rid of it as soon as possible. After all, It is difficult for a country like the United Kingdom of the Three Races to maintain it, let alone develop it. Don't look at their total population of 1.86 million. In fact, these people include more than 30 ethnic groups with a population of over 10,000. The largest number of Armenians is only 500,000. Do you have a far prospect? This is the sequelae of Ferdinand's butterfly effect. In history, at least Armenians danced the most and were slaughtered the most by the Ottomans, while other ethnic resistance organizations were dead before they could resist. Under the butterfly effect, the Bulgarian intelligence organization carried out a needle thread, and everyone united for a common purpose. When the Ottoman Empire raised the butcher's knife, everyone began to resist together, and then went into exile together. Ralph said heartlessly, "Okay." I said, "Can you be more optimistic? The situation is much better now, at least we don't have to worry about the slaughter of the Ottomans. The worst outcome would be the dissolution of the kingdom and then we become part of the Bulgarian kingdom or the Russian Empire. What's the big deal? I just want you to curb your ambitions and start from scratch." Whether it is the Bulgarian kingdom or the Russian Empire, the stage is much bigger than our grass stage team. If you have the ability, can you continue to perform? Sure enough, after Ralph directly named the consequences, everyone's mood relaxed a lot. After so many twists and turns, now everyone's ambitions are almost wiped out. Ambition also requires the cooperation of strength. They have been pretending to be grandsons in the Russian Empire for so long, and many people have long been used to it. It is not unacceptable that there is no united kingdom of the three tribes. What really embarrassing them is that neither the Bulgarian nor the Russian Empire has the insight to win over their group of unparalleled talents! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 458, National Integration. Your Majesty, there is information from the Transcaucasus region. There is a strong conflict within the United Kingdom of the Three Tribes. The intelligence personnel judge that this country may collapse in the near future. Intelligence Chief Sim reported to Ferdinand Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, and he reacted quickly. Where's this saying that the United Kingdom of the Three Races is about to collapse? He is clearly asking if the United Kingdom of the Three Races should collapse. The current internal problems of the United Kingdom of the Three Races have accumulated to the limit. If not for the pressure of survival, they would have been coaxed long ago. Even if Victor Keith took control of the army, are they still in Russian territory now? If you want to take action against these opposition parties, it also depends on whether the Russians are willing or not. The combined population of the three main ethnic groups is only slightly more than half of the kingdom's population, and the ethnic group with a population of over 10,000 actually has more than 30 people. You must know that the total population of this small kingdom is only 1.86 million. If it is only a national issue, it is not without hope that it will be resolved. The most important thing is that now the United Kingdom of the Three Tribes does not have its own territory, and all its citizens are living in the Russian Empire to help others to work. /U0261T/I/U0261T/I/U03E. This era is no better than later generations, and there are still so many virgins. Naturally, they dare not make independence in the Russian Empire. Victor Keith's proposal to find a piece of territory to build a country is actually an idealization. Unless it is to grab it, don't expect someone to provide them with a piece of land. Of course, if they had the wealth of Jews, they might be able to buy a piece of land to build a country, and if the price was high enough, some people would sell it. Tell them not to interfere in the internal affairs of the United Kingdom of the Three Races. Let them collapse. Ferdinand thought for a while and said he is not the virgin, so naturally it is impossible to do such a thankless thing. If you really give the three tribes a piece of land to build a country, I am afraid that what you will gain in the future will not be gratitude, but hatred. It is estimated that people will think that Bulgaria owes them. According to the logic of many virgin bitches in later generations, there are many such things in later generations. For example, a certain country was fooled and accepted a group of refugees, and then did not receive any gratitude. After a few years of vain raising them, people directly began to fight for independence. and a referendum was required. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. This is the land of another country, and they are fed and raised every day for free. The first thing to do is to rebel. The reason is that each of them has the right to pursue freedom. There are many people who support such a bizarre reason, and their reasons for supporting it are even more bizarre. The refugees are very pitiful, and they should be allowed to establish their own country. The brain-dead world can't afford to hurt, so let them go! Victor Keith was not surprised by this result. After the end of the World War, the country no longer paid attention to the issue of the United Kingdom of the Three Nations. Anyway, these people are all on the territory of the Russian Empire. To Bulgaria. Even if they want to return to their former residence now, Bulgaria must agree to it, otherwise they will not be able to cross the border. It is no longer necessary to dream of fighting back. It is estimated that the Russians will have to disarm their weapons before they start. Now they are nominally part of the Russian Empire. Letting them take weapons to attack Bulgaria will definitely cause a war. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E. The little Nicholas I government is not stupid. Once Bulgaria is given an excuse, they are finished. They may not forget that the Sofia government supports Nicholas II! As long as Nicholas II signs a traitorous treaty, Ferdinand will tear up the neutrality treaty every minute and give them a blow in the back. In order to avoid this situation, the Russians took him very seriously, and they were not allowed to enter within dozens of miles of the border line, just for fear that some second-hand goods would cause trouble. With a sigh, Victor Keith submitted his resignation directly to the conference at the new round of the Triclan United Kingdom meeting. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Don't look at them often making trouble for Victor Keith, as if they wanted to overthrow the president. When Victor Keith made a choice, everyone panicked. Without Victor Keith, no one else has the ability to unify this kingdom, and they can no longer find a leader who can be recognized by almost all ethnic groups. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E. The leader of the Liberal Party, Quenjun, said in horror, "Your Excellency, there is something to discuss, and there is no need for you to resign. The kingdom can't live without you now." Democratic leader Soren Volker echoed, "Yes, Mr. President is now at the most critical moment for the United Kingdom of the Three Races, and we can't live without you." Victor Keith waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said slowly, "Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to lead this country to continue, so I decided to give this position to someone who can do it. Everyone knows why the kingdom has come this far. If you keep arguing like this, maybe the final result has not come out, and the kingdom will no longer exist. Nominally, there are still 1.86 million people in the United Kingdom of the Three Races. In fact, the population we can control now is less than half. In fact, the kingdom has begun to die out. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003. I don't know what you guys think. Anyway, I can't do anything about it. The future of the kingdom is doomed when everyone is fighting. If there is no infighting, perhaps we will not be exiled here. When we are exiled here, our national destiny is essentially gone. As the president of this new country, it is my dereliction of duty to have no ability to stop all this from happening, so I have no face to face the people of the kingdom. It's just that for the safety of the people's lives, I had to take them to escape. Now that the crisis has been lifted, it's time for me to retire. You can do whatever you want now, and no one will restrain you anymore." After speaking, Victor Keith walked out of the conference room without looking back, leaving only a group of people dumbfounded. At this time, what is there to fight for? The president is desperate for this country. What else can they do? Elect another president, Who can convince the crowd? U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon / I U0003E. The problem is that it is useless to choose it, a kingdom without land, with a far future. So the United Kingdom of the three races is gone. What should they do? Many people are panic. They haven't sold a good price yet. The reason why they oppose Victor Keith's proposal is that their personal interests are not satisfied. Whether it's the Russian Empire or the Bulgarian kingdom, no one has tried to win over them from beginning to end. And they also know that these two countries have sent people to win over Victor Keith, and even the current Tsar Nicholas I, the former commander of the Caucasus military region, has personally met Victor Keith, and it is said that he also opened a ticket. The count's price made him work, but it was rejected by Victor Keith. Naturally, these people had an opportunity to speculate. They thought that as long as they mastered the United Kingdom of the three races, they could sell for a good price, so they would be desperate to oppose Victor Keith's proposal. U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon / I U0003E. Well, now that Victor Keith doesn't even want the position of president, does that mean it's useless to master the United Kingdom of the tri-family? The two countries wooed Victor Keith to play, just because of his personal talent. Many people can't help flashing Victor Keith's brilliant resume in their minds, and they can't help but take a breath. In the past 20 years, Victor Keith's series of actions have forced the Ottoman Empire to its death. It was initially estimated that in order to suppress the rebellion led by him, the casualties of the Ottoman Empire had all passed million. Such talents are in demand wherever they go, and these little pawns, who knows who they are? Is it still expected that the Russian Empire or Bulgaria will be short-mouthed? Don't look at them as if they are famous within the kingdom, but unfortunately they have a reputation but no merit. And the reputation blown out by the gangsters will not be recognized by the outside world. U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon / I U0003E. With the departure of Victor Keith, the United Kingdom of the three tribes has naturally entered the point of disintegration, especially since Victor Keith has also taken away his supporters. The collapse can no longer be stopped. After resigning, Victor Keith took his heirs on a journey to Bulgaria. The obvious reason was that he agreed to Bulgaria's solicitation and wanted to go and mess around. Seeing his men with low morale, Victor Keith had to come forward to appease the army. During the break, Victor Keith gave the famous 100 Rivers Convergence speech. Seeing that everyone's interest is not high, do you think I did something wrong, did not fulfill our ideals, and became a deserter in the middle? Even though you didn't say it, I know you think so. But since you're still willing to follow me, this shows that everyone still trusts me. Victor Keith, U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon / I U0003E. The kingdom has been in constant infighting since its establishment. Even at the critical moment of life and death, everyone is still holding each other back. History tells us that such a country with constant infighting has no future. So we failed and were forced into exile in the Russian Empire, but the internal struggle was not abated by the crisis, but intensified. For this overall situation, I have been struggling to support, but now I am really tired. I am also old and have no energy to fight for a piece of land for this country to build a country while quelling internal strife. There is no free lunch in this world, and others have no obligation to help us. The strong food of the weak is the theme of this world. I believe everyone understands this truth. Born in the Ottoman Empire, I thought I could wake everyone up, and then all of us will work together to build a better kingdom. But the truth is exactly the opposite. U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon / I U0003E. Why did all this happen? In my opinion, there is a problem with our culture. The inheritance of civilization was interrupted by the Ottomans, and a lot of garbage knowledge has been softened into it, which has made many of us degenerate. When there is a problem with the cultural heritage of a nation, then disaster will come. Where is the heritage of Armenia now? Not in the Russian Empire, although there are still many Armenians there, but now they are all Russian, and the cultural customs have changed. Many people will think that I am speaking for them by accepting the Bulgarian solicitation, when in fact the Russians are offering even more. I'm a straight nobleman, and in Bulgaria I'm going to start all over again. Everyone has seen the theory of the origin of the nation. As early as thousands of years ago, we once merged with the Bulgarians and became a nation, and then we were divided by the Ottomans again. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003. I think this is true. From everyone's current living customs, we can also find a common cultural heritage. I think the above sentence is very correct. National inheritance depends on blood, but also on culture. Today I made this choice. It is the call from the depths of the blood. Our ancestors told me, the child should not continue to wander, return to our base camp. The Kingdom of Bulgaria is also Armenian Bulgaria, and there is both our cultural heritage and our blood heritage, so I decided to go home. Just like you, after joining Bulgaria, I was just an ordinary citizen and also needed to start over. After staying in the Russian Empire, I am already a high-ranking count, but my roots are here. I have no choice. I even think that starting from scratch is good. I have not made any contribution to this country. Why can I occupy a high position? /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003I. Victor Keith can proudly say here that my ability is no worse than anyone else's, and as long as there is a fair chance, I can reach a high position with my own ability. What about you? Are you less capable, or do you not even dare to fight? Don't forget, we are going home, back to our own home. There is absolutely no need for us to be downcast. We all straighten up and walk back with our chests high. Although we have nothing now, but in the future, we can still struggle, and through our own efforts, become a noble aristocrat and look down on the world. If you figure it out, cheer me up and let's go home. Let's go home. Let's go home ! /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Countless people are shouting loudly, not how exciting Victor Keith's speech is, but they really want a home of their own. After being oppressed by the Ottoman Empire for a long time, he finally summoned the courage to resist, and immediately ushered in the massacre and was forced to go into exile. Where is the Armenians' home? Nobody knows. The dream of an independent Armenian kingdom has been awakened, and many people have realized it. It's just a dream. Looking around the world, there is no place for the Armenian kingdom anymore. When everyone fell into despair, Victor Keith pointed out a new home for them, Bulgaria. This kind of thinking is very ostrich, and even a bit self-deceiving. But as long as you figure it out by yourself, then there is nothing to be afraid of. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. The theory of the origin of nations has become a Bulgarian primary school textbook. How could anyone not recognize it, as long as they think they are? That is, this is also politically correct and cannot be overthrown. It is worth mentioning that at the beginning of the establishment of the United Kingdom of the Three Nations, in order to eliminate ethnic conflicts, the theory of national origin was also regarded as everyone's political program, so when Victor Keith proposed it, there was no pressure at all. Right now, the theory of the origin of the nation has once again become the spiritual sustenance of everyone. It is difficult to live under the sojourners. Even if you cannot build a country by yourself, then joining a country built by your own people is also a good choice. Far away in Sofia, Ferdinand didn't know that Victor Keith had fooled hundreds of thousands of Armenians over for him. Of course, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't care much. Hundreds of thousands of people were thrown into Bulgaria now, and not even the bubble would pop out. But the political influence is much larger. which means that some ethnic groups have begun to fully recognize Bulgaria and are willing to take the initiative to integrate into this country. Later generations directly regarded the Armenians as the beginning of the great integration of Eastern European ethnic groups. After that, the ethnic integration of Bulgaria entered the fast lane. And Victor Keith was also highly praised by later generations, thinking that he was the pioneer of Bulgarian national integration, opened the Bulgarian national integration, and realized the convergence of hundreds of rivers into the sea! Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459. Victor Keith gave his subordinates the right path. For the sake of political propaganda, the Bulgarian government was very generous and did not treat them as refugees. Instead, they were given preferential treatment, and each person was given a living allowance of 500 levs according to the head. After half a month of short-term life knowledge training, they were dispersed and resettled. This is already a rare preferential treatment. According to the convention, they are allocated to the place first, and then the life training is carried out. All these expenses are to be deducted in batches from their wages afterward. This group of people has saved a lot of expenses, and each of them has an additional living expenses of 500 levs, which can tide over the early economic difficulties. Ordinary people are easy to settle, but Victor Keith's resettlement is a little troublesome. First of all, he is a hero of Bulgaria. He made great contributions in the battle between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire, but this identity cannot be made public, so no title can be given. Secondly, he is now leading the Armenians to defect, and this identity is not easy to settle. Too high status is not good, it will damage his personal reputation. Too low status is not good, it violates the principle of fairness that has been implemented in Bulgaria for a long time. After sending his resume all the way to the cabinet, Constantine found out that the legendary figure who devastated the Ottoman Empire was a Bulgarian spy. In the end, the cabinet made a decision. Victor Keith had 3 places: 1. As a high-ranking official in a province in Bulgaria, 2. Governor of a colony somewhere in Africa. Battle against America! Victor Keith has been in a good mood recently. He has returned to Bulgaria again, and the people following him have also been properly accommodated. Given the current situation in Bulgaria, it is not a problem to have enough food. This is also a good choice for ordinary people who are displaced. Many people are willing to climb mountains and rivers together to come to Bulgaria. Isn't it because they want to live a stable and prosperous life? A soldier ran up to Victor Keith and said, "Mr. President, someone is looking for you." Victor Keith frowned, and then said, "How many times has Reem told you that now I'm not the president? Can you call me Victor Keith to understand?" Reem immediately replied, "Understood, Mr. President." Victor Keith rubbed his forehead. He was really powerless to this young man with a weak head. He said helplessly, "Who is looking for me?" Rem replied, "It seems to be a high-ranking official, followed by the police." Victor Keith knew that it should be his appointment, and then said, "Take me there quickly. Don't make the guests wait for a long time!" Seeing who was coming, Victor Keith exclaimed, "Why are you here, Morka?" The person who came was Morka Valdo, one of Ferdinand's intelligence chiefs, and Victor Keith's direct boss. The two had worked together before the Constantinople uprising. Morka, who was wearing a police uniform, first gave him a hug, then smiled and said, "Long time no see, old friend. Welcome home." Victor Keith suppressed his excitement. After all, he couldn't show too much, and his identity couldn't be revealed. It can be explained that the two know each other. After all, Bulgaria's mainland has expanded from the Balkans to Persia. There must be many people in these places who have defected to Bulgaria. Victor Keith's revolution also started from the Balkans, all the way to the Transcaucasus. After so many years, it's not surprising to meet some friends. The identity of Morka's intelligence chief is also kept secret. On the surface, His identity is still a retired Major General of the Bulgarian Army, and he is currently the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Public Security. It is not a big deal for the two to have some friendship. After a pause, Morka said with a smile, I also brought the cabinet's appointment decision to you this time. There were originally 3 choices, but now there is one more choice. You have a total of 4 choices. 1. Serve as a senior official in a province. 2. Serving as colonial governor. 3. Go and fight the Yankees. The 4th option was added by me. You can join our police force and specialize in counter-terrorism work. Think about it. Victor Keith hesitated. These 4 options are all good. If you want to retire, it is naturally better to be a high-ranking official in the country, and he can now sit firmly in this position with his ability. If you still want to continue to fight, then it is a better choice to be the governor of the colony or to fight the Americans. Going to a colony to be a governor is less risky, as long as you don't contract diseases. There is basically no danger. Although the Bulgarian colonies are poor mountains and rivers plus deserts, there are not many troublemakers, and a few chiefs are still incapable of rebelling. Going to fight the Americans, this cross-sea expedition, the risk is a bit high. If you are unlucky, it is not a surprise to die on the battlefield, even though his identity will be a high-level officer. Going back to work in the old business, it is estimated that normal people will not want to go back after they quit. Although the treatment is high, the merits are not honorable after all. Victor Keith declined and said, let me go, old friend. I have been chased by the Ottoman police for so many years. Now when I see the police, my first thought is to run away and let me do the police. Seeing Victor Keith's rejection, Morka doesn't matter. Anyway, he is not short of manpower now. He came forward to recruit Victor Keith. That's because he was originally from the intelligence department. His boss doesn't care about his subordinates, right? Morka nodded and said, well, I didn't say anything. You can choose the first 3. It's better to hurry up. The expedition to the United States has already begun to form, and it will start at the end of the month. If it's too late and you only have 2 options. Morka's words undoubtedly showed from the side that from now on he is a free man. His direct relationship with the intelligence organization will be erased, and his past will disappear forever. Victor Keith said gratefully, thank you. Victor Keith is also content to be able to say a perfect farewell to the past. If he is not his own, it is impossible for the cabinet to give him 3 good positions to choose freely. The intelligence department must also contribute. The appointment of Victor Keith came down, and the people who stayed were all relieved. Anyone who understands knows that these 3 appointments are all positions of real power with room for improvement, not the kind of empty positions that look glamorous on the surface but are actually empty shelves. As a close friend Ralph asked, Mr. Victor Keith, which one are you going to choose? Victor Keith thought for a while and said, I'd better go to war. I've spent most of my life in wars, and Bulgaria is the most expensive military service, so the best option to stand out is to go to the battlefield. This opportunity is rare. If I miss it, I am afraid that I will never have a chance in my life. If I want to climb up through political achievements, I have no advantage, and even in terms of governance, I am not as good as others. Everyone's eyes lit up. This is what they hoped. If they had no ambition, they would have been placed like everyone else. Before that, many soldiers chose to retire and were assigned to places with ordinary people as a family. The people who stayed did not want to become ordinary farmers and workers, and wanted to fight for a while, just in time for the war with the Americans. So they were left behind and reorganized into a reserve division. Now that Victor Keith chooses to go to war, then their division commander is Victor Keith. Don't worry about the sudden arrival of airborne troops and use them as cannon fodder. Ralph said excitedly, great, Mr. Victor Keith has your leadership, we can definitely shine on the battlefield. Victor Keith interrupted everyone's excitement without hesitation, and said coldly, don't be too happy. Among all Bulgarian troops, our division has the worst combat effectiveness. Once we get to the battlefield, we can't achieve results. I'm afraid that before the end of the war, we will become civilians and retire early. Everyone's face changed greatly. In the army, it is very realistic. Everyone speaks with their fists. An army without combat effectiveness is of no value. Travel said reluctantly, isn't it? Our army is the elite of the United Kingdom of the Tri-Clan. It has the strongest combat power among all the troops, and has defeated the Ottoman army many times. Victor Keith glared at him and said angrily, don't dream. I have seen Bulgarian troops fighting. Back then, in the Balkans, a Bulgarian regiment caught an Ottoman division and beat him up. Our combat effectiveness is comparable to that of us. For the Ottomans, it's not much worse. Don't give me weapons and equipment. If there is no accident, we will change clothes soon. Now we can throw away the junk. But no matter how good the weapons are, people have to use them. You have also seen the Bulgarian garrison on the Asia Minor Peninsula. The planes are directly equipped to the company, and we can't even find a pilot here. Who have used tanks and armored vehicles? I'm afraid most of the people in the army don't even know what the tank looks like. These belongings are handed over to you, and you can use them. Stop daydreaming, and let me be obedient and study in meditation. If anyone dares to make trouble, get out of my way. After listening to Victor Keith's words, everyone chose to shut up. The fact is in front of them. The era of bravery has passed. Now is the era of aircraft, tanks and cannons. The role of personal force has been greatly reduced. Since the three countries of Britain, France, and Balkan reached an agreement, the Allied Forces headquarters was established. Perhaps everyone saw that the Americans were about to die, and one country after another announced to join, and then the United Nations Army with the largest number of participating countries in human history was born. More than 40 countries, large and small, participated in this military operation. If it were not for the unequal strength of the two sides, it would have been possible to declare the outbreak of World War II. But this time it was the Americans who singled out the world. The fact that there are many participating countries does not mean that everyone has a large army. Many countries are here to make soy sauce. It is enough to send hundreds of soldiers in a boat to represent them and explain to the domestic public opinion. The real main force is still the four countries of Britain, France and Japan. The four countries alone have more than 1 million troops, while the remaining dozens of countries add up to more than 700,000 troops. Among them, the American countries are particularly strong. Positive. If nothing else, when the war breaks out, there will be more than 2.5 million troops capable of attacking the Americans. Just look at the neighbors of the Americans. They are all gearing up for the show. What about fists? It's just that the coalition forces haven't come over yet, and they don't dare to look for the bad luck of the Americans. The fact that countries around the world have formed a coalition has long spread in the United States, although the Wilson government could not do it if it wanted to block the news. In addition to the crazy preparations, the Wilson government is still building submarines and wants to learn from the Germans to break the war. Of course, ignore this genius idea. The question is, where will the coalition land? Whether Canada or Mexico will provide supplies to the enemy. And now the Americans most regret is why they did not unify the American continent during the World War. If the American continent is unified, with the natural defense line of the ocean, even in the face of the attack of various countries, it is not without the strength of a battle. Every neighbor now is a steel knife that the enemy has inserted into them. It is impossible not to pull it out. It will not be possible to pull it out in the short term. The Wilson government is now in a dilemma. There is no way to fight the war. Britain, France and Bulgaria have secretly added troops to Canada and Colombia. To be precise, Britain and Bulgaria are the two main countries. As early as when the American flu was planned, the two countries hooked up. After the third wave of the epidemic, 3 Bulgarian army divisions and 2 Air Force divisions were secretly sent to the colonies and then to the Americas. Then the French people got involved, and nearly 200,000 troops were sent to the Americas before and after the Three Kingdoms. But all of this was done in a decentralized manner for the sake of secrecy. The US government also discovered that the British increased troops in Canada, but the specific number of troops was not the 50,000 they received. Of course, for the outcome of this war, it was already doomed before it started. For the Americans, the Panama Canal is their lifeline, but they are unable to keep this canal too far from their homeland, After America's younger brother defected, the Panama Canal is now in jeopardy. Don't think that Panama is the puppet of the Americans, but now the U.S. government is out of reach. Colombia has launched an attack on them, and the confidence of the Colombians comes from the reinforcements of Britain, France and the three countries. Although these troops hadn't taken the initiative, they took the initiative to provoke a conflict. Anyway, with the support of the three bosses, they are not cowardly against the Americans this time. On January 11, 1921, Colombia asked Panama to block the canal on the grounds that the League of Nations sanctioned the United States. After being refused, Colombia decisively used force and ignited the war. On the same day, the Japanese government also announced the escrow of the Philippine Islands on the grounds that the League of Nations sanctioned the United States, and then they launched an attack on Luzon. As for Bulgaria's attack on Liberia, there was no news at all. Killing an African chief does not need to be on the world news. It really hits. The whole world knew that the League of Nations was going to be real, and sure enough, on January 12, 1921, the London headquarters of the League of Nations announced, in view of the fact that the U.S. government is engaged in anti-human biochemical virus research, it has caused the death of 100 million people around the world and seriously threatens the safety of human beings. In addition, he did not repent, hindered the work of the investigation team, and carried out a brutal silence on those who knew it. The culprit behind the scenes is still at large. For the survival and safety of all mankind, and to give an account to the 100 million dead compatriots, the League of Nations was forced to take military action against the U.S. government. Now all responsible countries in the world are invited to participate in this humanitarian action. Then, on that day, all independent countries in the world, except the United States, signed up for this charity event. No matter how many troops were sent, at least everyone succeeded in overpowering the Americans in terms of momentum. At least the U.S. intelligence officers in London collapsed after hearing the news! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 460, Strength. On January 13, 1921, the day after the League of Nations announced its military intervention against the United States, the League of Nations was formed. Since there are too many countries involved, it is naturally impossible to gather all of them together and attack the Americans. The countries of the two oceans are the advantage of the United States, and it is also their disadvantage. This time they are attacked by enemies from both directions at the same time, and their life will not be easy. The British Royal Navy is divided into two parts: the Indian Ocean Fleet, the Far East Fleet, and the Pacific Fleet, together with Japan, Austria-Hungary, the Netherlands, Portugal, Spain and other countries, form a coalition to march towards the United States from the Pacific Ocean. The Mediterranean Fleet, the Home Fleet, and the Atlantic Fleet, together with Bulgaria, France, Russia, Belgium, Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland and other countries, launched an attack on the Americans from the Atlantic Ocean. Don't see that Nicholas II is busy with the Civil War, but they still have to participate in such international activities. Anyway, the Civil War has nothing to do with the Navy, and the Baltic Sea Fleet of Machn is also the top 10 navy in the world. As a price, the three countries of Britain, France, and Paul each provided Nicholas II with a batch of free arms, and they also had to pay for their navy to send troops. Nicholas II would not admit that he could no longer afford the navy, but in fact it was the case. Before the Russian Navy sent troops, he sent the Russian warships to the French shipyard for a walk, upgrading maintenance. This was strongly requested by the governments of the three countries. Obviously, it was not only Ferdinand who knew that the Machn Navy had problems, but Britain and France were also clear about it. Unqualified and inferior warships were kicked out in advance. Well, the warships of other small countries were also taken care of at the same time. This time, the three bosses were generous and carried out an overhaul for them for free, and the outdated warships were simply not used. To be on the safe side, this time everyone was able to fight hard enough. The main Bulgarian Navy ships came out in full force. Basically, within 20 years, all the warships with a tonnage of more than 5,000 were sent out by Ferdinand. The French are also the main force, Because of the large number of ships, the British also left some old-fashioned warships responsible for fighting pirates. The three countries of Britain, France, and Belgium have all made their main force, and other countries can't let it go, either by coercion or inducement. Anyway, the main fleets of all countries have been pulled over, including the Republic of China Navy. Therefore, the total size of the navy of the final coalition forces also forced historical records. Pacific Fleet, 32 capital ships, dreadnoughts or super-dreadnoughts, 13 battle cruisers, 16 former dreadnoughts, 38 cruisers, 92 destroyers, and more than 200 other warships. The battleships included 19 for the British, 10 for the Japanese, and 3 for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Atlantic Fleet, 33 capital ships, 8 battle cruisers, 21 former dreadnoughts, 51 cruisers, 86 destroyers, and more than 200 other warships. The capital ships include 15 British, 8 Bulgarian, 5 self-built, 1 Italian captured, 1 semi-finished product on the Italian slipway, and 1 divided after the war, 6 French, 4 Russian. Of course, the U.S. Navy was not weak during this period. They had 28 capital ships, 8 battle cruisers, 38 cruisers, and 68 destroyers. In March 1916, President Wilson delivered a speech in St. Louis, calling for the establishment of a navy that would ensure U.S. maritime supremacy. Accordingly, the U.S. government has proposed several shipbuilding plans. On August 29, 1916, the U.S. Congress passed the first 3-year shipbuilding plan, stipulating the construction of 147 warships, including 16 capital ships, 8 battle cruisers, and 50 destroyers. After the plan was completed, the U.S. Navy is on par with the British. Of course, the American shipbuilding plan has not yet been completed, but these warships are already on the slipway, which is why the British are eager to promote this decisive battle. If we don't wait until 1924, the U.S. Navy will stand on a par with the British, and it will be difficult to suppress them at that time. Don't look at the display. The U.S. Navy seems to have the power to fight, and it can only fight when facing a fleet, but the actual situation is that unless the U.S. Navy can double, they will be at an absolute disadvantage in this battle. The reason is that the gap between ships is not so easy to make up. The American shipbuilding industry is developed only in terms of scale, but not in terms of quality. So their dreadnoughts, especially the first few generations, of course, by 1921, the American shipbuilding technology had caught up, not much worse than European countries. 4 South Carolina-class battleships displacement, standard 16,000 tons, full load 17,746 tons, captain/breadth/draft, feet, 452.9/80.25/27.1 max. Power, 12 boilers main engine output power, 16,500 horsepower speed, 18.5 knots endurance, 5,000 nautical miles/10 knots armament, 4 double 305 mm/ 45 double caliber main gun, 22 76 mm caliber secondary guns armor, inches, 11.9 at waterline deck 1.53 12 front turret, 12 conning tower crew, 863 people. 2 South Carolina-class battleships main engine output power, 16,500 horsepower speed, 18.5 knots endurance, 5,000 nautical miles/10 knots armament, 8 double 305 mm/ 45 double caliber main gun, 22 76 mm caliber secondary guns armor, inches, 11.9 waterline, 1.53 deck 12 front turret, 12 conning tower crew, 863 people. Delaware-class battleship captain/breadth/draft, feet, 518.9/85.23/27.65 14 boilers for power plant main engine output power, 31,635 horsepower speed, 21 knots endurance, nautical miles/knot, 6,560/10 main guns, 10 double-mounted 305mm/45 caliber main guns secondary guns, 14 127mm guns, 6 76mm guns armor, inches, 11 9 waterline deck 1.53 turret front 12 / command tower 11.5 crew, 933 people. Historically, these early service warships were decommissioned after the Washington Conference, and in 1924, one of them was forced to retire early in 1921 due to quality problems. It can be said that the batch of dumplings that the Americans served in 1910 were mostly inferior products used to recharge. Accumulating technology and training designers may be the real purpose of the Americans. Therefore, Ferdinand is very optimistic about this war. The worst outcome is that the Americans concentrate their forces on the Allied Atlantic Fleet, and the Bulgarian Navy suffers heavy losses. The Pacific Fleet made great progress, directly completing the blockade of the U.S. coast, covering the landing of the army, and then winning the war and dismembering the United States. As for whether it is possible for the Americans to open the door, such as using the Air Force to sneak into the fleet and severely damage the coalition to win the war, as the first modern Air Force power, Bulgaria can clearly say, it does not exist. The main reason is that the flight speed of the aircraft in this era is difficult to control, the hit rate of bombs is too low, and the prepared fleet is also equipped with anti-aircraft firepower, unless the Americans can come up with a kamikaze commando in advance. The Americans only needed a few thousand death squads to presumably batter the coalition fleet and get a decent chance of ending the war. It's not that Ferdinand underestimated the Americans. Death squads may be easy to find, but if you want to find thousands of death squad pilots, a country like Japan or Bulgaria with nationalism and fanaticism may still be able to come together. So don't think about a free country. The success rate of this type of suicide attack is not as high as ordinary people guess. The Japanese hit rate was only 5%, and the first attack was the best. It is equivalent to exchanging 20 aircraft for one warship, and it is only hit, not sunk. Usually this kind of attack is also picked up by destroyers and cruisers, and the chances of the main ship being recruited are not high. In this war, Ferdinand also made a lot of money. In addition to the navy that came out, Bulgaria also dispatched 30,000 air forces and 350,000 army forces. With the navy, the total force has reached 460,000! The total military strength is only that of Japan, which has the largest number of troops, and the British Commonwealth, and slightly more than the French! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 461, War and Controversy. On January 15, 1921, the Allied Air Force from Canada and Mexico launched air raids on many cities in the United States, and the United States was boiling. The streets were full of demonstrators, holding up signs demanding that the Wilson government stop the war and accept the investigation of the League of Nations. There is no need for the United States of America to bury the consortium behind the scenes. The fact that it can create such a powerful force is not because of the bombing of the coalition air force. In fact, this time, not a single bomb was dropped in the airstrike on the United States, but a letter to the American people drafted by the League of Nations was thrown out. Dear Americans, maybe you don't care about the League of Nations, but it's a pity that we're still here, and we've brought you bad news today. The war has begun. If you cherish your life, please stay away from cities, stations, docks, factories, especially American people in coastal or border cities. The war is really coming, and it is too late for you to leave now. Cannonballs don't have eyes. You don't have to work for an anti-human consortium government. Your life is yours, but the United States of America belongs to the consortium. Yes, the culprit for this war is the U.S. government that Wilson is for, and the U.S. consortium that conducts biochemical research behind the scenes. A virus leak caused the death of 100 million human compatriots around the world. This number is almost the same as the total population of the United States. I think anyone will be furious when they receive this news. However, When the League of Nations traced the murderer, it was strongly hindered by the U.S. government. Before the investigation team arrived in the United States, all insiders were silenced. Our investigation work has just started, and there have been surprises. Who is behind the scenes? The U.S. government, since you regard our patience as weakness, then to fulfill you. Don't you want war? Now that your wish has been fulfilled, the war is coming. All mankind has declared war on your evil government. Since the birth of human beings, you are the only one who can make all countries in the world declare war on you together. Do you feel proud? You are courting death. Please don't drag the American people along, they are innocent. Well, I know this is all for nothing. If the Wilson government really knew this, it would not have been fully prepared for a war after the events of 1918 were exposed. In just 3 years, the U.S. military has expanded hundreds of times, and the American people who follow blindly have been dragged into the water by this dictatorial government. All you can do now is to stay far away. This is not your war, it has nothing to do with you. Even if you have already joined the army, it doesn't matter. You should surrender when the war begins. Don't worry, all the countries in the world have come, and here is your home country, so don't worry about your safety. Even if you surrender voluntarily, be treated as a prisoner of war. Remind you again to be quick. If there is a fight, no one can guarantee it. As long as you are a normal person, you have nothing to worry about. As for defending the United States of America, haven't you heard? The country belongs to the consortium, and the life belongs to you. Why should they sacrifice their lives? All the nations of mankind have come. What does this mean? The United States is an immigrant country. Everyone has a home country. Is it worth working hard for the consortium and the home country? And the damned Wilson government. 100 million people have died in the world, and more than 3.8 million people have died in the United States, and you still have to protect the consortium. It's just ... In short, such a dictatorial government must step down and replace it with a government of normal spirit, and then negotiate with the League of Nations. The big deal is to hand over the murderer. Anyway, the consortium is not a good thing. We can hand it all over. Let the League of Nations investigate slowly. If the murderer is found, we will tear them apart! The war broke out, and Wilson's head fell off a lot recently. He admitted that the United States is indeed very strong now, and it can compete with the British Empire in a few years. What, to track down the murderer? These are just to deceive the ignorant people. At this point, is it really enough to hand over a few murderers? If there is not enough interest, how can it be possible for countries to let go? If it is a little benefit, even if it is ceding land, they all recognize it. Unfortunately, it is not. This time, the enemy's aggressive purpose is to destroy the United States of America and restore the interests of all countries in the Americas. Expanding the army 100-fold within 3 years, Wilson does not want to explain. The war has broken out. Do you still want me to expand the army? Secretary of State Rice said in panic, "Mr. President, we are in big trouble. The recruitment work in various places is not going well. Many federal states are boycotting this war. Now they are conspiring, and they will probably end up in this war later. Declare neutrality, even independence." Wilson rubbed his forehead. The worst situation was stillborn. Under the pressure of the outside world, the United States of America, which was already lacking in cohesion, has now reached the point of falling apart. Order the 6th Military Department to take necessary measures to take tough measures against these states that violate the federal government, Wilson said coldly. Rice smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. President, I'm afraid this is not possible. It is against the federal constitution, and now each state has a different number of militias. If they choose to resist, the civil war will break out before the enemy strikes us!" Since there is no World War I, the U.S. Sixth Army has no right to enter the states directly. If they do not get the consent of the state governments, they can regard this as an invasion. That's right, the entry of the Sixth Army of the United States into the United States is also an invasion. This is nothing. Some states are not happy with the president, They can also list the president as persona non grata and prohibit the president from stepping into the state. Of course, the Secretary of State did not say one more thing, that is, the Sixth Army of the United States has always been raised by the stepmother. If there is a fight, I am afraid that it will not be the opponent of the militia of the states. Once it starts and loses, it is estimated that the United States will automatically complete the slimming without waiting for the League of Nations to fight over. Proud of the unique political system of the United States, after the Wilson government announced the nationwide mobilization, the total U.S. military force has now reached more than 3 million, but unfortunately the actual control of the Sixth Army is less than 1 million. Other troops are naturally in the hands of various federal states. If these states support the federal government, the Sixth Army can naturally command these troops. If these states do not support the federal government, then these troops can refuse all orders of the Sixth Army! Wilson roared angrily. What about the consortium? Are they still unwilling to fully support the government? Once the United States is defeated, do they want to run away? Rice smiled bitterly and said, Mr. President, in the past 2 or 3 years, many consortiums have secretly transferred some of their properties, so ... Wilson said angrily, aren't all these properties confiscated by governments of various countries? A while ago, Morgan and Locke were both very angry. Do you want to support the government in this battle? Are they still not able to subdue the state government? When did the strength of the American consortium suddenly weaken so much? Secretary of State Rice shook his head and said, Mr. President, I don't think this is something we can discuss. If the interests are right, it doesn't matter to them whether the United States of America exists or not. In fact, whether to fight this war or not, there are disputes within the party, including myself. Everyone thinks that there is no objection to this war, if it is possible. In fact, it is not impossible to surrender. Wilson's anger can no longer be suppressed. The good guy war has not yet begun, and the Secretary of State is making a noise to surrender. If this spreads out, it will not explode outside? Bastard, do you know what will happen once you surrender? The United States of America will cease to exist, and the 100 years of hard work of our ancestors will all be in vain. Rice said tit for tat, that's better than dragging everyone to death. My Mr. President, how many things are you hiding from us? What exactly do you want to do? The United States of America has come to this point, don't you feel guilty? Since the Naval Act of 1916, the United States has continuously challenged the world hegemony of the British Empire. That's all. Although the British Empire is powerful, it is only an enemy, and we can still deal with it. What's next? As soon as the World War ended, you went to Europe to make trouble, and most of the countries in Europe were offended. Don't you think that this situation has nothing to do with these things? How could Bulgaria, Austria-Hungary, the Russian Empire, and the French Republic see us as mortal enemies if it wasn't for the 14 points you fiddled with? There are no contradictions, no conflicts of interest. Just because of your world concept, you have provoked so many enemies to the United States. Have you got water in your head? Do you understand now? The seeds of hatred had been planted as early as 1917. After your 14 articles were announced, colonial resistance organizations in various countries became active. You are still proud of yourself and claim to be a savior. When the flu virus broke out, the world's public opinion immediately locked on the United States. Don't you understand? They're taking revenge on us for instigating colonial rebellion before. Why are the British so responsive? Except for Japan, Bulgaria, the French Republic, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire do not have such a strong conflict of interest with us. Why would they go all out? Don't forget what we guessed before, that is, Britain and Japan joined forces to declare war on the United States of America. Now what? Worldwide. In the face of the duties of the Secretary of State, Wilson was speechless. On the surface, it seemed that these things had something to do with him. If it weren't for a series of stupid tricks in the front, which had drawn so much hatred, there would be no reason behind it. The League of Nations was established so quickly, and it also pulled all the countries in the world into it. Obviously, this is not a country that has this ability. Even the British Empire, It is impossible to do it. In addition to the public anger that the Americans committed this time, there is also a core reason, that is, enemies are all over the world, there is revenge for revenge, there is grudge and complaint. True or not, Secretary Rice thinks that's the main reason. Also, no matter how this war is fought, the United States is a defeated country, and the enemy is the whole world. Even if it wins militarily, it is a loser. Besides, if we can't win, how should we arrange it militarily? The two fleets of the League of Nations came over so carelessly, the navies of the American countries have not yet joined, and the American Navy has been divided into two. The Panama Canal is no longer safe, and the U.S. Navy does not dare to go in. If they just go in, the enemy will only need one block on both ends, and they will be finished. Although the chances are very small, after the birth of the Air Force, this situation is unavoidable. The U.S. troops deployed in Panama have already asked for domestic help, and the coalition forces are less than 150 kilometers away from the canal. The navies of South American countries have begun to assemble. They may not be the opponents of the U.S. Navy, but it is still possible to fight on the canal, regardless of victory or defeat. As long as the warship is sunk in the river, they will win. Loss: Britain, France, and the three countries have promised them that they will do it boldly, and the loss of warships will be ours. Naturally, no one likes a war that cannot be won. In terms of tonnage, the coalition is nearly 4 times that of the U.S. Navy, and even if it is 2 points, it is twice. This disadvantage is already big enough, and if we divide it into two, you really don't know how to fight this battle? The biggest problem with the U.S. military right now is not that there are no soldiers, but that there are not enough generals. That's right, there are no generals, and there is also a large shortage of grassroots officers. Even before the outbreak of the World War, the 6th Army of the United States had no active generals, and the highest was only brigadier generals. A very fucking situation has arisen. The highest level officers, who are just division commanders, suddenly let them command 1 million troops. Now their command system is still in a state of chaos, and it is impossible to figure it out in a short time. It is precisely because they know so much that all the anti-war forces within the U.S. government are unprecedentedly powerful. If Wilson hadn't activated the emergency bill during the war and let Congress discuss it, the chance of them surrendering directly was over 70%. And there was a 29% chance that they would surrender after the resistance and fight to the end. This is very un-American. After being silent for a while, Wilson suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Well, these are all my responsibilities, but now the enemy has come, and their purpose is to destroy the United States of America. What can we do? This war has to be fought. Of course we can choose to surrender, but that is the worst choice. We will lose everything. The federal government will be dismembered, many of our federal states will be turned into colonies again, and even the remaining land will have to pay huge war reparations and pensions for this epidemic. Our people will always fight to pay off the debt, and it will be for generations, and it will never be repaid. There will be no future for this country and no hope in sight. Listen to me, fight a battle, even if we lose. Let the enemy see our strength." Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 462. Americans are preparing. Wilson struggled to persuade his political team to support the war. But the next question comes again, what about the Panama Canal? Do you want to save the Panama Canal? Once the canal is lost, the U.S. Navy will be divided into two. As for cross-ocean military mobilization, it is estimated that the U.S. Navy will starve to death on the road. The coalition army dared to go on an expedition across the ocean. That is, there are a lot of Canadian, Mexican, and South American countries responsible for logistics supplies, not directly from London to the mainland of the United States, and the colonial government is responsible for logistics along the way. In order to plan this war, as early as more than a year ago, the British were stocking up materials in advance, otherwise how could they send troops when they said they would? John Joseph Pershing, Chief of Staff of the U.S. 6th Army, one of Wilson's most trusted generals. Well, in this era, the United States really has no famous generals, and can only choose generals from short people. John Joseph Pershing has passed the Spanish-American War anyway. Under the entrustment of a group of incompetent generals, he appeared to be very powerful. In fact, he only killed the peasant uprising when he invaded Cuba, and then suppressed the indigenous uprising in the Philippines. Without participating in the World War, the American soldiers naturally have no chance to perform, so the Chief of Staff of the 6th Army promoted by Wilson has no actual combat experience comparable to that of any division commander in the three countries of Britain, France, and Bulgaria. William Chevron Benson, the U.S. Navy Secretary, he was not promoted by Wilson. The U.S. Navy is much stronger than the 6th Army. The President Wilson has not been able to interfere with the appointment of their Navy Secretary. Now they have come to the White House together, along with the U.S. Cabinet, plus President Wilson, and they will formulate a battle plan together, or in other words, they are reviewing the military's battle plan. Wilson said passionately, "The United States of America has reached the most critical moment. Even when the British burned the White House, it can't be compared with now. Win this war, the United States is still the United States. Lose this war, this piece of land will be reduced to scorched earth again." All right, his expression was in vain. Everyone sitting here is old fritters. Who cares about these official articles? Wilson's face sank. His Majesty as a president was almost wiped out. He paused, swallowed all the words in his stomach, and said coldly, "Two generals, take out your battle plan." William Chevron Benson was the first to say, "This time the enemy is coming and attacking from two sides at the same time. Our navy is limited in strength and unable to defend against the enemy from both sides at the same time. The Admiralty decided to concentrate all warships in the Atlantic Ocean to defend our best east coast." Secretary of State Rice immediately retorted, "How can this work? All the navies have gone to the east coast. What about our west coast? Just throw it to the enemy?" Benson said coldly, "I'm sorry, our navy is limited. Even if we want to defend our east coast, we can't do enough. If we divide our troops again, we don't even need a battle plan, we can just admit defeat." East Coast: Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, are the most elite places in the United States. From the point of view of maximizing interests, only by keeping the East Coast as much as possible can we maximize the vitality of the United States. As for the West Coast, isn't there a Sixth Army? The big deal is to learn to be the great Sixth Army to deal with the British. If you win, you will fight. If you can't win, you will run. Although the League of Nations is aggressive, they are also full of internal contradictions. As long as time delays, they will collapse on their own. In fact, this is just a passing scene. These states on the east coast of the United States account for more than half of the country's population, with 7 layers of economic aggregates. It is inevitable to give priority to defending the east coast. As early as Benson proposed this plan, the U.S. Navy has already actioned. The opposition is only for political correctness, proving that the government is really helpless, and was forced to give up the coastal defense along the Pacific coast. As early as when countries confiscated U.S. overseas assets, the U.S. Navy quietly transferred its main fleet to the East Coast, and now this is the last batch of navies. And most of them are old-fashioned warships, and several main ships are also the earliest generation of dreadnoughts of the U.S. Navy, and their combat effectiveness is not very good. This is similar to what the British guessed. The real main force of the Royal Navy is also in the Atlantic Fleet, and most of the main ships in the Pacific Fleet are first-generation warships. The deployment of the Navy naturally made the Sixth Army very dissatisfied, and John Joseph Pershing retorted, "General Benson, I'm afraid you have made a mistake. This time our enemy is the whole world, not just the British Empire. The defense area of our Sixth Army is to draw a circle around the United States. Do you think it is that easy? The enemy will board from Canada, Mexico, and thousands of kilometers of coastline. Can you tell me how to defend?" Benson said coldly, "This question is also what I want to ask. It would be good for the Navy to hold the East Coast. As for the issue of the Sixth Army, I personally suggest that we continue to expand the army. The Germans could face the 8 million Allied forces alone in Europe for half a year, but they collapsed because of insufficient supplies. You can learn. There can never be so many enemies against you, with our resources and industrial strength. As long as you can block the enemy, the government will never let you go hungry. The contradiction between the 6th Navy and the 6th Army is not small in every country, and the United States is no exception. Now that the Navy is retreating from the West Coast, and the 6th Army is required to fill the pit, Pershing can't bear it anymore. Pershing said angrily, "Our 6th Army doesn't have this capability." You can see this problem by looking at our military spending. A few years ago, our 6th Army's total strength was only 26,000, which is only one division. Now the Army is expanding. Soon the total strength of our 6th Army will reach 8 million, and it will even exceed 10 million in the future. Unfortunately, most of these troops are militias from the federal states. How many of them can the 6th Army be mobilized? Is this still a serious problem? When it comes to your Navy, what do you do with so much military spending every year? If we all give us the 6th Army, we don't need to be so troublesome now. Wilson interrupted angrily. "Stop. I called you here today, not to quarrel. The war has already begun, and we don't have any extra time to waste." Everyone has come up with a battle plan and continued the topic just now. Whether everyone agrees with the plan of the Admiralty, let's vote directly. Opposition turned into opposition. On the issue of the Navy concentrating its forces to defend the East Coast, we still adopted this operational plan. Pershing said with an embarrassed face. The deployment of troops of the 6th Army is very troublesome. We do not select the militiamen from the upper coastal and border states. The troops that the 6th Army can really mobilize now are actually very limited. Since there are too many locations where the enemy can attack, we plan to deploy the 6th Army on several nodes to facilitate reinforcements at any time. Troop deployment. The total strength of the 6th Army of the United States is as high as 8 million, and the army directly under the 6th Army has just reached more than 3 million. Even these troops were coordinated by Wilson personally in the consortium, and they used their huge influence to steal from the state governments. The troops come out. The coastal states and the frontier states are very supportive of the government's military expansion, but this support is limited to words. Most of the troops they expanded have stayed to defend their hometowns. As for defending the Federation, this issue is left to others. Now the main force of the 6th Army of the United States is basically recruited from the inner 6 states, and they also have little interest in defending the country. Without the First World War, the U.S. government was not able to establish a complete national conscription system. Now it is very easy for states to recruit militiamen, and everyone is still very active in defending their hometown. If the U.S. 6th Army recruits soldiers, almost no one cares. The 6th Army in Pershing's hands is now almost becoming a shelter. In order to collect the number of soldiers promised to the central government, the states have opened the prisons, released the prisoners, and let them take the blame. Of course, these are still not enough, so some federal states have an idea. Isn't there enough white people and black people? We are all Americans. How can we be without them when defending our country? So now the main force of the U.S. 6th Army is actually Uncle Black, and this ratio is still increasing. At the same time, other races have also appeared, such as Indians and Asian faces. There is no need to discuss the issue of combat effectiveness. The 6th Army of the United States in this era can only bully the natives, but the militia of the states have some combat effectiveness when defending their hometowns. Seeing that everyone was silent, Wilson reluctantly announced, "Since everyone has no opinion, let's do it." This war meeting ended in discord. For a war with no hope in sight, don't expect everyone to have high enthusiasm. If there is a choice, it is estimated that the U.S. military will become the most violent anti-war this time. Group. When the U.S. government started to mobilize across the country, the pace of the war was getting closer and closer to them. It's not that no one wanted to take the initiative to attack. The problem is that it's useless to win now. What if you beat up Mexico and Canada? Is it possible to destroy them in this short half-month? Since it is impossible to kill the enemy, then don't waste precious troops. The main job of the American people now is to dig trenches. In this world war, Americans have also learned a lot of things, and trenches are one of them. In order to win this war, the Americans began to dig trenches indiscriminately, and the states were self-organized for defense, so there were often ironic situations. For example, when the honest American people were digging trenches, they accidentally dug a road leading to a neighboring state, or they dug a large ditch without considering the actual situation, or they dug. This is a good thing for a country where all people have guns, and there is no need to worry about weapons in wartime. Even with such a radical military expansion by the U.S. government, they can still guarantee that every man has a gun. Not to mention the logistical issue. It is estimated that General Pershing does not know how many weapons his troops are equipped with, let alone supplies. Guns alone are not enough. They also need guns, so the old antiques that have been preserved by collectors are invited out. They are not too old. Most of them are the products of the Civil War. In 1/3 of the countries in the world, these equipment are still doable, even if he was so hungry. Pershing only scavenged more than 3,000 cannons for the 6th Army, and the rest are of course still in the workshop of the arsenal. In addition to artillery, machine guns, tanks, and armored vehicles are also all-encompassing. Even if the United States is the world's largest industrial power, it must be without them in the top 3 in the military industry. Even at the time of the World War, they added production lines, but at the end of 1917 the capitalists got rid of these things and now they have to start all over again. With the American system, when the capitalists have completed the adjustment of the production line, there is not a year and a half, so don't ask for it. If there is no rabbit, there will be no eagle. Although the Wilson government has long asked the capitalists to carry out wartime economy, it is a pity that if they do not see the order, they will not change the production line. And in times of peace, President Wilson wants to expand his armament, so let's pass Congress first. Without the approval of the congressman, he, the president, has no right to expand the military and prepare for war. The most important thing is that the government has no money. Whether it is raising taxes or issuing debts, it has to be approved by Congress. So Secretary of State Rice came here again. Secretary of State Rice said with a frown, "Mr. President, our bank's bonds have been coldly received in the market, and several major domestic consortia are not interested. As our overseas assets were frozen at the end of last year, the domestic economy was in trouble. The stock market has long since fallen to the bottom, and there is no sign of recovery now. Therefore, we are in trouble when we collect war taxes." Wilson said angrily, "Damn bastards. Don't these capitalists know that their lips are dead and their teeth are cold? Once we are defeated, they still have to rely on the League of Nations to protect their interests. What are your plans to get us through this crisis?" If the American consortium knew about Wilson's idea, they would definitely be wronged. They really thought that they were so rich and powerful. The American consortium of this era is not the American consortium after World War II. When the World War ended prematurely, they were at most second-rate consortiums, approaching first-rate consortiums. With the annihilation of overseas investment, they also suffered heavy losses and were beaten back to second-rate consortiums. To support the national defense construction of the base camp, naturally there is no spare energy to buy the bonds of the central government. Of course, worrying about the government's repayment ability is also a very important factor. Rice thought for a while and said, "There is no good way. The economic experts told me that the government can take over the Fed and pass the current hurdle with the dollar." Hearing this suggestion, Wilson fell into silence, and this was not the first time he had thought about it. Taking over the Fed is not that simple. Of course, at this time, he doesn't care about defending the consortium. The problem is that he doesn't have enough gold reserves in his hands. The US dollar can become one of the mainstream currencies in the world. The consortium behind the Federal Reserve has made great efforts. Without their support, the gold reserve issue alone would be enough to make the US government struggle for another 30 years. Rice put forward this suggestion. Obviously they also know this problem. The gold reserves have not increased. That is, they are indiscriminately using banknotes, using inflation, and plundering wealth from the people to wage war. Wilson wasn't an economic idiot. He was an economics expert, And he knew it wouldn't stop right from the start. Maybe it's only a 10% increase in the dollar, but inflation may be 50%. This is mainly a matter of people's confidence in the dollar. In times of peace, we can still find ways to restore the people's confidence. But don't think about it in times of war. It is estimated that the American people, no matter how optimistic, do not think they can win this war. The purpose of most people is just to keep their hometown. If you lose the battle, you will lose the battle anyway, as long as you don't harm your own interests. Well, do as you say, Wilson said helplessly. After making this decision, it is estimated that the American people will have a deeper impression of him, the worst president in American history. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 463. The King in number 039:S landing in the Americas. The war finally ignited, but Ferdinand was still unhappy. With such a huge investment, Bulgaria would still suffer a big loss when the interests were finally divided. No way, there are British, French, and Hispanics in the United States. Where can I find a Bulgarian? By virtue of their blood relationship, both Britain and France can establish a puppet state to safeguard their interests in the Americas. If they manage it carefully, they may directly merge with the mainland in the future. As for Bulgarians, there must be 10,000 to 8,000. If you look carefully, and then relax the standard, it is estimated that it will not be a problem to collect 108,000, and it will be impossible to get more. This number is less than 1,000th of the population of the United States. With this population, Ferdinand estimates that he will eventually be able to control a third-tier town in the United States. No more. This is embarrassing. The biggest interest is to carve up the United States, but the problem is that there is no one in Bulgaria. Can't immigrate to America? The local population is not enough. Without this relationship, Ferdinand doubted that when the territory was divided up, how many years would Bulgaria be able to hold on? If you directly rule the nation and become independent, people will collapse. If you rule indirectly, this will be even worse. In 10 years, people will truly become independent, and Bulgaria will not be able to reach it. You can't carve up a bit of the American colonies, can you? That's too bad. Americans have a fart colony in this era. With just a few pieces of land, most of the Philippines is owned by the Japanese, and a mere Cuban island is not enough for the military expenses of this operation, although the military expenses of this war have already been paid by the Americans. The frozen U.S. assets are the military spending for this operation. It was impossible to support the founding of the Bulgarian people. Ferdinand had to settle for the next best thing and hit the other Slavic peoples. Suddenly, it was discovered that due to the financial rise of Bulgaria, it robbed the immigrants who originally came from Eastern Europe to the United States. Now the number of Slavic peoples in the United States is also surprisingly small. Of course, this is less for Germans, British, French, and Hispanics. After all, there are millions, and it is barely enough to build a small kingdom. This time, the European governments actively participated in the war against the United States. A large part of the reason is that there are a large number of immigrants in the United States. Once the war is won, then everyone can establish a national organization according to the composition of the main ethnic groups in their respective countries, remote control countries or autonomous regions, economic colonies. This is a condition offered by Britain, France, and the three countries. Of course, Bulgaria will suffer in this way. In theory, it can still get some compensation from the country that contributes less and gets rich benefits. Ferdinand is very clear that this compensation estimate is also very limited. In addition to some economic compensation, that is, allowing Bulgarian companies to invest in local areas without restrictions, considering the actual situation in Bulgaria, there is not much excess funds invested overseas at all, which is almost equal to nothing. Don't think about anything else. It is so far apart that Bulgaria is simply out of reach. Instead, it is more cost-effective to exchange these benefits with Britain and France. It can be seen from the population composition of the United States, and the population distribution of the United States is mostly clustered by ethnic group, and it is applicable in that place. Germans in Pennsylvania, Dutch and Italians in New York, French in Louisiana, Hispanics in Florida, California, etc. The British are more widely distributed. The original 13 states in the United States are their main gathering places, and other states also have their presence. Irish people also account for a large proportion. Fortunately, the Irish do not buy the account of the British, otherwise the British will make a lot of money this time. If Ferdinand was George V, he would establish a Great Britain in the Americas, and it is best to merge them with the mainland. No matter how bad it is, I have to find a way to throw a son over to be the king. From the perspective of economic development, the Britain in the Americas 6 has a much greater development potential than the British Isles. With the strength of the British Empire and the status of the leader this time, it is not a problem at all to get 3/4 of the United States divided up after the war, and it is enough to build a powerful kingdom. For the benefit of the family, Ferdinand also sent a telegram to George V, explaining the situation. Everyone understands the truth of the three caves, and it is also in the interests of the British royal family to add a crown. Of course, it is in the interests of the royal family, but it may not be in the interests of the United Kingdom. If it was Edward VII, such a good thing would definitely pass. He can pass it directly. When it comes to George V, he must find a way to operate! If the time is pushed back, it is estimated that there is no need to think about the operation. If the empty royal family wants to obtain such great benefits, what will they use to settle the government, and what will they use to settle the domestic interest groups? Ferdinand instigated the British royal family to do this, mainly because he planned to do it too. With so many sons, they have to make plans for their future, right? Besides the little Ferdinand who can inherit the throne, what about the 5 other children in his family? It is also a good choice to send one to the Americas to be a king. Anyway, with his support, it is not a problem to secure the throne. However, considering that Americans are used to being democratic and republican, if they want to return to the era of monarchy, it is best to get a few more kingdoms. Everyone is the same, so that they can balance their hearts. Therefore, the royal families in Europe have basically received Ferdinand's restoration plan. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the operation of each royal family. Anyway, everyone is the beneficiary of success, and there is not much loss in failure. Originally, Ferdinand planned to establish a German-American kingdom for his son, but considering that the operation was too difficult and easy to play, he had to settle for a Slavic kingdom. And this Slavic kingdom is still dominated by Russians. No way, who called the Russians so much? Fortunately, in terms of bloodline, his son also has the blood of the Tsarist family, and is also the top 10 heirs to the Russian throne. Emotionally, everyone can still accept it. In this regard, the operation of the Tsarist government is still fruitful, and even overseas Russians are mostly their supporters. Don't think it's strange that in the chaotic America, the royalist faction is not weak, but the king they protect is the royal family of the mother country. No one knows if they really support this, at least they say it. Maybe it's just that they think the monarchy is interesting, or maybe ... Anyway, Americans in this era still envy the European aristocracy. It was only after the collapse of Russia and a large number of poor Russian aristocrats who came to the United States that the aristocracy became worthless. The palace minister, Karl, walked up to Ferdinand and said, "Your Majesty, this is a call back from the royal families in Europe. They are very interested in your proposed King's Landing in America plan. Some people even suggested that we all work together." Ferdinand nodded. This is inevitable, being able to add a crown to his family, such a good thing. It is estimated that no royal family can refuse. The king of this era is still very valuable. In this way, it is estimated that the French will be uncomfortable. The 3 major royalist parties in their country are of equal strength, and mutual restraint and restoration are still far away. A bunch of small kingdoms newly appeared in the Americas, and the impact on them is not small. Of note, French politics is very strange. For a long time, the main forces in French politics were the 3 major royalist parties. The political forces that really support the Republic have actually become a minority. After thinking about it, Ferdinand said, "Answer them. It is feasible to unite, but it must wait until after the war and after everyone has finished dividing the spoils. What we have to do now is to build up public opinion and remind them to take it step by step, to attack from the side first, not to go straight to the topic. We can only reveal our purpose after the dust settles, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Ferdinand came up with the King's Landing in the Americas plan, which immediately mobilized the enthusiasm of the European royal families. In a short period of time, the topic of the superiority of the monarchy appeared everywhere in Europe. Of course, this wave of public opinion has just begun, and it has not attracted much social attention. Of course, a monarchy country must publicize the superiority of the monarchy. No, it should be discussing the superiority of constitutional monarchy. Monarchies all over Europe are constitutional monarchy, at least in name everyone is. Whether it is Tsarist Russia or Bulgaria, they are all representatives of the constitutional monarchy, even if Ferdinand, the king of the constitutional monarchy, has more power than the unconstitutional king. This kind of propaganda will not cause any problems. Anyway, every once in a while, it will come once to swear the presence of the king, and naturally it will not attract the attention of politicians. Now everyone's eyes are focused on the American war. Almost all news has been suppressed by this war. Ferdinand's purpose of secretly suppressing Chenkang has reached the first step. Of course, this is just to leave an impression in the hearts of the people. The real trouble is still to come. At least let the ordinary people support them in doing so. The leader has been chosen, and this time Ferdinand personally charged into the battle. Once the King's Landing in the Americas project was launched, he took the lead in establishing a kingdom and served as king, and then other countries followed suit. This is also to reduce domestic resistance. On the surface, it is nothing more than the king of his own, with another title added. For example, the British royal family also serves as the Emperor of India, without affecting everyone's interests. The subsequent inheritance of the throne is the problem. Whether it can be split up and passed on to other heirs depends on everyone's means. This head Ferdinand said that he can bring it. As the boss of Bulgaria, to solve these problems, he thinks that he can still do it. At least no one in the cabinet dares to object, and no one in the government will jump out to point fingers, and the people will rely on public opinion to guide. When he succeeds, other countries will follow suit. After all, in the context of this constitutional monarchy, the rights of European kings are more or less restricted. Since the rise of Bulgaria, European countries have been greatly influenced, and many countries have started to learn from Bulgaria involuntarily, and have achieved certain results. The weight of a successful person's speech is completely different from that of a failed person, and Ferdinand is now a winner. Since the death of Edward VII, Ferdinand has become the actual leader of the European royal family. Although it has not been recognized, there is no one who can compare with him in the royal family. This status is based on Bulgaria succeeded. For a successful person, everyone will have a blind obedience, that is, everything he says is the truth and everything he does is right. So things with rhythm are suitable for Ferdinand. Once successful, he will gain a very high prestige in the royal family and become the first person in the European royal family, just like Queen Victoria, the European grandmother. Ferdinand, who has always kept a low profile for the sake of his name before and after his death, doesn't mind making a comeback this time. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 464. The catastrophe leads the way. The U.S. Pacific Fleet is rushing to the Atlantic Ocean, and a bad news reaches Washington, and Panama City is lost. The coalition forces lurking in Colombia still took action. Facing the attack of the coalition forces, the defenders of Panama were completely helpless. At this time, the Americans paid a painful price for despising the Sixth Army. After the news came back to Washington, the U.S. government wailed for a while. This time, it was miserable. The divided Navy had no power to fight. However, the Admiralty did not say anything, as if everything was expected. Only those who knew the inside story knew that the main force of the Pacific Fleet had already arrived in the Atlantic Ocean, and the rest was just a pretense. The purpose is still to be politically correct, and we cannot let the people realize that the government has given up on the West Coast before the war begins. Otherwise, with the sturdy personality of the American people, the riots are only a small problem, and the most troublesome thing is when people get angry, just surrendered. This kind of thing has happened many times in the history of the United States. As long as the government dares to give up, they dare to surrender and resist that very un-American. The bad news is always one after another. On 25, 1992, the Hawaii War broke out. This time, there was no sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. In the face of the menacing coalition forces, the U.S. Navy did not intend to send a fleet to die. The two sides launched a fierce competition around the Hawaiian Islands. The isolated and helpless U.S. military was forced to surrender after 5 days of resisting the coalition attack. The U.S. gateway in the Pacific Ocean was lost. The progress of the Atlantic fleet on the other side is not so smooth. The main force of the U.S. Navy is here, and the coalition forces do not know where to start. A decisive battle is impossible. The U.S. Navy is hiding in Charleston and Kings Bay, and will not come out at all. As long as the coalition forces are divided, they will immediately become active again, and Thomas, commander of the Atlantic Fleet, is about to be forced to do so. The coalition can only cover the 6th Army and board the 6th. Anyway, if the U.S. Navy wants to protect the Atlantic Ocean, it must sacrifice the defense of the Pacific Ocean. If any side falls, they may lose the war. Canada at this time, the driving is not very good. It provides logistics for hundreds of thousands of troops, which is almost their limit. If there is more, prepare to be hungry. On February 5, 1992, the fire of war broke out in the Great Lakes region, and the Canadian Army, supported by the coalition forces, stabbed the industrial center of the United States. As soon as the war began, coalition air forces launched airstrikes on the Great Lakes industrial area. On the Atlantic battlefield, the commander of the Navy of the coalition forces was British, the commander of the 6th Army was French, and the commander of the Air Force was naturally Bulgarian. Influenced by Ferdinand's ideas, the Bulgarian Air Force had a soft spot for incendiary bombs. Every time they bombed the enemy's important facilities, they were always habitually thrown over, and the effect was quite good. This time is no exception. For the first time encountering an airstrike, even if they were well prepared, the Americans were still in a panic. Because the firefighting facilities are not perfect, they must rely on manpower to fight the fire, and the panicked workers cannot organize in a short time. The first appearance of the Air Force surprised Americans. After hearing the news, the rookie Air Force of the United States was beaten by the coalition fighters that had already been prepared. Due to the failure of air defense, in just 1 week, the production capacity of the Great Lakes industrial zone in the United States has dropped by 2/3. People are panicking, because they are worried about the enemy in the sky, and workers can't produce with peace of mind at all. At the same time, another change took place on the Pacific battlefield. The coalition forces in the San Francisco area completed the 6th landing, and the calm on the west coast of the United States was broken. Affected by this, the Mexican government, which has been suppressed by the Americans for a long time, and with the support of the coalition forces, once again gathered up the courage to attack the southern United States! After receiving the battle report from the front line, Ferdinand did not say anything. He knew that it was time for the governments of various countries to step in. Strong fortresses were often broken from the inside, and now the United States is this fortress. If all states resisted desperately, it would be impossible to end the war in a short time, and everyone within the coalition did not want the war to continue forever. Then negotiation is a good choice, and it is not negotiating with the central government of the United States, but negotiating with various state governments. For example, in a state dominated by the Dutch, let the Dutch government come forward and negotiate with them. In a state dominated by Hispanics, let the Kingdom of Spain be good. Coercion and temptation come casually, as long as they bluff them anyway, and they don't need to rise up to rebel directly, as long as they declare that they will remain neutral in this war. In Sacramento, the capital of California, there is now a fierce quarrel, and the war has burned to the door. Many people, for their own interests, hope that the state government can declare neutrality and prevent the war from continuing to deepen. There is naturally a shadow of foreign forces behind this. For example, the Spaniards, who have the largest proportion of the population, are affected by their home country, and as long as they remain neutral in the war will not destroy their homeland. Countries came to the Americas to gain benefits, not to turn this place into ruins. It would be better not to fight if they could. Especially in coastal cities, like San Francisco, they really don't want the war to break out in their hometown. As for defending the federal government, does it have anything to do with them? With the political system of the United States, even if the federal government is closed, they can still operate on their own, and everyone's life will still be the same. There is absolutely no need to work hard for an illusory federal government! On February 5, 1992, the state of Texas declared its independence, which opened the prelude to the division of the United States, followed by East California on February 8, which also declared its independence. Well, these two are regulars for independence, and they will not stop in the 2nd century. Now that the opportunity has come, how can they give up? If the United States continues to be strong, they will have to think twice before they act. Now they can't see the future of the United States, so they should follow the will of the people. Most people support the two independent states, and with the support of the League of Nations, step. On February 22, 1992, the war-torn state of California announced its withdrawal from the war, maintained its neutrality, and signed an armistice with the coalition forces. A large state withdrew from the war. This is not over yet. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is about to burn its eyebrows, voted in Boston on February 25. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts legislature declared that it would remain neutral in this war. Then the wave of neutrality could no longer be stopped. On February 28, 1992, the states of Oregon and Nevada on the west coast of the United States declared their neutrality on the same day. Immediately after, Arizona, New Mexico, Minnesota, Maine, and Michigan declared their independence, and the wave of neutrality exploded. By the end of March 1992, more than half of the state governments of the United States of America declared neutrality, and it was very strange that these states that declared neutrality in the war prohibited the entry of American troops, but allowed coalition troops to pass through. The Wilson government was in a very embarrassing situation. Basically, as long as the League of Nations troops hit that state, it would not be long before the state announced its withdrawal from the war. Resistance? Why resist? Fighting is killing people. Why should other states not resist? Let us go to death. As for asking for help from the central government, do they really think they are idiots? As soon as the war is fought, their hometown will be turned into ruins, and precious lives will be lost. Win? It is impossible to win. Americans in this era do not have the confidence of later generations, and even in later generations, they do not have the arrogant belief that they can really take on the world one-on-one. In the White House in Washington, Wilson is no longer in the mood. Don't look at these states' declaration of neutrality's life. Now of course it can't be done. It's not that the 6th Military Department has not sent troops to the front line. Unfortunately, it is the excellent performance of these troops that makes the state governments lose their confidence. They are all true warriors, but unfortunately they did not achieve any results except for sending waves of heads. No one can be blamed for this. A few years ago, they were all workers, peasants, gangsters, and criminals, and then they were forced to take up arms to defend their homeland and the country. You have courage, but don't think about combat effectiveness. Just look at their officers. For example, in the defense of San Francisco, the commander of the 7th Army Corps, a few months ago, he was just a commander of the U.S. Army, from commanding 2,000 troops to commanding more than 300,000 troops. He spent a few hours too much. This is not an exception. The entire U.S. military is everywhere. Now the battalion-level officers in the U.S. military were the top soldiers a few months ago, and some of them have even joined the army for less than a year. A group of rookie officers, with a group of rabble, is not capable of fighting, and the ability to harm the place is not low. Robbery, murder, rape, these are all pediatrics. If a bank is robbed somewhere, don't be surprised. Most of the murderers are in the 6th Army of the United States. Since someone came up with the idea of sending criminals, gangsters into this army, military discipline no longer exists. Military judge? Where can you find so many professionals in such a short period of time? Wouldn't it take time to clean up military discipline? In the face of such an army, the state governments naturally keep their distance. Many areas regard the U.S. 6th Army as the god of plague. When they cross the border, the state government also sends militia to see them off. It can be said that since the completion of the expansion of the 6th Army of the United States, the law and order of the states in the United States has improved a lot. Correspondingly, the security near the station of the 6th Army of the United States has deteriorated sharply, and the crime rate has increased dozens of times. Many people even choose to move. Wilson asked coldly, have the domestic consortiums reached a compromise with the enemy? No one answered him. Now they all belong to the outcasts, and things are in this situation, and there is always a need for scapegoats, and they are the best choice. Everyone is not a fool, and naturally they have to find a way back. Patriots may have it, but for a creature like a politician, interests always come first. Seeing that no one answered, Wilson sneered and said, it's all in this situation. What can't you say? The real enemy of the United States of America has never been abroad, and foreign enemies can't destroy this country, but the one who can really destroy this country will always be all within us. Do they think that if they declare neutrality now, the enemy will let them go? This is too naive. Without enough interest, it is impossible for our enemy to stop this time. When this country is destroyed, the good days of the consortium will come to an end. Without the consortium supported by the state, it is just a fat sheep in the eyes of others. Everyone understands the truth, but the problem is that compromising with the enemy is not a big deal to lose wealth. If you support the federal government, you will lose more than just money. Maybe the virus will be deducted from graduate students in the end, and everyone will not be able to save their lives. No wonder everyone has to choose. So, Secretary Rice said, Mr. President, it's useless to say that now. We've failed this time anyway. It's better to give it a go, concentrate all our main forces of the 6th Army, and have a decisive battle with the enemy's 6th Army. If we win, we can negotiate conditions with the enemy, and if we lose, everything will stop. What I am doing is not a fool. I know that Rice's proposal is definitely not as simple as it seems. Now the Pacific Coalition of the League of Nations is making great progress, while the Atlantic Fleet does not dare to let go of the attack because of the loss of the Navy, and it has not achieved decent results. This is unacceptable for the countries participating in the Atlantic Coalition. If there is no chance, then there is only opportunity. For example, move the main force of the U.S. military away from the East Coast to facilitate their attack. Once the main force of the U.S. 6th Army leaves, the Atlantic Allied forces can take political measures to disintegrate the Americans' eastern defense line. Don't look at the fact that the eastern states have not made a fuss and think that they are supporting the Federation. It's just that everyone is afraid of the local garrison and dare not take risks. I know, but now they don't have a choice, right? If you don't gamble again, the further back you go, the more states will withdraw from the war, and the less chance everyone has. Then the strength behind the agitation of Rice is ready to show, and the Secretary of State can make a risky proposal. It must be rewarded. There are not many countries that can keep them after the war, and there are only 3 in the Atlantic Fleet: British, French, and Pauline! The British may not care, the Pacific Fleet is still dominated by them, but Bulgaria and France are different. Most of their investment is in the Atlantic Fleet. If there is no victory, it will be troublesome to divide up the interests after the war. Everyone turned their attention to Secretary of State Rice, and saw that his scalp was numb, and the meaning was very obvious: either take us with us, or we are finished together. Secretary of State Rice nodded slightly, indicating that there was no problem, and then returned to normal. Wilson, who was beaten and demoralized, had not yet found anyone, and had already made a deal behind his back! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 465, confused. Intelligence leader Morka reported to Ferdinand who, Your Majesty, the plan on the U.S. side has been completed. This time we are working with the French. Some people in the U.S. government have accepted our goodwill and have begun to promote this plan. They asked us not to hold them accountable after the war, and to guarantee their safety, and we have agreed. /U0261T/P/U03 Goodwill is of course money. American capitalists are very rich, and American politicians will also become rich after retirement, but during their tenure, they are basically poor. /U0261T/P/U03 Although 31novels.com update quick, their status is very high and they have great power, it is still not so easy to embezzle and accept bribes, and there are too many eyes staring at them. /U0261T/P/U03 Now, the U.S. government is about to rush to the street. At the last moment, they will make a fortune and leave. Naturally, there is no pressure on everyone. /U0261T/P/U03 Ferdinand smiled and said, Well, you have done a good job this time, as long as we can achieve our goal. It doesn't matter even if President Wilson is spared! /U0261T/P/U03 How have states on the east coast of the United States reacted? Did the British get them done? /U0261T/P/U03 Morka thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, the British have a great influence in the eastern states. Now the representatives of the British have appeared in the local upper class in a grand manner. They should have achieved some results, but the state councils are still in the state. Talk about it. /U0261T/P/U03 Ferdinand said calmly, The British have been operating in the United States for hundreds of years, but they have supported many younger brothers. Although these younger brothers became traitors a while ago, their influence is still not small. It is only time to persuade these people to defect. The problem, we are incomparable in this respect. /U0261T/P/U03 In terms of influence in American society, we are not only inferior to the British, but even small countries such as the Netherlands, Portugal, and Switzerland have much greater influence among the American people than us. /U0261T/P/U03 So you have a heavy task this time. We are already behind in this round of competition. Correct. Have you figured out the distribution of Slavic peoples in the United States? /U0261T/P/U03 Morka thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, I have already figured it out. The distribution of Slavic peoples in the United States is mainly concentrated in Riska, California, Washington, Oregon, and Chicago. /U0261T/P/U03 Due to the small number of Slavic nationalities, except for Riska, the Slavic nationalities in other regions have no advantage, and their influence in the United States is very small. /U0261T/P/U03 And among these Slavic nationalities, the largest number is Poles. The total population of all Slavic nationalities in the United States will not exceed 3 million. /U0261T/P/U03 Ferdinand frowned. Even though he knew all these things, if it weren't for the rise of Bulgaria, which cut off the immigrants from Eastern Europe, the current proportion would probably be higher. /U0261T/P/U03 Obviously, the original plan had to be revised. With such a small population and scattered distribution, it would be unrealistic to gather all of them to establish a kingdom, unless it was the kingdom of Risgar. /U0261T/P/U03 In that case, Ferdinand would be at a great loss. Don't look at how rich the resources of a state are. It is not compared with other states in the United States. The gap between the two is too big. The chosen country has almost everything country \U00261T /P \U03E. It's not too late now. Ferdinand can still rearrange the layout. If he waits until the end to start planning, it will be too late. \U00261T /P \U03E. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "Next, focus on California and Texas to increase our local intelligence capabilities. I believe someone will cooperate with us now." \U00261T /P \U03E. Yes, Morka replied without hesitation. \U00261T /P \U03E. \U00261T /P \U03E. On March 15, 1921, the forward troops of the coalition arrived in Idaho, the heart of the northwest of the United States in the Pacific Ocean. At this time, the U.S. Army was also in full swing. \U00261T /P \U03E. For the U.S. government, it really can't retreat anymore. Even if it wants to lure the enemy to go deeper, it can't go deeper, otherwise they can surrender directly. \U00261T /P \U03E. The vanguard of the coalition forces is the Japanese Second Army, Commander Akiyama Kojiro, a general of the Japanese Army, and a general who graduated from the Sixth Army. \U00261T /P \U03E. In this war, the Japanese were particularly active, especially after fighting the U.S. military. They let go of all worries and took the initiative to take the forward job. \U00261T /P \U03E. As the saying goes, no prophet can't afford it early, and the Japanese Army's active performance is of course for the benefit. As a forward force, it is naturally beneficial. For example, when robbing, you can always grab the most lucrative loot. \U00261T /P \U03E. In the eyes of the Japanese, the United States is really too rich. The harvest of looting a small town is greater than that of attacking a county in the Sino-Japanese War. If a city can be looted, the harvest will be even greater. \U00261T /P \U03E. Compared with the rich harvest of robbery, the casualties of the forward troops are not worth mentioning. Anyway, human lives are worthless in Japan. \U00261T /P \U03E. Japanese soldiers are not picky about what they eat, use, and wear. Food, cloth, mechanical equipment, and even tables, chairs, benches, sheets, and quilt covers also appeared in the Japanese Army's trophies. \U00261T /P \U03E. European countries expressed serious contempt for the looting of Japanese soldiers who were hungry. Since the Japanese Army wants to play the vanguard, let them be fulfilled. The lives of soldiers from all countries are precious. \U00261T /P \U03E. After the smooth battle, the Japanese Army's self-confidence swelled to the limit, and Akiyama Kojiro ignored the main force behind and directly attacked the opposite American Army. \U00261T /P \U03E. According to the usual practice, these U.S. troops relied on the trenches to resist for a period of time, and then they were overwhelmed by their toughness. In the end, they either surrendered or fled, and they could continue to carry out the robbery. \U00261T /P \U03E. At this time, the U.S. military coach Pershing had already arrived at the front line and was setting up a pocket formation waiting for the enemy to penetrate. Seeing that the Japanese were the first to take the bait, his nervousness disappeared. \U00261T /P \U03E. Just as the Japanese looked down on the combat effectiveness of the American Army, Americans in this era looked down on the Japanese even more, not only for the coaches, but also for the soldiers. This is a kind of contempt from the bottom of their hearts. \U00261T /P \U03E. Pershing's nickname Pan Bushing was given to him by his enemies in the country after the war broke out, mainly because in this war, The U.S. Army was defeated all the way without a single victory. U0026-1T/P/U03E Now his chance has come. Although he has not formally fought with the coalition forces, the U.S. military has also divided the combat effectiveness of the countries in the coalition forces into ranks and ranks. U0026-1T/P/U03E Of course, the most powerful country in the army is the French army, followed by the army powers like Bulgaria, the armies of European countries, the armies of American countries, and finally the armies of Asian countries. U0026-1T/P/U03E The fighting power of the Japanese army is so low. This is the fault of the World War. The American military observation team happened to see the Japanese army on the Western Front. The expeditionary force was finished in less than a week. U0026-1T/P/U03E Then, the Americans wrote comments on the Japanese army: backward tactics, rigid thinking, third-rate command ability of officers, third-rate weapons and equipment, and the overall evaluation is a third-rate army. U0026-1T/P/U03E Well, maybe because of the superiority of the white people in this era, the military observer group ignored all the advantages of the Japanese army, or it was simply because of the displeasure of the Japanese, and deliberately lowered their evaluation. U0026-1T/P/U03E In short, the Americans have a very low evaluation of the combat effectiveness of the Japanese army. This concept has also affected the judgment of the high-level U.S. military. For example, Pershing now thinks that the Japanese army in front of him is nothing to worry about. U0026-1T/P/U03E The reason for drawing this conclusion is, the commander is an idiot. He didn't even know how many enemies there are, so he stupidly launched an attack. If he tightens his pockets now, the hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops will be finished. U0026-1T/P/U03E The battle started. The equipment of the Japanese army was backward, and the equipment of the Americans was not very good. It also took time for planes, tanks, and artillery, and the torrent of steel was gone. U0026-1T/P/U03E In just a few months, the Americans insisted on producing more than 8,000 cannons, more than 3,000 aircraft, and more than 2,000 tanks. Unfortunately, many of these equipment were intercepted by the states and fell into the hands of the U.S. Army. Only half. U0026-1T/P/U03E Even with this half of the equipment, plus the U.S. military's own equipment before, as well as the weapons and equipment that countries in the World War did not comply with, the U.S. military is no longer inferior in terms of firepower. U0026-1T/P/U03E This refers to the total firepower. If it is averaged to the troops, the two sides are even more incomparable. The Americans also know this, so the heavy firepower is concentrated, and the Japanese army is the first to enjoy this. The treatment boarded 6 troops. U0026-1T/P/U03E Don't look at the coalition's plan to send more than 2.5 million troops. In fact, the Navy's 200,000 troops must be deducted first. It is impossible for them to go to 6. U0026-1T/P/U03E Of the remaining 2.3 million troops, the Air Force has another 100,000 troops, and the total strength of the Allied Army is only 2.2 million. More than 300,000 troops. U0026-1T/P/U03E The final landing force was only 1.9 million troops, and it was divided into two. The coalition landing force on the Pacific side actually had less than 1 million people. U0026-1T/P/U03E This is why the Americans dare to fight them decisively. How about killing elephants with so many ants? Relying on its superiority in military strength, the U.S. Army can still fight. U0026-1T/P/U03E If it weren't for the states and the United States, who were bluffed by the news of a joint attack from all over the world. With their full support, such a small force would not be able to destroy the United States. /U00261T/P/U003E Combat Staff Officer reported to Akiyama Kojiro, "Your Excellency, the front-line troops have called, saying that the enemy's artillery fire is too strong, and we are suppressed so that we cannot lift our heads. They request fire support." /U00261T/P/U003E Akiyama Kojiro's face darkened. He knew that he had encountered the main force of the Americans, but he was not panicked at all. The previous battle told him that a Japanese army could chase down an American division. But there is a group army, I dare not say that there are too many, and he is not afraid to face 1.8 million U.S. troops. /U00261T/P/U003E It was because of this wrong understanding that Akiyama Kojiro made a wrong decision. He paused for a moment, and then setting differently, order the troops on the front line to hold on, and counterattack again at night! /U00261T/P/U003E /U00261T/P/U003E Genius site address, mobile version reading website. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, The Tragic Japanese Army. Out of contempt for the Americans, Akiyama Kojiro did not order a retreat after being hit by enemy fire, nor did he report the situation to the coalition headquarters immediately. It was tragedy for the Japanese soldiers on the front line. As the vanguard, they went into battle lightly. Naturally, heavy firepower did not exist. Using ordinary field artillery to bombard the enemy is completely courting death. There is no way. Everyone can only pretend to be cowardly, hiding in the anti-blasting hole and not daring to show their heads. The Japanese deserved to be unlucky. The artillery offensive they built was still carried out according to the standards of the Russo-Japanese War, and the firepower used to defend against the Americans was naturally not up to standard. Once hit directly, often a platoon of soldiers will be reimbursed in 7s and 80s. The Japanese military officers are also mechanical enough. After receiving the order, they really waited for the dark, and the American bombing was directly ignored by them. It's not dark yet, but the enemy has already rushed up, and it's also dark. The main force of the U.S. military composed of Uncle Hai rushed to the Japanese position in the shortest time. Not only did the Japanese defenders not worry, but they showed an expression of looking forward to victory. Although they are short in stature and their enemies are tall and powerful, when it comes to fighting bayonets, they can proudly say that the Japanese army is the world's best fighter in hand-to-hand combat. Boss. While the battle was going on, the U.S. military was also beginning to outflank the Japanese army. After all, it was a local battle, and they still had many advantages. Under the cover of the war, this pocket formation was constantly tightening its holes. The cruelest hand-to-hand delivery took place. Just as the Japanese commanders didn't care about the soldiers' lives, the American commanders didn't care much about Uncle Hai's life. So let's start shopping. Everyone thinks that they have an advantage. The Japanese think they are number one in hand-to-hand combat, and the Americans also think that they can deal with Japanese shorties 1 against 3. The consequences of wrong perceptions are often serious. In a one-on-one frontal fight, the Japanese soldiers undoubtedly suffer in terms of physical strength, but when 3 or 5 soldiers compete together, the Japanese army has the upper hand. However, this advantage did not last long. The Japanese immediately learned the power of the crowd tactics, and faced with a steady stream of black uncles rushing up, they were soon overwhelmed. In hand-to-hand combat, the side with more people took advantage. After a wave of enemies was repelled, another wave of enemies came. Naturally, the number of Japanese troops on the front line could not resist. Colonel Koizu Morishimo, captain of the 3rd Regiment of the Japanese 7th Division, noticed something was wrong. There were too many enemies on Nema's flanks. He picked up the binoculars and looked at the dark area. He rubbed his eyes as if he had seen something unbelievable. Uncle Hi's charge was so tough, they looked very imposing. He reacted immediately and roared angrily, "Guards, let me order all the troops to prepare for battle. The enemy has already rushed up, and our flank defense line has been lost." Yamada-kun immediately sent a telegram to the division headquarters. "The number 4 position has been lost, and we are fighting fiercely with the enemy at the number 2 position, requesting reinforcements." At the same time, he had already greeted Tufi-Iuan, who was in charge of defending the number 4 position, and the whole family in his heart. Even if he couldn't defend the position, why did he have to say it? It's okay to send a telegram for help, right? He lost his position just without saying a word. Isn't it a scam? Apparently this was his wrongdoing, and he had already died decisively under the American artillery fire, and by the way, he even took over his headquarters. Before the Japanese soldiers on the front line had time to react, the enemy rushed up again. Out of instinctive reaction, they had a park with the Black Uncles, and finally rushed to the street gloriously. This is also a communication problem of the Japanese army. There is a lack of necessary communication between the two adjacent positions, and they even don't care about each other, so that the positions next door have fallen, and they discovered it. This is not an isolated case. Koizumi was lucky, and he sent a telegram for help. The Japanese army positions, which were under the care of the Americans, were either fighting hand-to-hand or had already rushed to the street. The telegrams were typed layer by layer, and finally reached the hands of Akiyama Kojiro. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this still the heroic Japanese army? It's only been a day, and there are still 2 hours before dark, and there are telegrams everywhere asking for help. Are the Americans so powerful? After thinking about it, Akiyama Kojiro still summoned the messenger and said, "Pass my order." "Here is the order. The 10th Division will reinforce the 7th Division, the 9th Division will reinforce the 17th Division, and the 12th Division will be reinforced. Reinforce the 8th Division. Anyway, let's send reinforcements first." This wave was just that the Americans caught the Japanese by surprise. Once the Japanese reacted, it would not be so easy. After a pause, Kojiro Akiyama ordered again, "Mr. Gang-kun, immediately check for me what happened on the front line. Why are so many of our troops asking for help?" Nji Okamura immediately replied, "Aye." As night fell, the Americans stopped their offensive, and the Japanese army got a chance to breathe. However, Pershing's encirclement was about to be completed, and these hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops were about to become shackles. Nji Okamura walked up to Kojiro Akiyama and said, "Your Excellency, the situation has been clarified." Akiyama Kojiro asked with concern, "Quickly tell me, what happened on the front line?" Nji Okamura immediately replied, "This morning, the U.S. military launched a fierce artillery attack on our army positions. Our frontline officers and soldiers suffered heavy losses. After the artillery attack was completed, the enemy launched an attack immediately. Our frontline troops were few. The enemy has lost a lot of positions and is forced to ask the headquarters for help." Akiyama Kojiro frowned, and asked with concern, "How many casualties are there in today's battle?" Nji Okamura thought for a while and said, "Preliminary estimates show that our casualties today are around 12,000, and 2 regiments were almost wiped out." Akiyama Kojiro's face suddenly sank. The Japanese army had never experienced tens of thousands of casualties in one day. Such a large casualty was enough to hurt the 3 divisions on the front line. The casualties of the Japanese army were large, and the casualties of the Americans as the attacking side were naturally indispensable. Although there were not as many as the Japanese, they would still exceed 10,000. Even if Pershing doesn't care about the lives of the Black Uncles, he still has to consider the morale of the troops. Pershing thought for a while and said, "James, give our miraculous medicine down to the soldiers and give them to take. The casualties are a bit high today. You can give them a large dose." The miracle medicine was the best-selling product in the World War, and it made an indelible contribution to boosting morale and increasing soldiers' explosive power. If there is no miracle medicine, perhaps the number of casualties in the World War will drop by 1/3, which is enough to prove its power. After giving the order, Pershing couldn't help but think of the First World War. The warring sides caused tens of thousands of casualties every day. They actually persisted for 2.5 years. Even this resilience has to be admired. Then he smiled wryly again. It seems that this war can be regarded as a real world war. The United States of America singled out the whole world. Compared with the war between the Allied powers and the Entente powers, the number of countries participating in this war is simply dwarfed. Soon he gave up his wild thoughts, and now he should find a way to kill the wave of enemies in front of him. Only by driving the enemies out of the sea can the United States of America have any hope of existence. Guard, please inform me that I will hold a staff meeting tomorrow morning, Pershing shouted. At this time, it was already midnight, and the Japanese who had just suffered a big loss were naturally unwilling to fail. The enemy's artillery fire was too fierce during the day, and they had no way to fight back, but it was different at night. I have to admire the tenacity of the Japanese, who suffered heavy casualties during the day, but at night they did not complain, and still chose to carry out the orders of General Akiyama Kojiro. Then under the cover of night, the Japanese army slowly moved towards the U.S. military positions. It was extremely dark tonight, and the road was not so easy to walk. Some Japanese soldiers accidentally stepped on the bayonets left on the battlefield, and blood flowed. Fortunately, the U.S. military uniforms were not black. Otherwise, under the cover of night, the elite Japanese army responsible for the sneak attack probably wouldn't even be able to find the shadow of the sentries. After successfully killing a few bright whistlers, they were still exposed. Uncle Hai still has an advantage in the dark night. At least their skin color is the best cover, and ordinary people really don't see it. Enemy attack. As soon as the sound fell, gunshots rang out immediately. The Japanese army's sneak attack plan was not completely successful, except for a small group of elite soldiers who touched the U.S. camp. Other troops were still on the road behind. The U.S. military reacted and turned on the lights one by one. The actions of the Japanese army were completely exposed under their noses, and they had to fight back. Soon the sounds of machine guns and artillery became dense, and the Japanese army on the way to charge became a tragedy, and they were in a dilemma for a while. Ever since the flare was discovered, the difficulty of night attack has become more and more difficult, and a bad one turned into a strong attack, just like the Japanese army at this time. The elite Japanese soldiers who touched it first, although their combat effectiveness was top-notch, unfortunately they were no match for forehands. At least they had to attack before the headquarters ordered the troops to withdraw. As for the mechanical command system of the Japanese army, Kojiro Akiyama gave the order to attack. Naturally, Kojiro Akiyama or a higher-ranking Japanese officer was eligible to order the withdrawal of troops. Colonel Amezu Yoshijiro, commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 10th Division, now has to direct the troops to attack while reporting the situation to the division headquarters. After verification by the division headquarters, he will report to the group army. Under normal circumstances, there is no 2 hours will not yield results. This is the system of the Japanese army, and Amezu Yoshijiro has to abide by it. The future commander of the Kwantung Army, a Class A war criminal, is now just a middle-level officer of the Japanese army, referred to as senior cannon fodder. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and more than an hour passed in a flash. When Akiyama Kojiro gave the order to retreat, the Japanese army had already paid thousands of casualties. After receiving the order to evacuate, Amezu Yoshijiro was enjoying the rest of his life after the catastrophe, when a shell fell in front of him, and then the future leader of the war of aggression against China, flung himself on the street magnificently! Genius site address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 467, Compromise. After counting the casualties, Akiyama Kojiro directly threw out the documents in his hand. Facing a group of mobs, the Japanese army has achieved such a result, which is simply embarrassing. As soon as the war broke out, The coalition forces hadn't lost a single defeat, and he overtook the first defeat. It's no wonder that the arrogant Akayama Kojiro could accept it. Akayama Kojiro shouted angrily. Gang-kun sent a telegram to the headquarters of the coalition army, saying that we have encountered the main force of the U.S. Army and are fighting fiercely. Let them come quickly, otherwise the enemy will run away. Defeated? How could it be possible to lose? The Japanese army is invincible in the world. They clearly defeated the enemy army, but now they are in a stalemate. It is not because there are too many enemies, and they will win soon. For the sake of poor vanity, Akayama Kojiro conveniently cheated the coalition forces, and also cheated his boss Yusaku Uehara. In the Pacific Allied forces, the Japanese army is the absolute main force, and nearly 6 layers of infantry are composed of Japanese troops. Among the technical soldiers of the Air Force and armored brigades, the Japanese Army Ministry was reluctant to send them out, so they used worthless infantry to make up the number. The coalition headquarters, which was still in California, did not find any problems after receiving a telegram from Akayama Kojiro. Marshal Haig, the commander-in-chief of the coalition headquarters, asked, which general is willing to lead troops there for reinforcements? Yusaku Uehara replied without hesitation, of course I went. The troops on the front line are our Second Army of the Japanese Expeditionary Force. We can do the best cooperation by going to reinforce them. The reason why Yusaku Uehara was so active was that in addition to the huge spoils of war, there was also the distribution of benefits after the war. At this time, the greater the victory on the battlefield, the greater the right to speak in the distribution of benefits after the war. There is nothing wrong with Yusaku Uehara's explanation. From the beginning of the landing operation, the Japanese army began to take more and more. Of course, the relationship with the armies of various countries will not be good. If the national troops are sent to go, the strength of the execution of the order will definitely be greatly reduced. It is very normal to deliberately compromise for 3 to 5 days. Even if Yusaku Uehara didn't take the initiative to bring it up, he would still be sent there in the end. Just look at the representatives of other countries, and they all pretended not to hear, and they didn't mean to help them at all. This situation is exactly what the British are willing to see. Only when the Japanese with the most troops do not deal with other countries can they firmly grasp the right to speak of the coalition forces. Marshal Haig said kindly, very well, General Yusaku Uehara, you will lead the troops to help General Akayama Kojiro. You must do your best to damage the main force of the U.S. military and destroy their self-confidence. Uehara Yusaku replied without hesitation, aye. No specific troops were assigned, no departure time was determined, and they were not provided with air cover. On the surface, it seemed that Marshal Haig trusted Yusaku Uehara, but in fact he did not dislike the Japanese. It is estimated that any boss will not have any good feelings for disobedient subordinates, even if the Japanese army performed very well, and its combat enthusiasm is the highest among the coalition forces. The coalition reinforcements were actually too late. Akayama Kojiro had already wasted a day of precious time because of his arrogance, and the Americans' pocket formations were also sealed. On the 3rd day of the battle, the encirclement of the Americans has shrunk to a radius of dozens of miles. Akayama Kojiro also discovered the problem. But it was too late at this time. Although the combat effectiveness of the Americans is not very good, they have a numerical advantage. Pershing was cautious enough. For the hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops, they mobilized more than 1.5 million U.S. troops. 1 to 1 is not enough. 10 to 1 is not enough. Akayama Kojiro knew that he was in a hurry now. Looking at the enemies in all directions, he knew he had been fooled. However, he was also a veteran on the battlefield, so he calmed down in times of crisis. Mr. Gang-kun, first send a telegram to the headquarters of the Expeditionary Army, explaining the situation we have encountered, and ask them to come over quickly for reinforcements, and then send a telegram to the Allied forces for help. Nji Okamura immediately replied, aye. After a pause, Kojiro Akayama ordered again, order all troops to strengthen their guard against enemy sneak attacks. At the same time, We will add 10 more trenches to our current position to delay the enemy's attack speed as much as possible. War is always the best teacher. Trenches are the best defensive weapon in this era. They are cheap, practical, and powerful in defense. When the Battle of Idaho broke out, the eastern states of the United States were also undercurrents. Don't think that the coalition forces have not landed on the eastern coast, thinking that they cannot be threatened. The reality is just the opposite. If it weren't for the opposition of the British, everyone would have started shelling these coastal cities long ago. As soon as the war broke out, there was a wave of relocation in the United States. People living in coastal cities began to move inland. Many people have heard the legend that the British burned the White House. Coupled with the propaganda of the coalition forces, people who can escape naturally, they all ran away. Those who didn't run away are now preparing to run away. Especially the immigrants who just came from Europe are the most active. They originally ran from Europe to the United States to escape the flames of war. As a result, the war in Europe ended and the war in the United States began again. Those who have no way to escape are also panic-stricken. Coupled with the cause of the war and the aftereffects caused by the government's excessive currency issuance, the price of goods in the United States has skyrocketed 5 times compared to before the war. This day is really impossible. All the elites know that the United States can no longer fight this war. In just a few months, all the gains of the United States in this world war were destroyed, and the economy has regressed for at least 20 years. In a small town of Lynchburg, the Eastern United States Consortium headed by Morgan and Locke is making a final decision. Since the outbreak of the war, the American Consortium has also completed a gorgeous turn. Now they should be called warlords of the new era, more appropriate. Taking advantage of their own influence and huge economic strength, the major consortiums have formed their own armed forces. Of course, on the surface, they are still attached to the militias of the states. These armies have become a sharp weapon for them to protect themselves in troubled times. No matter who will dominate the country in the future, their interests can always be safeguarded. The boss of the American consortia in this era is undoubtedly the Morgan Consortium, which has jumped to the top of the U.S. list with assets of more than $4 billion. Before the oil industry exploded, they had always been the #1 consortium in the United States. Mr. Morgan, it's time for you to make a decision. If you continue to delay, the patience of the coalition forces will run out. We will not be able to guarantee when the coalition forces will launch an attack. Morgan smiled slightly and said, Mr. Edward, don't be in such a hurry. Your strength is obvious to all. Since I invited you here today, I will naturally give you an answer. There are 2 more guests coming over today. Wait a moment and you will understand. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people were welcomed in, and Edward's face changed drastically. Apparently he also knew the person who came. Not only the British are doing the work of wooing the American consortium, Ferdinand and the French are not idle, even other countries are also involved. It's just that because of their strength, these 3 American consortiums are the only ones that can be valued by these American consortiums, and the British still have a great advantage. Under normal circumstances, most of the top consortiums in the United States choose John Bull. This has nothing to do with others, it is entirely due to interests. Most of these consortiums are based in the 13 states on the east coast of the United States, and these sites are already in the pockets of the British. Now Morgan has invited everyone here with a very clear purpose, which is to sell at a good price, or to cut as little meat as possible. I can't write anymore. The god of harmony is haunted. 20,000 words are omitted after some bargaining. The American consortium controlled behind the scenes, and finally decided to abandon this broken ship and set foot on a new big ship. Genius site address, mobile version reading website, chapter 468, Night Raid. In Idaho, the pocket formation painstakingly arranged by the U.S. military is in the final battle. Apparently, Pershing was very dissatisfied with the result of only one small fish in the net way this time. After tightening the encirclement, he began to think about the strategic plan again. Your Excellency, Commander, we may consider ambushing enemy reinforcements on the way. Douglas MacArthur suggested. Pershing's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. The enemy's reinforcements were at least hundreds of thousands, so how to ambush? A small number of people is useless, and a large number of people cannot keep secrets. The plan is a good plan, but when it is actually implemented, it will be difficult to complete. No way, MacArthur, we can't keep secrets when we mobilize a large army. The enemy already knows our situation, so it's impossible not to take precautions. Pershing denied. Douglas MacArthur said unwillingly, we can camouflage and let the troops enter in batches. The enemy's marching lineup must be very long, and we will launch a sneak attack at night. Pershing thought for a while and said, your plan is only suitable for a small group of troops. No matter how disguised we are, it is impossible for us to send hundreds of thousands of troops there without being discovered by the enemy. Douglas MacArthur asked rhetorically, why does it have to be hundreds of thousands of troops, if we only dispatch tens of thousands of troops, and then spread them out to disguise themselves as regional militias? Even if the enemy finds out, they will not pay attention. And I also found a problem. Our troops are very conducive to fighting at night. As long as the soldiers' uniforms are dyed black, under the cover of night, the enemy can't find anything. Pershing thought for a while and said, okay, you can try it, I hope you can succeed, but before that, we still have to eat up the enemy army in front of us as soon as possible, and then deal with the enemy's reinforcements, with 10 times the strength of the troops. Pershing said that there was nothing wrong with them. They had the confidence to eat up the Japanese army in a short time. Confidence is not equal to strength, and the U.S. military, which was in charge of the attack, was soon severely slapped in the face. Due to the lack of sufficient training, the American soldiers performed very badly. They often swarmed up when attacking, they failed to carefully look for the enemy's weak points, and failed to coordinate with the artillery in an orderly manner. The result was naturally disastrous. 3 days have passed, and the Japanese army is still huddled in a small place, tenaciously holding on to their positions. Although they have suffered heavy casualties now, this battle still has no intention of ending. Douglas MacArthur has already set off with his troops. The future 5-star general, who was only a lieutenant colonel a few months ago, is now the commander of the U.S. First Army. This war is seen as an opportunity to become a hero. As long as the sneak attack is completed, the enemy's reinforcements are severely damaged, and then the main force is used to drive the enemy into the sea. The battle will come alive. With the prestige of a great victory, the United States of America has the capital to conduct peace talks with the League of Nations to end this war that should not have happened. And as the key figure at the turning point of this war, Douglas MacArthur, is naturally the hero of this country. The reality is always cruel. When he came out with the troops, Douglas MacArthur knew that there was trouble. Although the Black Uncles were brave and fighting, their records were really messy. Due to the rapid march, Douglas MacArthur did not notice at first, but when he arrived at the reserved place, he counted the number of people and suddenly found that a regiment of soldiers had already lost before the war started. If you lose it, you can lose it. It is very normal to be behind in a hurry. What troubles him most is that many officers can't find soldiers, and soldiers can't find officers. They gather together in a chaotic way. These are minor problems. He is also a famous general in the future. Although he only became a famous general after fighting a lot of defeats, he still has basic abilities. Douglas MacArthur ordered resolutely, order all troops to lead people in the order of the establishment, and distribute them by themselves after they are taken back. Just mess around. This is not the first time. He already has a wealth of experience in dealing with it. Even though he knew that the group of soldiers under him was a mob, he was still full of confidence in this operation. Pershing's order to him was to injure the enemy as hard as possible, and if he couldn't do it, he would take the next best thing, disrupt the order of the enemy, and delay their marching speed. As long as any one of the above tasks is completed, it doesn't matter if the whole army is wiped out, as long as it wins strategically. Therefore, the supplies they carried were very limited, and there was no retreat. As long as the mission was completed, he could take some officers to hide in nearby towns. This army was already abandoned. At dusk, the Japanese army had arrived outside the city of Wells, more than 10 kilometers away from the ambush site prepared by MacArthur. Now that the U.S. military is preparing to move again, MacArthur does not think that the Japanese army will rush over at this time, and of course they will move to the next ambush point. As foreigners, it is impossible for the Japanese soldiers to enter the city to rest, unless they are going to rob. Japanese soldiers will not approach the American residential area alone, which means danger. In a country where all the people are armed with guns, it is better to restrain yourself and keep up with the big troops, otherwise you may eat peanuts at any time. This is a lesson learned by countless Japanese soldiers in exchange for blood. Yusaku Uehara will naturally not make such a mistake again. There are opportunities to rob at any time, and now the most important thing is to save people. The Second Army has been trapped in the enemy's encirclement for 3 days, and it may be finished at any time. How could he delay time? Woolen cloth. An officer suddenly ran up to Yusaku Uehara and said, "Report, Your Excellency, Commander. General Akiyama Kojiro sent another telegram asking for help. The U.S. military is now attacking day and night, and they are about to be overwhelmed." Yusaku Uehara scolded angrily, "It's trash. You've completely embarrassed the Imperial Japanese Army. Tell them to hold on, order the troops to speed up the march, and rest after walking another 20 kilometers." Following his order, the Japanese soldiers who were supposed to camp and rest had to continue on their way. The car was born, but the Japanese army was not yet proud. Soldiers could be allowed to ride in a car. His main way of marching was still on 2 legs. This is the United States. How could the Japanese army's movements be hidden from the U.S. military? Although the American people are very dissatisfied with this government, they still know who to choose when compared with the Japanese army. MacArthur, who had just packed up his belongings and was about to transfer, decisively chose to stop after receiving the information, and waited for the Japanese army to come to his door. Time passed by every minute and every second. Night had fallen, and the Japanese soldiers had to turn on their flashlights to continue marching, which suddenly increased the distance by 20 kilometers. Even if they were well trained, they were still exhausted. Douglas MacArthur laughed. He never dreamed that such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would be met by him. What could be easier than sneaking a weary army? Looking at the Japanese army's long march against the army, MacArthur decisively let go of the front army and the center army. His target, the Japanese rear army, was not only easier to obtain, but also the Japanese army's logistics was also in the rear army. The strategic goal has been achieved. He didn't care what would happen to the Japanese army without supplies. As a great Americanist, he has long been very dissatisfied with the non-resistance policy of the states. If the local militia can fight the Japanese army, he doesn't mind pushing it. MacArthur asked, "How far has the Japanese army passed?" The adjutant thought for a while and said, "The Japanese army has walked out of our ambush circle for about 5 kilometers, is passing by about 3 kilometers, and has not entered the ambush circle for 2 kilometers. That's right, they have no way to count the number of enemy troops in the dark, and directly judge the length of the marching team to infer the number of enemies, which has become the only way." MacArthur thought for a while and said, "Order the troops to prepare for battle, and launch an attack in half an hour." "Yes," replied the adjutant. "I have to say that Uncle Hire really took advantage at night. The Japanese army just regarded them as air at a distance of only a few hundred meters. The waiting time is always long. Tick, tick, half an hour finally passed. The rear of the Japanese army also entered the ambush circle. MacArthur gave an order, attack. Then the American soldiers launched an attack on the exhausted Japanese army according to the pre-drills. The sudden attack stunned the Japanese army. The enemy was covered in pitch black from top to bottom. Many Japanese soldiers thought they had encountered a ghost. Fortunately, these ghosts are also afraid of bullets, otherwise these logistics soldiers would probably have collapsed by now. This is caused by the unique military system of the Japanese. Usually they are used to putting the most capable main force in the front army, so that they can explode the strongest combat effectiveness during the battle, while the logistics troops with low combat effectiveness are placed in the rear army. The enemy has been dealt with by the front troops, so the rear army is naturally the safest. Unexpectedly, this time, they met MacArthur, a bold guy who didn't play his cards according to common sense. He brought troops to die. The purpose of the Americans is very clear, using tens of thousands of cannon fodder troops to severely damage the reinforcements of the coalition forces. They are making a lot of money. This kind of military use is naturally unimaginable for normal people, but the current U.S. Army is no longer normal. Those who defend this country have become the bottom of society, and other classes have betrayed this country. And the officers who command this army are also radicals. They don't care about the casualties of the soldiers. It happened that Uncle Hi had well-developed limbs and a simple mind. They were the best cannon fodder troops. They didn't know that they were brought over to die. Maybe they still thought that they could fight 3 of these Japanese dwarfs. The battle in the rear soon attracted the attention of Yusaku Uehara, who was directing the soldiers to set up camp. The dense gunfire made the veteran general realize the problem, and subconsciously said, "Send someone to see what happened behind?" Before the guards had gone far, an officer ran up to him and said, "Report, Your Excellency, our rear army has been attacked by the enemy. We are now fighting fiercely with the enemy, and we ask for reinforcements." Uehara Yusaku reacted at once, and subconsciously said, "Oops, our supplies are all in the rear army. Once it falls into the hands of the enemy, the consequences will be unimaginable. Order the 3rd, 4th, 16th, and 19th Divisions to go the same way. Immediately return for reinforcements." When the Japanese reinforcements arrived, it was already late, and the vehicles carrying supplies behind had already been patronized by the U.S. military. There was a problem with the Molotov cocktails. How could it be possible that MacArthur was not prepared for the surprise attack? The battle is still going on, the raging fire has already ignited, and the Japanese soldiers can only watch helplessly as the supplies are burned, and they are still busy fighting. Under the action of the drugs, the American soldiers have now fallen into a state of frenzy. Under the cover of night, they don't know that the officer who commanded them to fight has quietly left the battlefield and disappeared into the night! Genius site address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 469. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Japanese army quickly seized the initiative on the battlefield. The American army, which had the upper hand, has now been reduced to a chopping board and beaten by the Japanese army. Now they are broken. This situation did not last long, although they took advantage of waiting for work to sneak up on the exhausted Japanese army. The Japanese have now reacted, and the situation quickly reversed. There is no doubt that the Japanese army won the battle last night. Yusaku Uehara asked coldly, "Has our loss been counted?" The adjutant said in panic, "Preliminary statistics have come out. In the late battle, our army suffered more than 18,000 casualties, and the logistics force was almost wiped out. Among them, more than 5,000 people were killed and more than 3,000 were seriously injured. The enemy was wiped out. There were more than 20,000 soldiers in the army, and more than 3,000 enemy soldiers were captured. But we lost almost all the supplies, weapons and ammunition, food and supplies, except for those that had been distributed to the troops. All were lost." Yusaku Uehara's face was gloomy and terrifying. Judging from the casualties of both sides alone, the well-trained Japanese army still won the battle. Although it was only a tragic victory, as the party that was attacked, they were able to beat the current exchange ratio. It is enough to be proud of. But the loss of logistics supplies was serious. Without these supplies, needless to say, he went to reinforce the Second Army, their own survival became a problem. If he hadn't taken into account the international influence, he would have given all these captives a long time ago. In fact, many captives had been killed by Japanese soldiers, otherwise the current situation would not have happened. There would be no prisoners, a wounded man. Yusaku Uehara asked seriously, "How long can our food last?" The adjutant said in embarrassment, "Your Excellency, Commander, in order to speed up our march, the food is transported by the logistics force and distributed every day, so ... Uehara Yusaku interrupted the adjutant's words, and said coldly, "Give power to the coalition headquarters, explain our situation, and let them quickly deliver a batch of supplies." Hi. The adjutant replied immediately, "The long-distance water can't quench the near thirst." When the coalition forces deliver the supplies, it is estimated that the daylily will be cold. They have already set off for 4 days. Unless he orders the whole army to retreat now, it can save half the time to get the supplies, and the soldiers will also return, can hold on. Obviously, this kind of situation is impossible. With so many wounded, there is no way without supplies. Besides, the Second Army on the front line is still waiting for him to rescue. Weapons and ammunition are also a problem. For the entire army, the fighting intensity of Zuo is not very high. Many troops have not been engaged in the battle, and the consumption of ammunition is not particularly serious. This is only for bullets. Basically, there are not many shells left. Anyway, if you want to rely on these weapons and equipment to protect yourself, if you want to fight, forget it. The word "run out of ammunition and food" is deeply imprinted in Yusaku Uehara's mind and can't get rid of it. Yusaku Uehara sighed, and then said unwillingly, "Guards, call the officers above the division commander to come over for a meeting!" Give up? There is no such word in the dictionary of the Japanese army. No provisions? There is no other way? This little problem can't bother them. This is America. In this country where everyone has a gun, people's militia is said to be equipped with aircraft and cannons. It is definitely impossible for the Americans to take the initiative to hand over their weapons, even if Nevada has declared neutrality and signed an agreement with the coalition forces. Then just grab it. Anyway, they are only a dozen kilometers away from Wells. It is not difficult to launch a surprise attack to capture the city with mental calculations or no intentions. It is the consistent style of the Japanese army to act boldly. As one of the behind-the-scenes men who provoked the Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, Yusaku Uehara is naturally not a timid one. Now that he has reached this point, he naturally doesn't mind grabbing one. Then the Japanese army camouflaged and prepared to sneak into Wells on the grounds of treating the wounded. This is also one of the agreements signed by the coalition forces and the neutral states. Kazuo Yamamoto, the captain of the 1st Regiment of the 19th Division, was the executor of this plan. In order to make the plan more realistic, he ordered soldiers to make temporary stretchers, carried more than 100 seriously wounded, and successfully sneaked into the city. The United States has been peaceful for decades, and there has been no threat from foreign enemies for a long time. Wells was originally undefended, but because of the outbreak of war, simple fortifications were temporarily built. Naturally, it is not easy to defend and difficult to attack. Due to the small number of Japanese troops entering the city and the fact that they were seriously wounded, the locals did not suspect them. Although they were not interested in the Japanese, they had to be allowed to enter the city due to the treaty. After entering the city, the work of seeking medical treatment was in trouble. Naturally, the Americans would not look favorably on invaders like them. Seeing them enter the city, several hospitals in the urban area all announced the holidays for the entire hospital, and even the small clinics in the city closed their doors one after another, as if they were avoiding the plague god. In addition, there is also a team of militiamen who accompany them all the way. Wherever they go, they will follow wherever they go, and they will be closely monitored. No way. The Japanese in this era don't have any good impressions in the Americans. Even if they signed a peace treaty with the coalition forces, they can still find loopholes to avoid it. For example, now, it's not that they don't cooperate. The medical staff also need to take vacations, and today it happens that the medical staff are on vacation collectively. If you want to get treatment, you can come back after they go to work. Not only the hospitals, but also the restaurants and shops in the city were hastily closed. The meaning was very obvious. Not welcome. The whole city is closed to avoid the plague god. Seeing this, Kazuo Yamamoto's anger was unbearable. If it wasn't for the sake of the overall situation, he would have exploded by now. Let's endure it now. If we want to erupt, we have to wait until the signal is sent outside the city before erupting. After wandering around, feeling that the soldiers were tired, Kazuo Yamamoto said slowly, "Put down the wounded, let's take a rest first. Everyone is here to fight against the outside world, but not to seek medical treatment. How can we do it without conserving our strength? After putting down the wounded, Kazuo Yamamoto, like the soldiers, picked up the dry food and gnawed on it, not caring about the wounded on the stretcher at all. Many Americans who were watching the excitement from a distance pointed at them, as if accusing them of being inhumane and disregarding the lives of the wounded. In fact, after this round of tossing, several of the wounded on the stretcher had died, and Kazuo Yamamoto knew it all too well, but for the sake of the mission, he still chose not to see it. Time passed by, and the American militiamen staring at them became more and more impatient. They started deserting one by one, and the weather gradually became dark. Kazuo Yamamoto looked at the time, and it was almost the appointed time. He pretended to be angry and said, "Go, let's go back." After finishing speaking, he led everyone out of the city, as if he had given up and was really about to leave. Seeing this, the American militiamen who followed them also smiled triumphantly. The Japanese troops outside the city were already ready, and when the time came at 7:22, Yusaku Uehara uttered a sentence, "Order the 19th Division to attack the city!" Genius site address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 470, Pig Teammate, on April 22, 1921, New York, Maryland, Phrygia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida announced their withdrawal from the war on the same day. The next day, Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi also announced their withdrawal from the war. Then came Arkansas, Missouri. As of the last day at the end of April 1921, among all the federal states in the United States, only Idaho, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, and Iowa had not made a statement, either declare independence, or be neutral. On May 1, 1921, the U.S. Navy, seeing that something was going wrong, also issued a declaration of neutrality. If they don't declare neutrality, they will be finished. The neutral state has refused to continue to provide them with supplies, and asked them to leave within a time limit, so as not to draw the flames of war. Seeing that the situation was over, the Washington government had to go to the negotiating table again on May 2. Wilson tried to take advantage of the contradictions among countries to preserve the United States of America. When the coalition forces were celebrating their victory, Uehara's good news made everyone vomit blood in anger, especially the British. Their layout has been completely disrupted. Don't think that the U.S. government is finished, but each state is a small country with well-equipped armaments. When fighting in their hometown, these militia units are not easy to mess with. According to the plan in advance, everyone can now divide up the fruits of victory, and the following problems can be resolved by political means, and this war can also be declared over. It's a pity that after the Japanese army captured the neutral city of Wales, the situation changed. The states that had declared neutrality all stepped up their guard one after another, and the trust between the two sides no longer existed. Nevada reacted the most violently. On the one hand, it protested to the headquarters of the Allied forces, demanding that Marshal Haig hand over the Japanese army that broke the rules. On the other hand, it contacted Utah, Idaho and other neighboring states, preparing to unite against the enemy. The Japanese army's separate actions made the Americans interpret it as a breach of contract by the coalition forces, or in other words, for the sake of their interests, they had to interpret it this way. Due to the different concepts of the East and the West, in Yusaku Uehara's view, as losers, the Americans are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Even if the Japanese army went too far, they have to endure it, and at worst they will be condemned by international public opinion. Compared with this, it is more important to obtain supplies as soon as possible to rescue the besieged Second Army. As a result, Nevada, which they regarded as a soft bullet, exploded. They directly assembled militia troops to copy their back route, flanked them back and forth with the U.S. Army, and also gained the support of other neutral states. Morka hurried over and reported to Ferdinand, who, "Your Majesty, something big happened in America. Last night, the Japanese army attacked Wells, a small town below the already neutral Nevada state. I am afraid that the American battlefield will soon undergo great changes!" After receiving this information, Ferdinand was angrily scolded as a pig teammate. Don't wait for such a scam. After being stimulated by this, no matter what is discussed later, the states in the United States will not give up their weapons anyway, and everyone in the United States holds guns. It is easy to carve up the United States, but it is difficult to rule the United States. If you can't disarm them, how can you rule? Do you want to fight all the way, flattened by force? Everyone can work together to fight the United States. Apart from hatred, the more important thing is interest. Now that the revenge has almost been avenged, the Americans have been severely beaten, and the domestic people have already explained it. But this interest is troublesome. It is easy to divide the cake. You have one state, I have one state, and he has one state, but these American states are not rabbits, they are hedgehogs. It's okay if the distance is a little bit closer. Let's all work together to defeat these two bobs. Anyway, after everyone points, the enemy will be the same. Thinking of this, Ferdinand had to say that the plan did not change quickly. In the current situation, as long as the Americans use this as an excuse and insist on not letting go of force, the small European countries will take them for nothing. Even if it is a major power, it is not a big problem to subdue 2 or 3 American states alone. If 10 or 8 of them join forces, they will be caught blind. Thinking of this, Ferdinand smiled again. It's a blessing in disguise. Originally, he was worried that after this time, the British annexed the 13 states in North America and their strength would increase greatly. He also dug a lot of holes for them, waiting for the British to jump. In London, England, Lloyd George has already scolded. As the chief planner and the highest person in charge of this operation, the British Empire has invested a lot of resources in this war. According to the original plan, this time the British Empire can obtain most of the states on the east coast of the United States, as well as the complete Great Lakes region. The above-mentioned regions are the essence of the United States. It has more than 4 floors of population in the United States, nearly 6 floors of industry, and 7 floors of economic aggregate. Even if there were losses in the war and these areas were digested, the national power of the British Empire could still increase by 7 or 8 layers, leaving the latecomers far behind. Well now, the cooked duck hasn't flown yet, but someone added a handful of arsenic to it. How should I eat it? Lloyd George said with a wry smile. This is the situation. Now the Americans want to insist on keeping the force in their hands. They refuse to fulfill the previous conditions on the grounds that the Japanese breached the contract. Secretary of the Navy Churchill asked angrily, why did the Japanese act privately? Don't they know the consequences of doing so? What's the use of a broken America even if we get it? This is not in everyone's interest. Foreign Secretary Gray thought for a moment and said no, it's just not in our interest, plus the French and Spanish at most. In terms of geopolitics and the strength of various countries, we have gained the most from the division of the United States this time, taking almost half of the cake, and relatively speaking, our geographical location is easier than that of other countries in North America. The second is the French. With their strength, they may take away the interests of the first 5 to 2 floors. The geographical location is similar to ours. Everyone will be the winner. The Spaniards are slightly inferior in strength, but the geographical location is good. After a share of the pie, they can effectively complement the country, and they are also beneficiaries. Among the major powers, Bulgaria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire suffered the most. Their distance is too far, neither the east coast nor the west coast of the United States is close. Therefore, at the beginning, Bulgaria asked us to make compensation for our interests. We also had an agreement before that once we obtained these areas, we would cede some colonies in Asia and Africa to them as compensation. They won't mess with us either. The Austro-Hungarian Empire still needs the support of the empire, and they don't have the guts to mess with us, but we ignore the Japanese. After defeating the Americans, the strategic goal of the Japanese has been completed. Now that the Philippines and Hawaii have been taken by them, it is not in their interest to divide up the United States. Because of the race, it is difficult for them to gain any benefits from the United States. As soon as Gray finished speaking, everyone became angry, and the Japanese made a statement about the co-authorship. The so-called accident was probably intentional by the Japanese government. Lloyd George fell into deep thought. Since the World War did not last that long in this plane, the strength of the British Empire was much stronger than that of the parallel time and space. The Japanese naturally restrained their ambitions. Under normal circumstances, the Japanese government would not dare to touch the tiger of the British Empire, but now it happened, and stabbed the British Empire in the back at the most critical moment. But all of this is not important anymore. The Japanese have already done it, whether they did it on purpose or not. The British Empire cannot be provoked, especially if it blatantly damages their core interests! Genius site address, mobile version reading website, chapter 471, marching number 039 S. Debt repaid quickly. Nevada is a state in the western United States, bordering Oregon and Idaho in the north, Utah in the east, Arizona in the southeast, and California in the southwest, with an area of about 286,400 square kilometers and a population of over 1 million. Don't think that Nevada is easy to bully because of their small population. The state is rich in mineral resources, and they have the largest silver mine in the world. The mine bosses are not easy to mess with, and the militia in Nevada is the top in the United States. Now the Japanese have moved their cheese, of course it won't end so easily. As soon as Wells fell, Governor Bragg's life would be difficult. Retaliation is of course retaliation, but the coalition forces are also easy to mess with. Don't look at them making a fuss. In fact, everyone is just holding on, using this as an excuse to negotiate terms. It's too late to turn around now. The enemy has already landed. When fighting in their hometown, the combat effectiveness of the militiamen is 200%. Once they go out to defend their home and country, they instantly become scum with only 5 combat effectiveness. This point has been proven. If you want to send troops out of the country to fight, you must first prepare to deal with the mutiny of the soldiers. Talking about the overall situation with ordinary soldiers is completely nonsense. Their ideological consciousness is not so high, and being able to join the militia is already the limit. Prague asked concerned, "Kritor, what do the British say?" Kritor said with a smile on his face, "Marshal Haig told us that the Japanese army on the front line had mutinied and had already severed contact with the coalition forces. All their actions had nothing to do with the coalition forces." Prague was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly good news for them. The private actions of the Japanese army had angered the British, and they would not pay for the actions of the Japanese. Suddenly thought of something, Prague asked suspiciously, "Wait, why did the British abandon the Japanese now? You know they have always been allies." Kritor thought for a while and said, "I don't know, perhaps because of the internal pressure of the coalition forces. The U.S. government has already announced its surrender. Maybe they don't want to make any more troubles. After all, their goal is to split the United States of America, and now their goal has been achieved." In addition to the already independent states of Texas and Arizona, California and the 6 states of New England have also decided to hold a referendum in the near future, decide whether to be independent. The Wilson government's announcement to restart negotiations is actually tantamount to admitting defeat. The coalition forces have already entered Washington. There is no suspense in such negotiations. Prague nodded. It is not just these states that want independence. Even some people in Nevada want to secede from the Federation. If there is no Wells incident, their referendum will also be on the agenda. No one wants to fight with the U.S. government. Share wheel and woe! Uehara Yusaku's life was difficult. The coalition headquarters suddenly cut off all contact with them. He knew that things were broken, and they had been abandoned. Mr. Tianyuan, send a telegram to the country to explain the situation immediately, and ask the cabinet to find a way to deal with the aftermath. Yusaku Uehara said under the pastoral tree replied, "Aye." After a pause, Yusaku Uehara ordered again, "Order the First Army to step up its attack and rescue the Second Army." The soldier's subconscious told him that no matter how much he had, as long as he won this battle, all the questions that followed would be easy to talk about, and everything would be fine if he lost. The Japanese army, which broke out with all its strength, could not be stopped by the mob of the U.S. Army. Even if they had a numerical advantage, they were still defeated steadily. Tokyo, Japan, as the last to know about the cabinet government, is also panicking at the moment. Those idiots in the army don't know the seriousness of the matter, so can they not know? This incident undoubtedly offended the British severely, and the breakup of the Anglo-Japanese alliance is inevitable. Japanese Prime Minister Takashi Hara has already jumped his feet in a hurry. Judging from the intelligence that has been transmitted from the United States, it is not only the British who have offended this time, they have offended all the powers of the world over and over again. Yuan Jing smiled wryly and said, "Masters, you already know the basic situation, so I don't need to talk about the following questions. If you have any ideas, just say it." Army Minister Yoshichi Tanaka was the first to jump out and said angrily, "We must lodge the most serious protest to the League of Nations. They are abandoning their allies now. They must give us an explanation, otherwise. Navy Minister Tomosaburo Kato asked, "Otherwise, so what?" Jian Zhongyi suddenly got stuck. He really didn't know what to do. Threatened the League of Nations? It seems that Japan is not so awesome. The specific situation can refer to the tragedy of the U.S. government. After a pause, Yoshichi Tanaka said fiercely, "This war is basically fought by us, and they just sit and enjoy it. Now that there is a small problem, they just make trouble like this. Aren't they afraid of chilling the hearts of allies?" Yuan Jing, who is also the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, said coldly, "Mr. Liu, don't you understand the seriousness of this incident? Your army's private actions have almost destroyed everyone's plan to carve up the United States. Do you think this is still a small problem? The British should be eager to take our skin off now, and the interests of all countries will fly away. If we can't handle it properly, we will be isolated by the whole world diplomatically in the future." Have no idea? Can achieve the position of Minister of War. How could he not know? Even if he doesn't know, his think tank will tell him. It's just that for the benefit of the Japanese army, he had to pretend to be confused and shirk responsibility. They can't afford this lame. If possible, Yoshichi Tanaka is willing to accept the annihilation of the Japanese expeditionary force, and he is unwilling to bear the overall situation of the army undermining the government's diplomacy. The lessons of the Americans have told him that being isolated from the whole world means danger. Countries can form a group to attack the Americans today, and then they can also form a group to attack the Japanese tomorrow. How dare the army dare to resist such a responsibility? In fact, they are thinking too much. All countries unite against the United States. It is for their own interests. Do they have such a big interest in uniting against Japan? Why did Americans in history lock back after the end of World War I? You know, at that time their strength had surpassed that of the British Empire, and the world hegemony was like something in their pocket. Is it really the isolationism that the textbooks say is prevalent? In American politics, when is it the turn of the people to decide? Don't the consortiums know how big the interests of the world hegemon are? It's not forced. The smart Americans have discovered that what they did in the World War has caused public outrage. If it continues, prepare to face the alliance of various countries. So the consortium decided to continue to go home and farm, while supporting Japan, Germany and the Soviet Union behind the scenes to challenge the world order. After the outbreak of World War II, they had the strength to fight alone, and then came out to seize power. Tanaka Yoshichi, who was forced to the corner, simply acted helplessly and said, "Don't talk to us rough people. That's a problem with your cabinet. The problem now is that our expeditionary force is still in the United States. Let's talk about it after they get it out. If you want to kill or cut them, get them back. You can do whatever you want, but now you should find a way to save people." Yuan Jing rubbed his forehead helplessly. "What should we do? What else can I do?" This time it was for nothing. Such a big incident has been caused, and the army still wants to let it go. How can this be done? For the purpose of suppressing competitors, Navy Minister Yusaburo Kato said coldly, "It's easy for you to say, Prime Minister Liu, why don't you handle it yourself? You can give it a try. Will the League of Nations be so easy to talk about? By the way, Considering that the negotiations between the government and the League of Nations may fail, the Navy decided to withdraw from the combined fleet for safety reasons. Anyway, now that the battle is over, the Navy doesn't need so many fleets to stay there. We will keep a few ships, the warship can handle it. Tanaka Yashichi was so angry that his eyes were red, and his anger seemed to burst out from his chest. He stared at Kato Yusubaro, and cursed, "Bastards, you are naked betrayal." Could it be that the hundreds of thousands of expeditionary forces just give up like this? Kato Yusubaro smiled and said, "Don't the army always claim to be the best in the world? What's the point of mere Americans? You can fight all the way. As long as you reach the shore, we will send ships to meet you. Anyway, the Navy can't go to land. We want to build a Marine Corps. You have to oppose it. Now it's your turn to perform. As long as you play the best in the world, defeat the main force of the U.S. Army head-on, and then sweep the militias in every state in the U.S., this trouble will be solved." Tanaka Yashichi was so angry that he fainted. He didn't know whether it was real or fake. Anyway, he didn't dare to take up this topic. If the Japanese army's combat effectiveness was really so heaven-defying, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. The proposal given to them by the Navy is a huge pit. They can barely defeat the U.S. Army. If they want to sweep the states of the United States, they don't have an army of 3 to 5 million, so don't dream of it. Of course, if the Japanese government can agree to be responsible for solving the military of the U.S. states, the British don't mind pretending that nothing happened, and everyone can even sponsor weapons and ammunition. Genius site address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 472, The British Plan. In response to the current changes in the situation, on May 15, 1921, a new round of the Anglo-French-Bulgarian alliance meeting was held again. British Foreign Secretary Grey, Bulgarian Foreign Minister Medvedev, and French Foreign Minister Edmond Dupré 9 June. Unable to translate, the three met again in Paris. Obviously, the foreign policy of the British has changed again. The Japanese took the initiative to jump out to spread hatred. After the end of the United States, Japan, the second largest naval power in the world, naturally became the #1 enemy of the British, so the Triple Entente still exists. It is necessary to survive. The main purpose this time has nothing to do with the Japanese. Although they were tricked, everyone is still an ally on the bright side, and it is impossible to turn their faces now. The top priority is to carve up the interests left over from the United States. The annexation of the eastern states of the United States encountered trouble, and the diplomatically skilled British Empire also had a new idea, which led to this secret meeting. As the host, the French foreign minister took the lead and said, "The current situation in the United States is very bad. Due to the blind actions of the Japanese, all states are now full of vigilance against us. Our previous plan may not work. The original plan, all countries jointly carve up the states of the United States, and each send troops into their own sphere of influence to control the territory. This is just a general intention, and the actual division has not had time to start, and it has already been shattered. Facing the U.S. states that are already prepared, everyone can't swallow a few." Medvedev said coldly, "If you can't control it directly, then just divide them. Let all of the federal states be independent. If there are those who are unwilling to be independent, then let them take responsibility for this American flu. All right." British Foreign Secretary Grey objected, "If this is the case, the United States will be divided too small, and it will not be easy for us to benefit from it, and it may cause future turmoil in the Americas." Medvedev said very bluntly, "So how does your country plan to deal with the United States? Let them continue to maintain unity, then I am afraid that in 10 years or so, they will recover again, and it will be difficult for us to organize another coalition. We have already seen the strength of the Americans. If they hadn't used their internal conflicts this time, I am afraid that this war will not end in 3 to 5 years. This behemoth, let them continue to develop. In the future, American politicians will definitely promote national unification. Even if they don't do it, the consortia will integrate the states of the United States into one. I don't think the British Empire will be able to suppress them by then. Gray's face changed. Without this war, the British Empire would not be able to suppress the Americans. With the world's largest economy and their population of 100 million, the Americans could completely unify the American continent if they were willing. After completing the unification of the American continent, even if the whole world joins forces, they can't do anything to them. In turn, all countries have to be controlled by the United States. No one dares to take this risk. Once the United States rises again, the British Empire will bear the brunt. The interests belong to the interests, but the immediate interests cannot affect the future life and death. The French foreign minister also echoed, a unified United States will never reappear, and the French Republic will never tolerate the existence of an enemy that threatens the continent of Europe. He doesn't know what the British plan is, but a pro-British American regime must not be preserved. This is the bottom line of the French. And Ferdinand's bottom line is also very clear. A unified United States cannot exist. If the British want to maintain the unity of the United States, then everyone's alliance will be over. Gray's face suddenly became gloomy. There are still disputes in their country whether to retain a unified United States, but the firm attitude of the two countries also hurt him very much. The independence movement that is rising in various states in the United States now has the shadow of Bulgaria behind it. If the British Empire does not intervene, the division of the United States is inevitable. At least the southern and western states of the United States will be independent from the federal government. After a pause, Gray said, "It's okay to divide the United States, but if all the states are independent, there would be too many countries. What if we divide them into 3? Medvedev didn't buy it. Now that aristocrats in Texas have become independent, the United States has actually been divided into 3, but their national strength has not been weakened much. We suggest that the United States be divided into at least 15 countries, except for Riska. We believe that the territory of any country cannot exceed 600,000 square kilometers, lest they become bigger." The French foreign minister's eyes lit up. In his opinion, this is undoubtedly a good idea. Only when there are more split countries, the British can't control them all, everyone can use their own means. Mr. Gray, I think Mr. Medvedev's proposal is very constructive. A strong United States is not in everyone's interest, especially since they are still a country that dominates the continent. Gray fell silent. In principle, he did not object to the secession of the United States. In terms of strength, being able to control the states on the East Coast is already the limit of the British Empire. They have reached an agreement with the powerful faction in the eastern United States. They will join the British Commonwealth again and retain the status of an autonomous region. These are all secrets. To complete this plan, they must obtain the support of all countries, at least by default, otherwise it will not be easy to implement this plan. Gray thought for a while and said, "We have no objection to dismembering the United States, but is the area limit of 600,000 square kilometers too serious? We suggest relaxing it to 1.5 million square kilometers, which will make it easier to operate." Medvedev thought for a while and said, "It is true that these things will be easier, but the consequences will also be very serious. If the eastern states and the Great Lakes region become an independent country, their industrial strength will surpass ours. Existence is still a threat. I think it's better for everyone to trouble a little bit. Even if your country can bring them into the Commonwealth of Nations, you don't want your younger brother's economic strength to surpass that of the British Empire, do you? It is better to add 2 or 3 members with weaker strength than adding 1 member with strong strength, so that your country can also be easily controlled." Gray's expression remained the same, but his heart was already flustered, and the plan was exposed in advance. However, the worst situation has not yet happened. Since Medvedev raised it so carelessly, it also means that Bulgaria is not very repulsed by this matter. What they need is undoubtedly an exchange of benefits. The French foreign minister also set his sights on Gray, as if he wanted him to give a satisfactory answer, otherwise he would not know what would happen later. Gray smiled slightly and said, "You too. Don't look at me like that. If you are interested, you can get a share of the pie. If the United States is willing to join the 2 countries, we will not object." Medvedev rolled his eyes. If Bulgaria had that kind of influence, He would have done it long ago. Does he still need to sit here? The French foreign minister was caught in the middle of calculations, and seemed to be thinking about whether he could learn from the British. In the end, he found helplessly that they were a republic, and the system suitable for the British was not suitable for them. Seeing this, Gray added, "The British Empire hopes to get the support of your two countries. In return, we will support the French Republic to annex the American Cuban colony, and Bulgaria will get the Philippine Islands and the Hawaiian Islands." Medvedev laughed and said, "Mr. Gray, are you really treating your friends? The Philippine Islands and the Hawaiian Islands are now considered by the Japanese. Bulgaria has no strength to compete with them in the Pacific region." Gray said calmly, "As long as there is the full support of the British Empire, these are not problems. The Japanese have no courage to confront our two countries." Medvedev thought for a while and said, "Don't. Bulgaria has no interest in the Pacific Ocean. We don't have such a good appetite. We should use other regions as compensation. Although the Philippine Islands and the Hawaiian Islands are rich, they are not worth Bulgaria's efforts to compete with the Japanese. As for the so-called British support, forget it, and let Bulgaria take the lead." Seeing Medvedev's refusal, Gray was not surprised. This is inevitable. The interests of these two archipelagos alone are not enough to make Bulgaria and Japan die. After a pause, Gray asked back, "Where do you want?" Medvedev jokingly said, "If I said that I want Egypt or South Africa, you will definitely not give it to me, and the other autonomous regions are also the treasures of the British Empire. In this way, except for these two places, how about all your other colonization in Africa?" Remarks. In addition to Egypt and South Africa, the British colonies include Tonga, Seychelles, Cameroon, Lesotho, Swaziland, Mauritius, Malawi, Gambia, Sudan, Botswana, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Zambia, Sierra Leone, Uganda, Kenya. Gray smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Medvedev, your appetite is too big. This is to drive us out of the extreme." Medvedev laughed and said, "Mr. Gray is just joking. South Africa, the real pearl of Africa, and the most important Egypt are in your hands. The places we want look large in size, but in fact their value is very limited. If you think it's too much, then Tonga, Seychelles, Cameroon, Lesotho, Swaziland, Mauritius, Malawi, and Gambia are not for us." Gray was not used to the Bulgarians' way of bargaining. The negotiation had just started, and Medvedev's asking price shrank by 1/3 in an instant. Don't think that their bottom line is very low just because they are shrinking fast. Basically, by this time, they are already close to their bottom line, and it will be difficult to continue bargaining. Gray smiled and said, "Mr. Medvedev, I think it's better to do this. The British Empire cannot give up, as compensation. How about our three countries jointly occupying the Philippine Islands and the Hawaiian Islands?" In order to pull people onto the ship, Gray also took great pains. Once the United States is divided, their energy will be concentrated on the Americas, and they will have no extra energy to suppress the Japanese. But Japan had just stabbed them, and they had to retaliate, so they simply pulled the two countries of Boffa and France to the Pacific Ocean in the name of compensation, and the three countries directly blocked the way for the Japanese to develop. As for whether the Japanese government will compromise, just look at the size of the Royal Fleet in the Pacific region. It is not up to the Japanese to decide. After thinking about it, Medvedev didn't find any problem. Once the three countries unite, no country in this world can compete with them. Offending the Japanese or not, this is out of the scope of consideration. Anyway, because of the Russo-Japanese War, I have already offended him, and now I don't care about doing it again." Medvedev said with a smile, "Well, Gray's diplomacy is really powerful. Let's Bulgaria give up the Sudanese region. In terms of area, the Sudanese region in this era is not small at all, with more than 2.3 million square kilometers, which is larger than all other regions proposed by Bulgaria combined. In terms of economic value, it is far inferior to the Philippines or the Hawaiian Islands. This trade-off is easy to make. The main purpose of the British to retain the Sudanese area is the Suez Canal. Unlike the Arabian Peninsula, Sudan has ports suitable for navigating warships, So it is normal for the British not to give up. Bulgaria agreed to the deal, and Gray turned his attention to the French Foreign Minister, Edmond Dupré 9 June, for his reply. Edmond Dupré 9 June thought for a while and said, "In principle, we agree to this transaction, but the French Republic still has the right to take action in the United States. If we want to pull a certain state into our sphere of influence, your country don't stop it." Gray smiled slightly. The greatest benefit was swallowed up by the British Empire. Of course it was impossible for him to block the way of the French. He replied calmly, "I have already said this question just now. If you have the ability, you can take action, but it cannot affect the interests of the British Empire." Medvedev half-jokingly asked, "Including us?" Gray replied confidently, "Of course." It's not that he looks down on Bulgaria, it's that Bulgaria's presence in America is too low. Who will buy their account? Of course, Medvedev is also clear about this problem. If he could fool Ferdinand, he would have gone to fool him a long time ago. Why wait now? However, he is not optimistic about the British plan. Even if the split countries are willing to join the Commonwealth, it is not so easy to command them. As a qualified American, apart from believing in God, he just hates the British. Bulgaria has long made a judgment on this issue and does not think they can succeed. Even if the British Empire is strong now, these Americans are forced to compromise, and it will be a matter of time before the backlash. Once there is a problem in the British Empire, the Commonwealth will come to an end. Well, the British have to jump into this trap. Only by annexing North America can their position of world hegemony be consolidated. Otherwise they will be overtaken sooner or later. Who told them that their homeland is too small? Genius site address, mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Split Plan. In the royal palace of Sofia, Ferdinand is thinking about the current international situation. The British have jumped into the pit, but this pit may not be able to bury the British Empire. Maybe the empire can be reborn from the ashes. Compared with the British, the French are much worse. This time they can only be regarded as a small gain. The Usury Empire has already distorted the skill points, and Germany is in the way of Central Europe. It is almost impossible for them to become bigger. The Austro-Hungarian Empire lost too much in the World War, and had to pay war indemnity. Coupled with domestic ethnic conflicts, it would not recover within 20 or 30 years. Japan committed suicide by its own people. Although it kicked away the stumbling block of the United States, it offended and killed several major powers in the world, especially the British. Because of the private actions of the Japanese army, their North American strategy has increased several times. In the next 10 years, it is estimated that the Japanese government will have to behave with its tail between its legs, otherwise the British Empire will definitely let them understand the majesty of the world hegemon. The Boer Civil War is still going on, and Nicholas II temporarily has the upper hand, but under the joint efforts of the Moscow government and the New Zurich government, his advantage no longer exists, and it will not be over in a short time. You have to be hard to strike iron. In the short term, the international situation is still very favorable to Bulgaria. All the major powers are restrained by their own affairs. Ferdinand decided to officially launch the strategy of the Asia Minor Peninsula, that is, the fourth five-year plan. Ferdinand smiled and said, "Gira, inform the cabinet to meet at the palace tomorrow afternoon!" In Nevada, USA, after paying a painful price, Uehara Yusaku finally joined forces with the besieged Yamako Jiro, but at this time the Second Army had already suffered more than half of its casualties. With the abandonment of the Wilson government, the U.S. Army fell into chaos. They also had a dispute over whether to continue fighting with the Japanese. The government announced a truce, but they did not order him to stop the attack. This distressed Pershing very much. Several telegram inquiries did not get a clear answer. Obviously, The negotiating delegation of the coalition forces had automatically ignored the Japanese army that was still in the war. If it was a normal U.S. military, Pershing would have made up his mind a long time ago. However, most of his subordinates were cannon fodder troops, and no matter how many people died, he would not feel bad. In addition, several state governments put pressure on him to kill this Japanese army. Yusaku Uehara helped them make up their minds. After the Japanese army completed their rendezvous, they launched a counterattack, causing the American army to retreat steadily. Now the Japanese army has let go of their scruples, breaking the cans and smashing them, and looting when they have no supplies. While fighting fiercely with the U.S. Army, they still don't forget to harm the surrounding small towns. They even created an army of servants, all of whom were forcibly conscripted from the local area, and they were forced to fight the U.S. military by threatening their families. Waiting for the reply from the coalition headquarters, the Japanese army also fell into a state of contradiction. They didn't know whether they should continue to fight. Hakayama Kojiro, who had just been rescued, asked, "Marshal, what should we do now? Continue to fight the Americans, or retreat back and join the main force of the coalition forces?" Yusaku Uehara sighed, and said, "Incoming domestic calls. Our previous attack on Wells has caused the empire to fall into a very passive state, and diplomacy gained the right to speak. Such a decision, in the eyes of Japanese military officers, is very normal. It doesn't matter if you are wrong, the winner is not blamed, and the loser needs to bear the responsibility." Everyone fell into silence, not because they didn't work hard, but because there were too many American troops on the opposite side, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. Nji Okamura suddenly said, "Maybe we don't have to follow the rules, and no one stipulates that our battlefield is in Nevada. If we can send troops to attack the rear of the U.S. military, maybe this war will end soon." Ksuida retorted, "Our troops are insufficient, and the U.S. troops on the opposite side are 4 times our strength. If we divide our troops again, we will be in danger." Gang Kunningsai said coldly, "Isn't there still a servant army? If we get more servants, even if we fail, we will have enough hostages in our hands to allow us to retreat calmly." This is also one of the weaknesses of the U.S. military. If the Japanese army really captured dozens of American people as human shields, Pershing would not dare to order to continue the attack. Otherwise, the court-martial would be difficult to pass. The premise is that the U.S. government still exists. Okay, it's a bet. Yusaku Uehara made up his mind without winning this battle. It is impossible for the country to spare him. There must be an explanation for such a big hole. But there is another practice in Japan, that is, the winner can be an exception. The grassroots officers who provoked the Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War back then were not only not punished, but were promoted step by step. Why can an officer who provokes a war without authorization, or even disobeys orders, be promoted, just because the war is won? They are heroes if they win, and heroes are not to be blamed! The Washington Conference has also begun. Unlike the Washington Conference in history, this time the Washington Conference negotiations went very smoothly. Wilson, who is also the protagonist, is now not even eligible to participate in the conference. Simply put, he is under house arrest. If it's not that there is still a need for a president who takes the blame, he is dead now. Negotiation? There is no negotiation. As long as the U.S. government announces the dissolution of the federal government, they don't need to participate in the rest of the matter, not even surrender. It doesn't make any sense to surrender a government that is about to close down, and they can't afford a penny of reparations. The war has been fought until now, and the dollar is almost equivalent to straw paper. According to the British plan, the 6 states in the New England region in the northeast corner of the United States, the 7 states in the Mid-Atlantic region, and the 4 states in the southeast will all establish their own countries and join the Commonwealth of Nations. Namely, Kingdom of New England, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Atlantic Kingdom, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, Washington, D.C., Kingdom of North America, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. Of course, George V is the king himself. The specific system is yet to be determined. The British have already discussed these issues with the Eastern Consortium in the United States. Everyone's interests will be protected. The premise is that they must support the British Federation and be honest. Pay taxes. Of course, the dismembered United States will not only have these three kingdoms, but the British Empire is really full. Even if a compromise is reached with the local consortium, they dare not eat anymore, and they will really choke to death if they come again. Up. You must know that the American consortium even encouraged them to annex the Great Lakes region, and many people in the UK were also ready to move, but Lloyd George still found a problem and decisively persuaded the domestic MP''S. Really can't be more. No matter how many people there are, they will turn their backs on customers. Now that the three kingdoms have joined forces, their strength is already comparable to that of England. If there is one more kingdom, it is estimated that this primary and secondary dispute will be a problem. You must know that the Great Lakes region also includes Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin, where the largest industrial base in the United States is located. Greedy eyes are greedy, but in the end the British reluctantly gave up. As far as the three kingdoms are concerned, they are not so obedient. All states are armed. If it weren't for the American consortium's strong opposition to dialogue, the British really don't mind letting everyone states are independent. It is estimated that the relationship between these three kingdoms will not be better in the future. Well, how can the British Empire rule them? The Great Lakes region will be independent, but the king will still come from the British royal family, and the control of the British Empire over them is still indispensable. The southern United States, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, will also become an independent country. The French have a strong local influence, but it is a pity that they are a republic, and it is not suitable for them to form a federal state. You can't become an ally with this newly established country, can you? The French Republic still has to face, not any country is qualified to be an ally with them. The plains in the central part of the United States include Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota, and three independent countries will be established. No way. The Great Plains of the United States is 4,800 kilometers long from north to south, 481,120 kilometers wide from east to west, and covers an area of about 2.9 million square kilometers. It is rich in mineral resources and suitable for food production. If such a chosen place is given to a country, it is estimated that it will not be long before it will develop again and have the strength to unify the United States again. Rocky Mountains, Montana, Idaho, Nevada, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah. These 5 states are one country. Pacific Coast, Washington State, Oregon State, California State. These 3 states are another kingdom, especially in California. Ferdinand has been peeping for a long time, and the layout still hasn't stopped. Southwest, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, but since Texas has become independent, the remaining 2 states are another country. Including the already independent state of Risa, there are already 13 countries, and this does not include the Hawaii area, which is not yet a state of the United States. It has to be said that the Americans have a strong foundation. Even if they are divided into 13 parts, there are still many big countries. Except for Riska, the development potential of other countries is no less than that of Italy. Now it is a dispute over the system. There is no doubt that the constitutional monarchy has the absolute upper hand. Who will let there be more countries with a constitutional monarchy? There were originally only 2 representatives of the Republic, one the United States and one France, and now only France is left alone, and the royalists in France have been strong for a long time. Ferdinand is sending people to persuade the 3 French royalists to join forces and put pressure on the French government. The excuse is of course that they will launch their own royal family to fight for the king in America. At least the major European royal families are interested in these new thrones. Those with strength will fight for it, and those without strength will fight for it. Even if it is an empty throne, There are still a lot of children in your family? If according to Ferdinand's idea, let all of the states in the United States be independent, then no one will have to fight, and everyone will have a share. Unfortunately, the British will not agree. In order to gain the support of the consortia in the United States, they must ensure that the territory of the three kingdoms cannot be too small. If it is too small, how can these consortiums get mixed up? Transnational is to pay tariffs, which will harm the interests of the consortium. Since the size of the kingdom controlled by the British is large, other countries must also be large. If it is too small, it will be easily eaten away by the British Empire. Everyone is worried. Of course, this is only a preliminary plan, which is acceptable to everyone, but it is hard to say whether the Americans will accept it. For this reason, Ferdinand also suggested that as long as all states in the United States want to be independent, they should approve it. Such an artificial force to let others merge is obviously contrary to the principle of freedom of others, and it is not in line with the development of the times! Genius site address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 474, Epilogue. On June 15, 1921, the Wilson government announced the dissolution of the United States of America, and confessed to the fact that the U.S. government researched chemical viruses due to accidents that caused the virus to leak and lead to the outbreak of the American flu. The truth is not important. As long as the governments of various countries get the desired results, the means are secondary. In order to ensure that they will not be questioned by future generations, everyone has fiddled with a lot of evidence. For example, the testimonies of many senior officials of the Wilson government, and the video recordings are still preserved. Another example is the research materials of the N1 virus, but this is kindly sponsored by several major scientific research institutes in Europe. In the face of ironclad evidence, everyone can finally give the domestic people a satisfactory explanation. And by the way, a group of scapegoats have been arrested for a public trial. These scapegoats are naturally well-known capitalists, but they just took the wrong team and tried to resist the coalition forces. As losers, they naturally have to bear the responsibility. The crime is naturally the behind-the-scenes shareholder of the chemical plant, who provided funds for the research of biochemical viruses, which is the so-called culprit. The Wilson government was disbanded, and the voices of the states for independence could no longer be stopped. If they were not independent, they would be finished. The casualty pension alone is not clear from generation to generation. Ferdinand dared to swear that the independence of the American states was voluntary by the American people, and absolutely no one forced them. At most, everyone just claimed compensation from the United States of America. They wanted to escape their debts to become independent. According to a new round of coalition resolutions, the states of the United States are allowed to be independent. But the formed country must also pay casualty benefits, and this amount is distributed according to the number of federal states. In principle, one state pays £50 million, two states pay £100 million, three states pay £200 million, four states pay £400 million, and so on. Anyway, if there are more states joining, the more money will be given. And this amount also increases with the passage of time. According to the international interest rate, the daily interest rate is 5/10,000ths. It can be said that the later the period, the less unified it will be. Of course, we can't unify now. Just unifying the amount of pensions in the United States now is enough to make people all over the world work for 100 years, which is simply not feasible. Well, the British are telling the American consortium, it's not that I won't let you unify. This is the decision of the League of Nations. If you want the land area, just pay for it. Everyone's interests still have to be taken into account. The British family can't just eat their fill. With so many participants, some money must be paid as an appearance fee, right? The money is not so easy to come by. Although the United States is rich, not every state is so rich and powerful. £50 million is nothing to the rich states. But people in the poor states can't afford it at all. In practice, we had to cut the amount again. To put it simply, the states that declared independence or neutrality in this war are all voluntarily surrendered, and the crime of leniency is reduced by one level. According to the order of time, They only need to pay 1 million to 5 million pounds to appear. Just find. The few unlucky ones who persisted until the end deserved their unlucky luck. Of course, they were paid in full for their recalcitrance. It can be said that in my heart, John Bull is still very powerful. After such a comparison, many Americans will not feel uncomfortable. For example, in the earliest independent states of Risca and Texas, they only need to pay 1 million pounds, and then they can watch other people suffer. Except for the most unlucky states, people in the rest of the states are very lucky. Fortunately, they reacted quickly, otherwise it would be miserable. Everyone's money did not fall from the sky, especially when the dollar became waste paper! For example, the 4 states in the southeast of the United States need to pay 5 million pounds, since they want to merge and establish a country. Then based on the base of 5 million, the 4 states are only 40 million pounds. The local consortium chose to pay without blinking an eye. This design is very user-friendly, or it is a backdoor specially left by the British for themselves, and it is only valid this time. Any subsequent mergers of countries must follow the rules. The British Empire said very proudly that they don't want this money, and let other participants share it. The British took a bad lead. There was no other way. Ferdinand had no choice but to give up. He took the colony and then took the money. What do you make other countries think? Anyway, everyone's military expenditures have to be deducted from this money, and there is not much left in the end. Basically, each country can share several million pounds. That's it. The next step will be easy. Just wait for the small countries in the United States to emerge. The British have also discovered that it is wrong to force the states to merge. Everyone must respect the free choice of the American people. Well, these are official articles, mainly because Americans are still in a mood now, so don't provoke them anymore. Several kingdoms created by the British had just been established, and a group of Americans were protesting and demonstrating. According to the usual practice, this activity may last for 1 or 2 months, and they will not stop until they are tired or get used to it. Therefore, let them toss about the issue of independent statehood. Anyway, the bottom line is 3 months. States that have not yet established independent statehood will be the heirs of the United States of America and bear this huge debt of up to 5 trillion pounds! When the treaty was signed, Yusaku Uehara finally lived up to expectations and successfully defeated the U.S. Army, showing the world the invincible strength of the Japanese army. It's a pity that there are no spectators. From everyone's point of view, defeating a group of troops from the former United States of America is nothing special. The country is disbanded, and the army is naturally disbanded. This victory has no gold content. The combat effectiveness has not been recognized, but one thing has been affirmed by everyone, and that is the atrocities committed by the Japanese army. It was widely recognized as the most brutal army in the world, surpassing Mao in one fell swoop. Yusaku Uehara, who won the victory, did not receive applause for the first time, but a letter of punishment from the League of Nations. At the same time, he also successfully won the title of executioner. Content, in view of the atrocities committed by the Japanese Expeditionary Force, which violated international conventions, the Allied Forces Command ordered many times to stop it to no avail. They ordered all members of the Japanese Expeditionary Force to return to Japan immediately, including the Philippines and the Hawaiian Islands, and imposed a 10-year sentence on the Japanese government, a warning for not participating in international affairs. It is conceivable that there will be riots in Japan again now. If they win the battle and have nothing to gain, let them pack up and go home. According to Japanese practice, the cabinet will almost collapse again, although this time it has nothing to do with the cabinet. Of course, Yusaku Uehara can also refuse to execute the order, as long as they think they can block the counterattack of the Americans in isolation and helplessness. Everyone will not forcibly intervene. In Tokyo, Japan, the Harak cabinet is in big trouble. First, there was a warning from the League of Nations, and then the Japanese Navy chose to retreat. With a sense of current affairs, the remaining Japanese army is still struggling. Of course, this is not just Yusaku Uehara. They are waiting for the ship at the port. Because there are too many trophies, they won't be able to transport them all in a while. and they will be able to return to China in another 10 days and a half months. Those who chose to stick to it were the defenders of the Hawaiian Islands and the Philippine Islands. They were unwilling to give up the benefits they had obtained, and even put pressure on the cabinet regardless of the actual situation, asking the original Jing cabinet to find a way to keep these sites. This time, all the elders of Japan showed up, and the army's horse-dung caused trouble. Everyone knows the consequences, and the revenge of various countries came very quickly. Not only is this war fought in vain, but the Japanese government is also prohibited from participating in future international affairs. This problem is serious. Do they still want to continue to expand? Can't participate in international affairs, just want their lives? If it is implemented, let alone expand, they will lose their current status. Who would be afraid of a country that cannot even participate in international affairs? If it was an international alliance in history, the Japanese government would probably dismiss it, but it can't do it now. Since the battle with the Pacific Fleet, the Japanese Navy has been discouraged. The disparity in strength is too great. They think that it is not time to challenge the League of Nations. The lessons of the Americans have taught them that it is best not to dance too much. The only surviving Japanese elders, Yamagata Naritomo, Matsukata Masayoshi, and Saionji Kamoki, all came, and Emperor Taisho also appeared. The big figures of the Japanese government are all here, and Hirakiyoshi's cabinet is about to lose its seat. Perhaps it was frightened by the reaction of the League of Nations, and everyone's face is not good. Although it was the British who took the lead, when the League of Nations voted, the punishment for the Japanese government was unanimously passed. They knew very well what this meant. Unknowingly, the Japanese government has no friends in diplomacy, and the Anglo-Japanese alliance is equivalent to being abolished from now on. The Japanese government, which has always had a sense of crisis, naturally dare not take it lightly now. The host of this meeting has become Gong Wang Xuanzi, and Yuan Jing, the prime minister, has to step aside. Xuanji Gong Wang said earnestly, "Masters, the current situation is very unfavorable to the great Japanese empire. Due to Yusaku Uehara's reckless behavior, we have offended many people this time, and we have been regarded as the biggest enemy by the British. For a long period of time in the future, we will have to behave with our tails between our legs. Before changing our international image, it is best not to take any external actions." As soon as the words fell, Tanaka Yashichi's face turned into a dark color. Although he didn't directly accuse Lu Jun, the meaning was obvious. This bad Lu Jun had to fight by himself. Tanaka Yashichi said cautiously, "Isn't this too unfair? This war was fought by Marshal Uehara Yusaku, and other countries followed suit. Now they are going to target it just because of a little problem. Us? Besides, from a military point of view, there is nothing wrong with Uehara being the marshal, and he should not be held responsible." Secretary of the Navy Kato Yusuburo sneered and said, "Small problem? Can't you, Mr. Lu, raise your head? Looking at the current situation in the Americas, how far is it from the situation planned by the coalition forces before? Do you still think it is a small problem? These countries have not obtained the expected benefits, and this account is all on our heads. The revenge has just begun. Once they find an opportunity, what will happen to the consequences? Don't you see the United States clearly? The army does not want to defy responsibility, but the Navy has to hand over their crimes to Thresh, in order to gain the upper hand in the future competition for interests!" Yuan Jing interrupted the quarrel between the two, and said with a wry smile, "The biggest problem for the two of you right now is that the League of Nations punishes us and prohibits us from participating in international affairs for 10 years. The operating status will be gone, and the interests in the Far East will also fall into the hands of the enemy." Everyone's face changed drastically. This is the topic to be discussed today. If it can't be resolved, then prepare to be a man with your tail between your legs. Otherwise, the League of Nations does not need to use force. As long as the economic blockade is implemented, they will not be able to survive within a year. Shang Xianuping said weakly, "This incident was caused by the army, and the army is responsible for solving domestic problems, and there must be no confusion. If you can't solve it, let the Marine Corps do it. International issues should be handed over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Shang Xianyuping was still from the army after all, so he chose to protect the army, but this protection is also limited. If the army makes trouble again, the Marine Corps will be dropped to quell the chaos. This is not a simple threat, but it will really happen. Matsukata, who was also getting old, had a different attitude. As a politician, he didn't mean to protect the army. It's not that simple. This time Uehara's bravery caused too much trouble. The British Empire will not let it go. The empire must show its attitude and give an explanation to the governments of all countries, otherwise our lives will not be easy in the future. Don't forget the lessons learned from the past. Think more about the Americans. I think everyone can bear the grievances no matter how big they are. The interests of the empire interfere with everything. You can't ignore the overall situation because of the interests of individuals or groups. It can be said that this accusation is already very serious, which almost indicates that Yusaku Uehara and others need to go to a military court. Everyone turned their attention to Zuin Temple Gongwang. His attitude will determine the outcome of this meeting. Without making people wait long, Zuin Temple Gongwang said, "In any case, we must do our best to save face." A passable confession. Next, improving relations with other countries will be the top priority of the future government. At the same time, we must also reflect on our previous foreign policy. The diplomacy that is the enemy of the world is not suitable for the current great Japanese empire. Tanaka Yashichi showed a look of disappointment. There is no doubt that the meaning of the big bosses is very obvious. Whoever caused the trouble will fight. It is better not to do things that use the inverted cord to divert conflicts. Without the support of the Senate, it will not work in Japan to play the game. Don't forget that in addition to the army, Japan also has a Marine Corps, and they can also go ashore. Genius Site Address, Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 475. The situation in the United States has temporarily come to an end, and it is not a matter of a while and a half for states to establish themselves independently. According to the information from the Americas, there is now a pocket kingdom in the United States, and the small villages of 800 people have become independent a lot, but everyone has no time to pay attention to the games of these children. At most, Ferdinand pays attention to the king selection campaigns of the already independent kingdoms of Texas and Risgar. How can you say that the Gotha family is also one of the top families in the European world, and naturally it has also entered the selection process? List. However, because of the special national conditions of the United States, it is estimated that there will be no results for a while, and Ferdinand is at most secretly pushing his hands. In addition to these, the biggest event is the division of the U.S. Navy. 28 battleships and 8 battle cruisers are the key points for everyone to divide up. Of course, those who are eligible to participate in the division of the capital ships are the great powers. Small countries are divided into several cruisers or destroyers enough. The British Empire was as domineering as ever, taking 17 dreadnoughts and 4 battle cruisers directly, and the rest were Bulgaria, France, and the Austro-Hungarian and Russian empires to divide the spoils. Of course, the British can take so much, and there is also Ferdinand's behind-the-scenes driving force. The Navy is an aristocratic military service. The Royal Navy's capital ships have increased by nearly half, and this military expenditure will of course also increase. The huge increase in the military expenditure of the Navy will inevitably squeeze the funds of other departments, such as the Army and the Air Force, and their military expenditure will be reduced. At the same time, with so many battleships around, the British aircraft carrier process will also be interrupted. John Bull's funds are also limited, and it is impossible to invest in every place. Although the 3 kingdoms of America are rich, due to the war, they will not be able to bring returns to the British government's finances in the short term. Of course, Ferdinand would not refuse to use a bunch of warships that are about to become obsolete to delay the development of the British. The remaining warships were also divided into the spoils very smoothly. Nicholas II, who was short of money, said that he could not afford to support a large navy, so they didn't want the warships, and they could just cash it out. Is it a waste? Both of them asked for a discount, and the rest was to protect France and France. Ferdinand had no interest in building a large navy, so he took all 2 battle cruisers and 4 dreadnoughts, and left the rest to the French. The discount requested by the Russians and the Austro-Hungarian Empire was naturally also borne by the French. Anyway, they were the creditors and could just repay a portion of the debt. The point is to regain the title of the second naval power in the world. How can the proud French tolerate being overwhelmed by the Japanese? Arms race? Naturally, it doesn't exist anymore. Without America, who would dare to provoke an arms race in this era? The British Navy has once again returned to the era of 2 strong standards, namely, Royal Navy Strength / UO3E, the combined strength of the second and third world naval powers. The world is at peace. Of course we must develop the economy, otherwise, when everyone is done, they will have to do things with each other again, and now no one can help Bulgaria to top the cylinder. On August 12, 1921, Bulgaria's first 10-year plan construction outline was submitted to the Congress for review. This 10-year plan covers industry, agriculture, education, medical care, military, transportation, etc. The total planned investment is as high as 100 billion levs, of which the government directly invests 40 billion levs and private capital invests 600 billion levs. Involving national key projects, 192, and 321 sub-key projects. Only Bulgaria can make such a big deal. Other countries don't know how many times the government has changed in 10 years. How can the policy continue? Don't look at the large amount of investment, half of which are smashed in traffic. Railways and highways are 2 gold-sucking beasts. Among them, railways are fully invested by the government, while highways allow private capital to intervene. In order to encourage private capital to invest in transportation construction, the government is responsible for solving the land problem and exempting related taxes, but the roads constructed by capitalists cannot be charged, and can only be profited through gas stations. Of course, if this is the case, it would be too cheap. The government also packaged the country roads to the capitalists who built the highways, and built them according to Bulgarian traffic management standards. This standard is limited to the Balkans, as long as the main roads are built in other areas. Ferdinand attended the meeting in person. Due to the strange nature of the Bulgarian parliament, the speaker rotates, so there is no such speaker, and the host is the Secretary General of the conference. Everything was done in accordance with Bulgarian rules, and there was no more than a word of nonsense. After Ferdinand signaled the start of the meeting, stepped onto the rostrum. Bulgaria's first 10-year plan has been submitted to Parliament for deliberation. Now, all relevant materials have been distributed to all members of Parliament, and everyone must have read it. Once again, I will enforce the parliamentary discipline. Members are invited to speak in their professional fields that they are proficient in. If they do not know, they should listen to others. During this meeting, personal attacks are not allowed, the order of the venue is not disturbed, and issues unrelated to the theme are not allowed. This is the characteristic of the Bulgarian parliament. It is completely different from the Western parliament. It emphasizes specialization and discipline. Controversy can only be caused by relevant personnel. If you don't know anything, just listen to it. Can vote. The problem of violence in the venue has existed in history, but it has not existed since Ferdinand came to power. Those who dared to challenge the order were deprived of their status as members of Congress. After a pause, seeing that no one raised any objections, continued. Now proceed to the first item, the discussion proposal on the 10-year plan for the Great Industrial Plan submitted by the Ministry of Industry. 1. The government will invest 3 billion levs, about £120 million, to build 10 new industrial bases across the country, and improve the infrastructure to attract enterprises. 2. Invest 1 billion leva, about £40 million, in 10 years to build 5 large-scale steel plants, including steel plants, coke plants, steel rolling plants, iron plants, mining plants and other ancillary facilities. After putting into operation, the annual output of steel will be 10 million tons. The source of investment capital is not limited, and private capital and foreign capital are welcome to participate. 3. Invest 1.2 billion levs, about £48 million, in 10 years to build 40 large-scale power plants, of which half are hydroelectric and thermal. Time, not limited to capital source. 4. Invest 200 million levs to increase coal production, including upgrading excavation machinery, improving mining technology, etc. The annual growth rate of coal production must not be lower than the domestic demand, not limited to capital sources. 5. The government will invest 500 million levs to promote the upgrading of the shipbuilding industry, and reward enterprises that promote technological innovation. The specific standards are determined according to the actual situation. There are a total of 128 articles, but the number of industries that require government investment is much less than in the previous 5-year plan. Many industries are supported by the government, not shirtless. From this aspect, this is also a big progress. The foundation of the industrial base has been laid, and the rest is the upgrading and expansion of industrialization technology, and the functions of the Bulgarian government have gradually returned to the right track. Article 128 of the Industrial Plan. The total investment is as high as 15.8 billion leva, but the investment in many places here is no longer the government's own investment, and private capital can also enter, which greatly reduces the financial pressure. At the beginning of the questioning, a congressman who worked in the steel plant raised a question. Dear Mr. Loren, I would like to ask if Bulgaria really needs so much steel. Last year, the total output of steel in Bulgaria was 5.86 million tons, and this year it may exceed 6.5 million tons. Our steel output is already growing rapidly. Do we have to continue to increase it? Industry Minister Loren Holman replied with a smile. This question may be asked by many people, and I can tell you clearly, yes. This has something to do with our industrial upgrading, the large railway plan promoted by the government, as well as the development of the shipbuilding industry and the development of the automobile industry, cannot meet the demand at our current natural growth rate of steel. Let me give an example. Now our shipyard produces 500,000 tons of ships per year, not to mention the annual growth rate. 3 large shipyards have just been put into operation, and they will be officially put into operation next year. The production capacity of these 3 shipyards alone is 1 million tons, which means that our steel demand in the shipbuilding industry alone will increase by 1 million tons next year. There is also the automobile industry. At present, the growth rate of tractors and agricultural vehicles in our country is also very fast. The annual growth rate is as high as 43%, and the growth rate of domestic cars is also 21%. The steel demand of the automobile industry, the amount is not a small number either. The growth rate of our steel has not caught up with the consumption of the domestic market, so the government has increased investment. After getting a satisfactory answer, the congressman sat back directly and gave the opportunity to ask questions to others. The host Rolex said, if you still have questions, please raise your hand. Soon someone raised their hand. According to the convention, whoever raises his hand first will ask the question first, and each person can abstain from one opportunity to ask a question. If you want to ask a second question, you can only ask the question again after other people have finished asking. Rolex said, the second gentleman from left to right in the third row, please ask. The middle-aged man asked suspiciously, Dear Mr. Loren, in terms of investment cost, the investment of hydropower plants is obviously higher than that of thermal power plants. Now countries in Europe are promoting thermal power generation. Why should we vigorously develop hydropower plants? Industry Minister Loren Holman replied with a smile. This involves the dual issues of energy and environmental protection. Let's talk about energy first. At present, thermal power plants mainly use coal for power generation, and a small part of them use diesel oil for power generation. Diesel oil comes from oil, but both coal and oil are non-renewable resources. Our generation has used them up. Our descendants. What about future generations? Ordinary people may say that this is unfounded. We in Bulgaria do not lack these things, but as a government, we must take into account these issues, and saving a little is a little. In terms of environmental protection, thermal power plants do more damage to the natural world than hydropower plants. There is no need to explain this, just by looking at the thick black smoke from thermal power plants. Everyone knows that it is not a good thing. Therefore, our Ministry of Industry has combined the three factors of economy, energy and environmental protection to formulate the development of this hydropower plant and thermal power plant. And this is only temporary. In the future, if the country's economy allows, we may gradually replace thermal power with hydropower. This process is very long, and it may take 50 or even 100 years. Lauren Holman's answer this time was greeted with warm applause. This generation of Bulgarians has a strong sense of social responsibility, and this kind of plan that integrates the present and the future of the country is very much to everyone's appetite. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.